Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Support Deku Had Taboo Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku wanted to know why the universe seemed to hate him, and only him. First it was his quirkless diagnosis. Then Dad had to go away a lot for work. Then his friends and teachers started turning on him. Then Mom became collateral damage when a hero's attack went out of control during a villain fight a few months ago. All before Izuku had reached the tender age of 8 years old. He supposed it could be worse. Dad decided to let Izuku stay in Musutafu rather than bring him to live on Island with him. He stayed at the apartment mostly, sending checks every month, so he didn't have to move away. He still had the Bakugous. Or at least he did before a villain kidnapped him on his way to school. "You're such a cute little thing, you know?" the man asked with a too big smile and two big eyes. He wasn't actually big, he was actually quite thin and small compared to the villains he was used to on TV. His clothes were worn out and a little dirty and stained, obviously a size or two too big for him as the cloth hung off his form. His dusty blonde hair was greasy and slightly matted so it almost looked brown instead. His shifting, dull green-brown eyes were slightly protruding and manic as they stared at him, unblinking. Izuku didn't doubt he was a villain, not when he was tied up to a hard, straight-backed wooden chair, a dirty piece of cloth tied into his mouth gagging him, his head throbbing from whatever the man used to make him pass out. Tears and snot were streaming down his face as he sobbed and whined. His uniform jacket and tie were gone as were his shoes and socks. The sleeves of his dress shirt and pants were either ripped away entirely or left hanging open, exposing his skin to the drafty chill wherever the villain had brought him. There were rough ropes tying him tightly to the point of being painful down to the chair, restraining his arms, legs, chest, and lap, making him completely immobile. The villain reached forward and pulled the cloth out of Izuku's mouth so it hung loose around his neck. His hand lingering around Izuku's face in an unwanted touch, tips grazing his trembling lips as he smiled at him. Izuku did his best to pull away from it. "Won't you talk to me? I went out of my way just to bring you here. It's not very nice not to say anything back. Why you doing this?" Izuku stammered out in a rough, tight voice, barely more than a squeak. Please, just let me go? I won't tell anyone, please." The man's laugh was loud and high, sort of like what he imagined a hyena sounded like but worse, making Izuku's hair stand up. He pulled back and Izuku shuddered at the awful, unnatural warmth that lingered in the place he touched. He wasn't a normal villain, Izuku realized. "Oh, you're so precious. This is going to be so much fun." He was still grinning that too big and hysterical smile that set Izuku entirely on edge. His heart was pounding in his chest, exponentially growing faster. He didn't know what the man wanted from him. Izuku was just a kid. He didn't have any family, at least none that would be willing to pay a ransom, and it wasn't like he had a flashy or powerful quirk. Izuku was a nobody. He sniffled as his breath suddenly stuttered. Maybe that was the point. He could do whatever he wanted to Izuku. There wasn't anyone who would report him missing except for the Bakugous, and the police wouldn't start looking into his disappearance until at least 24 hours had gone by, and once they found out he was quirkless, he doubted anyone would put in much effort to try and find him. No one had, aside from Mom, Auntie, and Uncle since he was 4. "Butch, what are you going to do to me?" he whispered, voice shaking and throat constricting in panic and fear. "Now there's a question," the villain said enthusiastically, smacking his hands down on his knees and making Izuku flinch. "You're definitely going to be something different from all the others. None of them ever asked anything like that, it was always just begging at first." Izuku swallowed, throat gone dry. "Oh, others?" He nodded to Izuku, then used one hand to pull up his own shirt, exposing his entire torso. Izuku stifled a whimper. The villain's chest was covered with weird symbols or markings. They looked somewhat like tattoos in 3 different colors: white, black, and red. And there were a lot of them. Maybe over 2 dozen, and each of them was a different little symbol or character. "You see them all," he told Izuku, voice almost wistful as he ran a hand feather light over them, eyes slightly glazed in his nostalgia. "Each one is someone like you, or like you will be. Izuku wished he could scream, but his voice had fled from him in his terror. He didn't know what the villain was talking about, but he knew it was bad. My quirk is called Taboo, he confided in Izuku, leaning forward until his face was only centimeters from Izuku's as if it were some big secret. His other hand came forward, running its way unwanted and with just enough pressure to make his skin crawl as it moved up his arm, until his hand pressed roughly against Izuku's neck, tight and threatening as his thumb stroked roughly against his rapid pulse point. Whenever I touch someone, I can turn a word into a taboo for them. Spoken, heard, or thought, doesn't matter, and whenever they invoke their taboo word it incurs a punishment. Punishment? Exactly. You're so smart, he said, hand releasing Izuku's throat to rub aggressively over Izuku's green curls, nails digging harshly and painfully into his scalp as he pulled at Izuku's hair. He whimpered, pulling at his restraints as tried to get away from the touch, but the abrasive rope tying him in place simply bit deeper into his skin with his efforts. Beads of red began to weep down his wrists and drip onto the floor. And each punishment is unique to the person. I don't even know what it will be, and that's what makes it so interesting. I'm just so curious. Whenever I see someone who stands out from the rest, I just can't help myself. I just get so curious and I want to know. Izuku clamped his mouth shut. He said it was activated through touch. He had already touched Izuku so much, for all he knew he could already be under its effects. What was going to happen? What was his taboo? What would the punishment be for breaking it? How was he supposed to avoid it if he... Oh, my quirk hasn't activated yet, the man told him casually, lighting up at seeing Izuku's panic. The word has to mean something to you, there has to be an image in your head when you think of it. It can't be something silly like hello, or is, or what, or anything basic like that, and I have to hear you say it within a minute of touching you. He didn't say anything. A word that meant something to him? He didn't understand what that was supposed to mean. He would just have to not say anything else. Someone would come. Someone had to come. Now, don't be that way, the man said, nudging his shoulder and flicking at a curl. I have a taboo myself. It's not so bad. That caught Izuku off guard. He didn't look like he was in pain or like there was majorly wrong with him, but he could be lying or the taboo wasn't in effect for the moment. Mine's not word-based though, it's nothing cool like that, he huffed, puffing out his cheeks as if he were jealous of Izuku's predicament. My taboo quirk is my taboo. Whenever I use it on someone else I get a new mark, he indicated his chest again. And I get this incredible feeling. It's like getting high but so much better. The marks burn a little when they show up and I can't do much afterwards, but hey, it's all good. The marks even let me keep track of the people I've used it on since I can only use it on a person once. Thank God, Izuku thought morbidly. At least he didn't have to worry about having to go through this multiple times. He didn't think it would be so bad, just having to avoid one word if the worst happened and he couldn't manage to escape or someone didn't rescue him. If the punishments were all minor inconveniences like the villain's taboo, then he might still be able to live a normal life until the quirk eventually wore off. He was pulled from these thoughts when he realized the villain was still talking. Red means the taboo is currently active, black that it's not, and white means they're dead. He finished with the same amount of enthusiasm he'd displayed thus far. And the best part? It doesn't go away. I don't know why, but you see here? He indicated a black marking that looked somewhat like a kanji character. I've had this one for almost a decade. He was one of my first. Izuku attempted to swallow, but his throat spasmed and he ended up coughing trying not to choke. Permanent. But most quirks weren't supposed to be able to do that. Not unless they physically messed with or rewrote something that didn't have anything to do with their quirks beforehand. Maybe his quirk was just constantly active? Wouldn't that be exhausting or put some kind of strain on his mind? Izuku went still. This villain. He was unstable, mentally, and he said he feels high after using his quirk. Did his quirk take something away from him for taking away something from other people? Like an eye for an eye? Was what the villain thought of as a taboo effect just recoil from using his quirk? He's insane, Izuku whispered, unable to stop himself from mumbling the thought as he tried to think of what to do. The villain's reaction was instantaneous and violent as he slammed his fist into Izuku's chest and sent both him and his chair spiraling over backwards. He couldn't even scream out at the pain as all the air had been purged from his lungs. He didn't even get to cry as he laid there, still strapped to the chair, since the villain fisted his hand in Izuku's hair and dragged him back upright. Face right in front of Izuku's, teeth bared and threatening, eyes dark and malicious as he growled. That's not a very nice word and it's not even very powerful for you. Come on. I want to see what it will be like. You are so different from all the other ones. I bet your taboo will be so much cooler than all of theirs. He shivered, tears still streaming down his face as he tried to get his breath to cooperate, but the panic was taking over. He needed more information about the quirk. Izuku had been analyzing heroes and quirks since he was able to write. The more information he had, the more he would have to try and work around it. If he also managed to keep the villain talking more, he could buy more time. It was obvious he loved talking about himself and his quirk. It made Izuku wonder why the police or heroes hadn't caught him yet. Someone had to have reported him by now. Not all of those markings were white and red. Some of them were black and he couldn't see or hear anyone else in the abandoned apartment. What are they? Izuku stammered. The villain tilted his head, rage faltering in confusion. Izuku clarified. The others. Taboos. The deranged man grinned, anger quickly forgotten in his pleasure at the question. I can't say the words, which is completely unfair even if I can't really remember most of them anyway, but the punishments. Just thinking about them gives me chills. There were so many, in so many different forms. It's always something new. Some were physical, others mental, others emotional, and always so devastating and fun to watch for the first time. It just depends on the person and what makes them tick. It's got to be some kind of disadvantage. It is a punishment after all. Though some are arguably worse than others depending on the strength of the word I end up taking. But that's what makes it fun, right? He asked Izuku, broad smile, all dirty yellow teeth as his face came close enough for Izuku to smell his rotting breath that made him want to retch. Izuku struggled more intensely against his restraints to try to pull away. I mean, it's always a surprise. Maybe it'll break a bone every time you hear it. Maybe it'll make you hallucinate weird shit until it's deactivated. Maybe it'll make you cry or scream yourself hoarse. Who knows? I sure don't. But I'm just so curious. It's always so fun to watch their reactions that first time, when no one knows what's coming. It gives me a rush just thinking about it. The last one got a physical punishment and ended up getting whipped every time his word came up. There was blood all over the place. Or there was this other girl, hers made it so every time her word came up she grew some kind of bony horn. Her quirk made her have like super smooth skin so anything that touched her normally slid right off or by her. But the horns caught on everything. He bragged with glee. You're evil, Izuku said, voice tiny, form drawing inward and eyes tight shut in preparation for another blow. He wasn't sorry at all for ruining any of their lives. He found joy and amusement in their pain and suffering. Izuku had seen villains on TV since he was old enough to actually comprehend what he was watching, but he'd never thought about what they were really like before. Until now, Izuku hadn't believed any quirk was inherently good or bad. It was all about how it was used, but this one, it was despicable. Maybe if he picked weak words it could serve as a kind of corrective or training quirk, but no one deserved to be hurt or punished for any reason, least of all for someone's amusement. You just don't understand, the villain snarled, face contorting into something feral at the word, his grip tightening in Izuku's hair to the point he felt strands ripping free and a warm dampness spreading where his nails scraped skin. Clearly Izuku had crossed some kind of line. But that's alright, you don't need to. It's not going to stop me or my fun. I bet your taboo is going to blow all the others out of the water. Just have to wait. IIW won't let you. Izuku stammered defiantly. He was shaking from head to toe, tears streaming down his face in fear. He was trapped, he was alone, he was terrified for his life, he wanted nothing more than for all of this to be some horrible nightmare, but he knew it wasn't. Izuku was on his own, facing down a villain whose entire purpose in taking him was to torture him for his own pleasure. Help! Someone please! Help! He screamed at the top of his lungs. It was the only thing he could think to do. The villain growled, face twisting into a sneer, but made no attempt to stop Izuku from shouting and calling out. He dropped Izuku as if he were something disgusting, backing away from him with a revolted sneer, but he still made no attempt to silence or stop Izuku's shouts. He continued despite the horrible burning sensation it left in his throat. "Anyone, help me. It's a villain. Someone, please." Izuku didn't know how long he was shouting for, it could have been hours, but never once did anyone respond. The villain kept taunting and touching and provoking Izuku the entire time. His throat felt like it was bleeding and his shouts had worn down to a faint rasp. He was still crying, but by now he realized that no one could hear him, no one was coming. He didn't stop though. Terror and adrenaline kept him calling out. He wanted his mom, he wanted Kaken, he wanted to go home, but most of all, "Please," he whimpered. "Has it finally sunk in?" the villain asked smugly, grinning at Izuku as he crouched down in front of him where he was still lying painfully on his side tied to his chair after the villain's punch had thrown him. He pulled Izuku's chin up between his thumb and forefinger so Izuku was forced to look up into muddy, bloodshot eyes. "I don't usually play with kids, your words are never very strong, but you're special. All those others were interesting in their own way, I guess, prodigies or whatever you call them, but you stand out from all of them, don't you, Deku-kun?" Izuku whimpered at the name. He only liked it when Kaken called him that, only Kaken meant it in a nice way. The others, they all said it to be cruel, to rub his weakness in his face and make it hurt that much more. He could tell when this villain said it, he knew exactly what it meant. "I've never used my quirk on someone who doesn't even have one before," he told Izuku with a dopey grin, eyes far away as he stroked at Izuku's jaw and cheek with his thumb thoughtfully. "I wonder what kind of punishment someone with the ultimate deficit will get. Aren't you just a little bit curious?" Izuku shook his head, pulling from the man's grip. His eyes were burning, his face was a mess from the drying mixture of tears, snot, and spit. He'd lost control of his bladder at some point during the encounter in his terror-induced mania, soaking his pants with his own urine and further humiliating himself. He could barely keep his thoughts straight anymore. All he could see was the villain. All he could hear was his horrible sharp laugh. He had run out of adrenaline a long time ago and what little determination or resolve he had managed to dig up had wilted and was replaced by dread and hopelessness. "No, please, help." He was hardly aware of what he was saying anymore. His pleas were just tumbling out repetitively as he begged for someone to save him. "Police, anyone, villain. Help, help, kidnapped, hero. Catch." He was cut off abruptly as the villain suddenly thrust his hand towards him, covering almost his entire face in a much rougher grip than he had done so far as the biggest smile so far split his face, muddy brown eyes seemingly glowing a rusty red as his hand became almost uncomfortably warm against Izuku's skin. He was laughing, the sound seeming to echo around the otherwise silent and decrepit room. He staggered back, releasing Izuku, a shudder running through his entire body as his eyes rolled back into his head. Izuku's heart rate tripled, panic setting in anew. And then it hit. He felt a searing burning heat on his tongue as if something was being branded into it, just as the same searing sensation wrapped around his throat, wrists, and ankles. He looked down and whimpered. Heavy, thick black lines that had nothing to do with his restraints had tattooed themselves around both of his wrists, broken occasionally by the rips and rope burns he had given himself trying to free himself from his restraints. The villain's quirk had activated. He'd invoked a taboo on something Izuku had said. The villain moaned to himself, inhaling deeply as shivers visibly ran up and down his body. He attempted to right himself, but stumbled back when his legs refused to support him. That felt amazing. Fresh tears sprang up to Izuku's eyes. The villain grinned dumbly and Izuku looked at the man's still exposed chest. He could see the new mark. The skin was red and inflamed where it had appeared. It looked like a kind of face, almost like an emoji on a phone but not. To Izuku it looked like a smiling angry face with a too big smile. Izuku did not like it, not when it reminded him of the villain's insane grin. He could smell burning flesh and he wasn't sure whether it was his own or the villain's. "I knew yours was going to be good, but I wasn't expecting you to give up a word that's strong so soon. I couldn't pass up the opportunity. Even if it is a little soon," the villain said as he attempted to rise for the second time. He was still unsteady on his feet, swaying slightly as if he were drunk or someone still trying to come down from a high, but this time he remained upright. What did you do? Izuku stammered. It hurt to talk, his tongue tender, his throat swollen from a mixture of the tattoo branding and his own sobs. The taste of metal was filling his mouth. His crying hadn't ceased since it had started up again. He could barely see what was going on around him anymore through the tears and pain raking through various parts of his body. But don't pay any mind to the markings. They're just a side effect of the initial activation. Makes you look kind of cool, don't you think? Izuku sobbed, loud and hard. What did he do wrong? He'd thought he'd been so careful to not use any important words to him. All he had done was call for help. Nothing particularly identifying or meaningful. His mind was spinning and confused from the fear. He couldn't think properly. Why was this happening to him? But. He didn't have anything left, so why did it still want more? Izuku didn't have any of the answers, but it didn't stop the questions from repeating and compounding in his head. He just wanted someone to help him. Izuku was tired of pretending it was okay. He would give anything for Kaken to be there screaming at him for being dumb and getting caught, but it would mean he was there, that someone had come to rescue him. All Izuku wanted in that moment was for a hero to... The moment the word crossed his mind, Izuku felt his entire consciousness shift and an insurmountable weight settling over his mind, stifling him into nothingness. It was raining, which only served to further ruin Shuta's mood as he moved in on the location. He'd stumbled across the file purely by chance, looking through some old cold cases. He did it on occasion when patrols had been relatively quiet. Hizashi had been the one to suggest it once a few years ago when Shoyuta had been suspended from patrol after an incident with another hero. He'd gone to Tsukachi on a whim, not really expecting anything from him, but then the overworked detective had looked at him with the most awestruck and sad expression before walking him back into the evidence room. Shoyuta wasn't sure what he expected, but it wasn't the hundreds of unsolved cases stacked in their own private section of the room. The world was flooded with heroes. Shoyuta had thought there might be a few dozen cases, probably a few decades old. Heroes didn't just walk away, even the worst of them saw things through to the end. There shouldn't have been so many cases, and the worst of it was that some of them were recent, like within the last 5 years. It froze Shoyuta to his core looking through them all. He ended up grabbing the first set of boxes and lugging them back to the apartment. Heroes normally didn't do in-depth casework. Most didn't receive the proper training for it unless, like Shoyuta, one sought out instruction for it on their own. Otherwise, aside from the basic instruction they received in patrols, villain encounter and apprehension, and aftermath procedure and paperwork, there wasn't much study in the way of proper case study or investigation. Normally, if such a thing was required, the police opened the case first and then requested hero aid as needed. Shoyuta, while he did his own case work on occasion as an underground hero, often partnered with Tsukachi while working on a case to simplify things. It was much easier for a detective to request police resources and database access than a hero, since there was a verification process and a whole mess of paperwork involved for any requests from heroes. It frustrated them both when they realized a lot of the reasons so many of the cases were still open were because of insufficient hero cooperation, lack of time or resources, or just plain lazy investigating. It wasn't that the cases were hard or there weren't any leads or evidence to go off of, it was simply that they got pushed to the back burner because they had other priorities. Shoyuta always felt satisfied when he closed another case, even the easy and simple ones. He was able to give the victims closure and peace of mind, so he kept taking on the cases whenever he had spare time and his patrols were slow. That was especially true right now. Villain activity in the area was up thanks to a surge in attacks on heroes. The commission was doing their best to keep it out of the media, but people were starting to get nervous. Heroes weren't normally targeted for attacks like this, and yet in the last few years there had been dozens of attacks, several of them fatal. Villains were taking advantage of the unease. It made Shuta's job that much harder, but that made the little things all the more important. When he'd originally taken on the Midoriya case, he'd thought it would be open and shut like the rest of them. He'd originally been confused why it was filled under open cases when the officers from the original case had ruled it an accidental death. Tsukachi had been just as confused as him and inquired about it. What they learned from that point on had set both of them off on a warpath. They never actually found a body, hell, no investigation was ever made. The case never made it past the original missing persons report. It was put in open cases just because the people who filed the report wouldn't drop it. Midoriya Izuku, age 7, was reported missing on August 13, 2172 by a Bakugous Mitsuki when her son came home and said Midoriya hadn't showed up to school at all that day. 4 hours later, the case was ruled an accidental death and shelved, or at least it would have been if Bakugous-san hadn't bullied the officers involved for answers for a month straight. Shoyuta had been seething when he pulled the case and practically shouted at his husband about the absurdity of it. This was an innocent child whose mother had just been ended in a villain attack a few days before his birthday in July. His father had been frequently reported to travel out of the country on business since the boy was 4 years old and had had very limited contact in the last couple of years before the kidnapping aside from monthly checks in the mail. Shoyuta was under the suspicion that after his mother died, Midoriya was left to live at their apartment alone since there was no record of him entering foster care. Midoriya was a vulnerable child, seemingly completely alone. A case like this should have warranted mass hero cooperation, but there had been absolutely nothing, and the reason behind it? Quirk, not applicable, quirkless. There was actually a note left by one of the original officers, his statement explaining his and his partner's conclusion. School records indicate the kid has a penchant for placing himself in harm's way as well as picking fights. He has also been reportedly seen at villain and hero scenes. His quirkless status, home life, and obvious addiction to danger and violence lead us to only one conclusion. Shoyuta couldn't believe it. The only reason Midoriya Izuku hadn't legally been declared deceased and the case officially shut was because of the Bakugous involvement and insistence that Midoriya wasn't suicidal and that he didn't seek out anything. They managed to pressure the department for a month before they finally had the door slammed in their faces and were told they would be contacted if anything changed. That all occurred almost 7 years ago. Their likelihood that the boy might still be alive out there somewhere less than 1%, but Shoyuta needed, to close this case for real and shove it in the precinct's face and add more fuel to the detective's fire when he pressed negligence, professional misconduct, and discrimination charges against the officers involved. It was difficult. He had virtually nothing to go off of aside from what little information the Bakugous could provide about Midoriya's normal habits and routes to school. He'd thought about re-interview the Bakugous but decided against it this early on. They'd likely made their peace with the unfortunate event a long time ago. He'd speak with them once he made more progress and was closer to proper answers. It took months, but he finally had something to go off of. He'd finally found Midoriya on the CCTV cameras on the morning in question heading to school, which also gave him full witness of when a hooded figure came out of what he suspected was an alley off camera, covering his mouth with a small bit of cloth before pulling him out of frame. It wasn't much and it only lasted a couple of seconds, but the dumbass actually looked up and around as he grabbed the small boy and Shoyuta was able to get a grab of his face for Tsukachi to run. Not surprisingly, he had a record, mostly drug possession and breaking and entering, barely enough to be considered a D-class villain, but it was a start at least. Shoyuta had a face and a name, Issho Komori, to go off of. It was doubtful this guy actually had Midoriya for longer than a couple hours, probably selling him off to the person really responsible. And that was the point when something really strange happened. Someone mailed in an anonymous package containing a veritable mountain of information and evidence pertaining to Issho Komori and the dozens of other cases he was apparently connected to. He and Tsukachi had been stunned when looking at it all and the fact that it all tracked and was supported. All the cases were disappearances that had occurred over the last 2 decades. They all had cases in the evidence room, which led to multiple trips bringing all the boxes and other evidence up. No one had ever linked any of the cases together before, but there were many gaps in the police files and the anonymous informant's evidence seemed to fill it all in perfectly. Tsukachi verified everything and followed up on the sources provided. It all checked out. Shoyuta was stunned. That kind of information gathering took an extensive amount of time to collect, and most people didn't have the patience for it. This seemed personal to Shoyuta, but he wouldn't complain just yet. The evidence package had even come with a current address and he intended to get the truth straight from the source. Which was why Shoyuta found himself camped on a rooftop opposite the offered address getting soaked in a downpour. The comm link in his ear was open and in direct line to the detective if he had any issue even if they both thought it would be a relatively simple takedown. Isho's quirk was registered as Taboo, which allowed him to inflict a command or condition on himself that, when broken, caused an opposing condition connected to the taboo to take immediate effect. It wasn't an immediate threat, but the evidence had come with an explicit warning against Isho's quirk and to avoid direct contact as well as speech in his presence. They did not go into detail as to why aside from a vague connection to the man's quirk. We've got confirmation that he's the only one inside the building. Apparently this place had been condemned for a while now. You're all clear to go in. Shoyuta didn't respond, but used his capture weapon to swing himself across the alley and through the already broken window, silently making his entry into the apartment. I'm in, have a car ready, Shoyuta said quietly as he moved further in. The place was completely dark, no light except for what filtered in from outside. It made trying to navigate the wrecked and debris-covered rooms, quietly, difficult. There was broken glass and furniture as well as other rotting refuse strewn everywhere. The stench of it made Shoyuta gag and he had to put in a conscious effort not to puke when he started to notice the other spatters and stains on the walls and floors that had nothing to do with the other filth. He finally made it into the room at the back of the apartment. It was cleaner, but not by much, and the lighting was only slightly better. There was only one other person in the room, hunkered in the corner, but that didn't stop him from noticing the wooden chair toppled over on its side directly in front of him. There were still ropes hanging off of it as well as stains, new and old, soaked into the wood. He could imagine what it was for and couldn't suppress the growl that vibrated in the back of his throat. "Who's there?" came a reedy voice, and Shuta's eyes snapped to the thin, emaciated form of a man in the corner. His quirk flared and he fisted a hand preemptively in his capture scarf. His entire body tensed for a moment before relaxing into a guarded position. Shoyuta moved in cautiously. Isho didn't look much like his arrest photo, but it had also been taken well over a decade ago. His skin was sallow and clinging to him, his bones sticking out too much to be comfortable or natural. His mouth twisted into an unpleasant shape as he tried to think of how someone like this could possibly manage to kidnap and control so many people. "Are you someone new?" came the same voice, now high and curious. "I've never had someone come to me before. I bet your taboo would be so interesting." Shoyuta did not respond, remembering the warning, even though he wasn't quite sure what the small man meant by that statement. His eyebrows knit together in confusion as he moved closer, and Isho had not moved. He was sitting in a chair on the opposite side of the room staring at nothing, even though Shoyuta was only about a meter away from him. He was smiling to himself. His clothes were dirty and ragged, hanging off of his weakened, thin form. His shirt and jacket were both open, but still covered the majority of his torso with the way he was sitting. "Isho Komori, you are under arrest for kidnapping and murder." "Oh, hero," he responded, the previously small grin now contorting and stretching into a massive smile with too many teeth, still staring at nothing. "You know, one of my guests from a few years ago was super into heroes. He was so precious, such a cute kid. I never would have pegged him to have such a powerful word at such a young age. I've had highs before, but I still haven't come down from him. Do you have any idea how amazing it feels? I've had a few since then, but nothing even comes close. Can't say that I've seen anything quite like his punishment since then either." And that's when Shoyuta noticed the scars over his eyes, the upper half of his face really. They were scoured with deep, thick scars, his eyelids falling slightly inward, and Shuta's stomach rolled as he realized the man's eyes had been gouged out by what looked like a person's nails. A cold lump formed in the back of his throat. Who had done that to him? Had it been one of his victims? And the way he was talking, he knew the guy had gone after kids before, but hearing him reminisce about it so fondly, his is active most of the time, you know? He said wistfully. He pulled aside his open shirt, exposing his chest, giving Shoyuta a full view of the different colored markings. He thought he was going to be sick at the sight. They had been warned about this by the informant, that his chest was marked with a small symbol for each of his victims. There were well over 24 of them varying in color, white for the dead, black for the inactive, red for active. Isho circled a finger around one in particular, a red, angry, smiley face. "Can't say I'm surprised, but I sort of pity the world for it. I always found punishments entertaining. I've never been particularly afraid of one before, but Guess I should have known it would turn such a cute kid into a little demon. He really was incredible. Shoyuta snapped his capture weapon forward on reflex, but the man put up no fight as Shoyuta stepped forward to handcuff him and escorted him out. It was one of the most unsatisfying arrests Shoyuta ever made. Naomasa fought hard to keep his face neutral despite the righteous fury boiling under the surface. First, it was the sheer number of cold cases they had collecting dust in evidence. He was still new to the area and the precinct at the time, so he hadn't had many chances to just take a look. It wasn't ideal, but it happened sometimes. Then it was the damn Midoriya case. He was still out for blood on that one. And now it was this Issho Komori, who apparently wasn't just some junkie looking for some easy money, but a legitimate villain and serial kidnapper that has gone unnoticed for over 2 decades and would likely have continued had Shoyuta not reopened the Midoriya case and that evidence had not shown up on his desk. What really pissed him off, though, was that Issho didn't seem to think he did anything wrong or was in any kind of trouble. In fact, he started to preen under the attention, talking and monologuing in earnest as he recounted his story. There were so many. They had identifications of most of the victims now. Issho had been more than happy to talk about all his guests, as he called them, going into brutal detail about what it was like when he activated his quirk and the taboo took effect for the first time. He took sick pleasure in recounting them, and the worst for Naomasa was that every word he spoke was the truth as he saw it. "I never ended any of them," he told them. "I always let them go after the first. It's not my fault they chose to go into hiding afterwards, or if they couldn't manage their taboos like I do mine. I was just curious. The possibilities. Each person's taboo is unique to them. I have yet to see any repeats or similarities. Especially not to my special boy." He suppressed a growl. They had surmised through mostly guesswork that Issho was talking about Midoriya whenever he talked about his favorite or his special boy, but Issho had been surprisingly closed-lipped about any specifics pertaining to his kidnapping in particular when he had gone into such enthusiastic and impressive detail for all the others. "We've got files for all the others and we're looking into tracking them down, but you still haven't given us anything on him or what kind of taboo he's under." "I can't say the words I take with my quirk, I've already told you that," he responded dismissively, waving a hand as if bored with the subject. "And it's not like I got to know his name, though I suppose one of the other boys he was with when I first saw him called him Deku, if that's any help. Such an innocent, small thing. To be honest, I'm a little surprised you haven't encountered him yet with a punishment like that." "What's that supposed to mean?" Naomasa growled, unable to hold back his anger. He hadn't stopped smiling the whole time he had been questioned. That same insane smile. They'd had the man examined by a medical officer when he was brought in. His quirk allowed him to assess a person's condition through extended contact. The longer the touch went on, the more he could learn. Issho had not objected, and they certainly learned a lot about him, more than they were expecting to. His brain and therefore his mind were severely damaged, and it was likely that the use of his quirk on others was the cause, according to the doctor, which an entirely different matter altogether since his quirk had apparently mutated at some point when he was a teenager because it was taboo to use his quirk on someone else. The high Issho described after using it on one of his guests? Yeah, that was physical backlash being dealt to his brain by his quirk. The original function of the Taboo Quirk was meant to put restrictions on the user since it wasn't limited to just words for him. The punishments then weren't so much punishments. It would be more along the lines of, "I cannot get hurt," and if he does, then the taboo effect would be something like, "I cannot feel pain." It had the potential to be powerful if trained and honed properly, but Issho had corrupted it by using it on someone else, changing the fundamental nature of the quirk. "It makes him into a little monster," Issho said, suddenly dark and vicious. Broke out of his ropes completely on his own and had the audacity to laugh as he clawed out my eyes with his blunted fingernails. "You think I'm insane? You think I'm a sadist? You come find me when you finally arrest him. It'll be a good laugh." He was still telling the truth. Naomasa frowned. "Tell us how to lift the quirk," he hummed in thought. "As far as I know, it's always been permanent. My touching them again only activates the punishment since I'm always in possession of their words. You can reset it, knock him unconscious, or shove his personification of his word in his face. Those will both snap him out of it like a slap to the face." There was a knock. Naomasa rose and left without saying another word to the blind villain. Any luck with him? Eraserhead asked, standing on the opposite side of the door in front of the two-way mirror. His arms were folded across his chest, glaring at the man sitting dumbly at the table grinning to himself. In a manner of speaking, Naomasa responded. He'd gotten answers to all of his questions, but not necessarily the ones he needed or wanted. He had next to nothing on Midoriya other than that after freeing himself and attacking Isho he had virtually disappeared. They had no record of a kid fitting that description popping up at any other cases or at any point in the last 7 years, so they had hit a dead end again. But nothing on Midoriya? No, Naomasa shook his head. He barely gave up any information on his kidnapping at all, which was out of character. It could be that he's afraid, maybe, I don't know, but I'm worried, Eraser. The things he did say about him were concerning. If he was really the one to gouge his eyes like that as a child, and he seemed quite emphatic in calling him a monster and seemed to be under the impression we would have encountered him already. That isn't exactly comforting, Detective, Eraserhead responded with a grunt. We were provided with a few leads and even a couple locations for some of the missing people. I was planning on looking into a few myself just so I could see this taboo effect for myself before getting back to the Midoriya case. According to the informant, anyone affected by the man's quirk will have tattoos on their wrists, ankles, and neck as well as having the kanji character for their word burned into their tongue. I don't know about you, but I've had a couple criminals pop up like that over the years. Naomasa understood what he was saying. It had been a weird coincidence and eventually they put it down to being part of some random group. It wasn't like tattoos of that nature were uncommon ways to mark affiliations, but these had always bothered Naomasa when they casually showed up in reports. There wasn't anything defining or symbolic about them, they were just thick black bands around the wrists, ankles, and neck. Now that he knew why and where they had come from, he couldn't help but think of their resemblance to shackles. Right? Naomasa said. The two of them started to walk away from the interrogation room back out into the main building. I suppose that means we're going to have to reopen all of those cases now too. The penalty for quirk-induced crimes is a lot less severe and a lot of times doesn't carry any prison time. I'd do it myself, but I'm already buried under the Dekanai case. That villain who seems to enjoy attacking heroes? I didn't think you were on that case, Eraserhead responded, falling in step behind Naomasa. I wasn't, but they handed it off to me because of my promotion and the fact that my quirk both simplifies and complicates the case, Naomasa explained with a heavy sigh. Truth be told, the case was way over his head, and it had managed to become even more of a mess recently when new evidence was brought forward indicating that the villain, self-named Dekanai, might actually be two people under the same alias. They were still relatively new with their first confirmed attack having taken place a few years ago, but since then they had been more than active. So far 5 heroes were dead and 27 others had been brutally attacked to the point of sustaining permanent damage and being forced into retirement from their injuries. Most of them were traumatized to the point of either being incapable of speaking about what happened or would spiral into a breakdown after getting so far. It's cases like these that make it hard to believe villains aren't just born evil, Eraserhead said with a disgusted frown half hidden in his capture scarf. I mean, what kind of twisted sense of sadism does it take to torture someone with their own quirk like that? It gets worse, Naomasa told him. It was supposed to be on a need-to-know basis, but Eraserhead was more than likely going to be brought in after he wrapped up the Midoriya case. We haven't released this, but we think there might actually be 2 of them. Seriously? Eraserhead said, stopping in his tracks to look back at Naomasa. Yeah. Naomasa frowned. There were too many discrepancies between victimology and methodology to limit it to one person anymore. I don't know. His brutality seemed pretty consistent from what I've heard. Aizawa scoffed and kept walking down the hall. Right, I forgot. You heroes would only know about what happened to your own kind. He didn't mean it negatively. It was just how the system worked. Heroes didn't have access to case files outside of the ones they were actively collaborating on or pursuing solo. Because of that, most info shared amongst heroes was about high-profile cases or major villains. Unless they had an in with the police, they wouldn't know about police-exclusive cases. The truth is, we've been getting reports of an assailant fitting Dekanai's description going after vigilantes, even other villains. But compared to the way the heroes were treated, Those cases are downright tender. Given how specific and detailed the accounts and descriptions were, we couldn't pass them off as coincidences anymore. We were forced to consider, and how do you know it's not just one guy then? Even without the matching descriptions, there's still the degree of quirk exploitation. We all taken advantage of weaknesses when they're offered, but with Deku it's on another level. They pick apart quirks to a point where they find weaknesses where there previously weren't any. It's not that common a skill. The chief is considering alerting the media and putting the public on alert. So far he hasn't attacked any regular citizens, but once he crosses that line they'll make him most wanted in Japan. They've already invited Nezu to consult. I didn't realize it was that bad, Eraserhead responded darkly, then his brows furrowed. What does your quirk have to do with a case like this then? They're at least an A-class villain together. A truth detection quirk wouldn't really be necessary. It's because of the information being dropped for some of the victims, Naomasa informed him. He cringed at the thought of all the files sitting on his desk waiting for him. Most of the time it's for the villains or vigilantes that get taken down, listing their crimes and any relevant information pertaining to them, but lately files have even started being submitted for hero victims. Anywhere between a few days to a matter of weeks after the fact, Deku will leave a veritable data dump about the victim either where the scene took place or have it left at the nearest police station. They want me to discredit and remove any validation this villain might try to claim later on. The problem? So far it's been frighteningly accurate, and I've got the Hero Commission trying to railroad me into looking the other way to try to cover it up. Some of these heroes Deku is attacking? They're shady as hell, Eraser, some more than others, which is where the varying level of brutality comes from, I think. You trying to make him out as some would-be vigilante then like Stain? Eraserhead growled with a raised eyebrow. No, and I'm not defending the guy either. I'm just saying calling him a villain doesn't exactly fit 100% of the time when the people he's attacking are criminals and villains in their own right. He's a murderer, but how many of those heroes would still be getting away with all the atrocities and backdoor deals they were conducting? How many more people would be suffering right now? Guess that means we've officially gotten ourselves our first real anti-hero then, Eraserhead responded coolly. What should I be keeping an eye out for? He wears a white mask with a red smile on it, has short black hair, red eyes, and dresses to impress, usually in the formal wear variety with black pants, shirt, and vest accented with a red tie and gloves. Victim statements about his personality aren't very reliable. It's another reason we determined there to be two of them. Most of them conflict with each other. Some say he's very lazy and apathetic with the way he talks, even when it's about the most gruesome things, while others say he's downright insane, and there are the really frightening ones that say he acts like a naive little kid. We don't have any reports on a quirk thus far. The working theory is it's some form of analysis or intelligence quirk, but we haven't ruled out strength enhancing. Oh, and there, Naomasa stopped dead in his tracks. What is it? A black ring around his neck, Naomasa whispered. It didn't necessarily mean anything, it could just be a coincidence, but Deku, in several of the accounts, has been reportedly seen with a singular black band tattooed around his neck. At face value that could mean absolutely nothing, especially without confirmation on his wrists or ankles, but… Shit, are you trying to tell me Deku, who is maybe two people, might be one of Isho's victims? Do you have any idea how hard that's going to make it to try to prosecute him if you're right? I don't know that even a quirk-induced psychosis would be able to roll back the charges he's looking at very much. It's only excusable up to a certain point. 54 total victims isn't something the government can just let slide. I suppose we'll have to actually catch the guy first before we can start thinking about how to prosecute him, Eraserhead said with a sigh, and the two of them continued walking. That's Ned's job. No one else on the case has had any luck so far in nailing the guy down. They can't even find a proper motivation outside of a personal vendetta considering how diverse the victims were. If it were just heroes or just villains, I'd be thinking along the lines of revenge, but he targets all three for seemingly different reasons. It doesn't follow any sort of pattern. Then there's the fact that he doesn't leave any physical evidence of himself behind, even with as messy and disorganized as the scenes are, not even on the stuff he spends extra time on. I bet the rat is having the time of his life. He hasn't had a challenge like this in a few years, I don't think, Eraserhead muttered, seemingly more to himself than to the detective. Naomasa shrugged. For the moment, it's nothing you really need to worry about. You should probably focus more on the Midoriya case than getting distracted by one that's not going anywhere anytime soon. So long as you don't have anything shady going on, you probably won't encounter Dekunai for yourself. Eraserhead rubbed the back of his head. Right, I should probably alert the Bakugous about the new development in the case next time I get a minute. They were the only ones who ever reported him missing or made any effort to find him, so yeah, just make sure you're not giving them false hope, alright? Naomasa said as he stopped at a split to the hallway. His office was further down. Eraserhead would be separated to head back out for the street. You know, I'm not that kind of hero, I just can't stand what those officers did. After all these years, they deserve some kind of answer, or at least to know we haven't entirely given up. We failed them once, I don't plan on doing so a second time, Eraserhead told him sharply, turning to go down the hall back to the main lobby. He waved without looking back. I suppose I should wish you luck, then? Same to you, Naomasa responded. Call Sansa if you get any leads or need any help, I'll make sure he knows to get you whatever you need. Happy hunting. It really should have been the laugh that gave him away. Rumors had been circulating the prefecture about a serial hero murder for months now. Hell, Ronin had participated in one of the raids to recover Solarix when she went missing 8 months ago. He doubted he would ever get that image out of his mind. She was alive when they recovered her, but barely. A tip had come in about screams in the area a few nights before, and it was within Solarix's patrol route. They eventually found her in a condemned storage facility. Her locker was the only one with a busted lock. Some of Solarix's sidekicks who had volunteered to participate in order to save their boss had vomited almost as soon as the door was opened. She was strung up by her wrists from a bar along the ceiling and seemingly pinned out behind her by 2 thin, collapsible knives, were what they all assumed to be Solarix's wings. No one outside of her close friends were supposed to even know she had wings. Solarix's quirk was called Prisma Flight. To civilians it just seemed like she could bend sunlight, allowing her to hover in the air and create concentrated light beams, but those in the know were aware that she had a set of near-invisible wings set just above her hips, framing the small of her back. They kept her airborne while manipulating the individual prism-like features was what allowed her to contort light. She had broken through the top 100 within her first 2 years as a hero and had been on track to reaching the top 20 before she turned 25. That would never happen now. Solarix's wings were laid bare in the harsh light of 2 well-adjusted spotlights, throwing the confined locker space in a kaleidoscope of rainbow colors, which just seemed to mock the brutality of the truth. The wings themselves were limp and slightly crooked, the feathers were ruffled and disarranged, some pulled half out while a small, scattered pile of them were lying beneath her. An assortment of cheap-looking plastic darts were sticking out of the prismatic wings, coating sections of feathers in a deep, dark crimson. A few more were lying on the floor, slightly melted with their flights singed. In fact, there were singe and burn marks dotted sporadically all across the room, the floor, the walls, the ceiling. Solarix had fought back at least. It hadn't seemed to have helped at all. Her attacker had taken a fair bit of time toying with her in order to reduce her to that kind of state. If it wasn't obvious by the darts, then the close collection of related scorch marks around her body, as well as the numerous blistering burns of varying degrees patterned across various exposed and unexposed parts of her body, coupled with the lone flight feather they had collected at the door, said enough. Solarix had been tortured cruelly through the exploitation of her own quirk. And written all around, on every exposed surface, was one word, etched repeatedly in dripping, half-tacky blood. Everywhere you looked you were bombarded with it. Large, small, overlapped, smeared. The room was permeated with the metallic stench of the stuff. It was a scene straight out of a slasher film, bathed in soft yellows and blues and greens and pinks and purples, and so horrifyingly, excruciatingly real. In all his time as a hero, Ronin didn't think he had ever seen anything to match it. The Hero Public Safety Commission was quick to shut down as much media coverage of the attack as possible. Everyone involved was under a gag order. It made Ronin wonder about some of the other attacks that had been reported. Heroes got hurt confronting villains all the time, Now he wondered how many of them lately had been the usual set of broken bones or internal injuries and how many had met fates like Solarix. There had been more hero retirements within the last 3 years than the previous 5 combined. It even seemed like the public was beginning to catch on to what was happening. Everyone was on edge, villains were becoming more bold, copycats were beginning to pop up, some more successful than others. But so far, no one had been able to track down the villain responsible for unleashing pandemonium upon society. More heroes went missing, more heroes came up injured, more heroes were permanently retired. That's why everyone was being more attentive on their patrols. Everyone was looking for something or someone out of place. Someone following them, repeat appearances in crowds during fights. Intel said the methodical nature of the attacks indicated premeditation and planning. Pro-heroes couldn't be taken down by just any random villain. They needed to be extremely powerful to overwhelm the hero with pure strength or dangerously meticulous in analyzing their opponent beforehand as well as having a fair amount of luck. It's the kind of encounter that you normally only hear about happening to other heroes. The stuff the teachers use as examples of a worst-case scenario or stories you hear about as part of history. No one ever thinks it will happen to them. Only the top-ranking heroes generally make what are commonly known as arch-nemeses, and those are normally the kind of heroes that attract direct, intentional conflict with villains. Ronin was 4 years out from his probationary rookie years. He wasn't even ranked in the top 100 yet, but that was generally alright by him. He'd only gone into heroics for the money and relatively unrestricted usage of his quirk. The money wasn't even all that great when you consider all the reparations heroes, particularly solo heroes like Ronin, had to pay to the commission and the government. He'd been having to supplement his earnings for a couple of years now just to make it seem worth it. Maybe that's why he wasn't as cautious as he should have been. Maybe that's why he had gotten a little reckless in his takedowns. Maybe that's why he hadn't stood a chance. It was close to the end of his patrol. It had been a relatively boring day. He'd dealt with a robbery near the start, but the rest of it had mostly just been dealing with civilians and a couple of fans. He'd been toying around with his quirk for the last hour or so, just waiting for his time to be up. Parasite cords wasn't a quirk people would have typically pegged for heroism. It allowed him to make thin, but extremely durable strings from his hands and fingers which he could then use to manipulate objects and even people however he wanted. The later part took up a lot of energy and mental focus, so he didn't use it much, but objects were easy. The more familiar he was with it, then the easier it was to manipulate with his strings. Back when he was a kid, all of his peers had given him a hard time, but now here he was, proving them all wrong. His quirk was revered for its versatility. He was the armory hero, Ronin, wielder of a veritable arsenal of weapons. He'd like to see those a-holes try that crap on him now. Laughter echoed towards him from down the alley he just passed. He paused. Something about it had sounded off. It wasn't joyful, it was too sharp for that. Disbelief, maybe? That didn't seem right either. He turned to move down the alley, holding a hand out in front of him, 2 fingers extended. 2 of his blades unsheathed themselves from his back. He at least wasn't dumb enough to approach a situation completely unprepared. This is Hero Ronin. Come out and state your business, he called down the alley. The time was really working against him right now. The setting sun throwing the shadow of the building beside him over the alley and his vision. Accustomed as he was to the open sunny street, Ronin had a hard time breaking up the new darkness. The laughter stopped. Oh. There was shuffling to his right and his eyes quickly refocused on the potential threat. He made a complicated motion with his fingers and his swords rolled through the air to reposition themselves, one for offense the other defense. He wasn't sure why he was so on edge all of a sudden. Was it because of how boring the patrol had been? His eyes had finally adjusted so he could see what was around him a bit better, and what he saw had him hesitating. It was a boy, maybe in his mid-teens, and looked like he'd been having a rough time. Maybe he was homeless? The clothes he was wearing looked like dress clothes, complete with a vest, tie, and gloves, but they were dirty and haggard, with rips and various unknown stains. He supposed they could be a runaway. He'd encountered a handful of those over the years. He must come from a pretty decent family with clothes like that though. Maybe there was a reward out for the kid? He dropped his hand and his sword tips immediately dipped towards the asphalt, grounding themselves. Sorry, Didn't mean to scare you there, bud. He crouched down, getting close to the kid's level. He was sitting slightly slumped against the wall behind him. Various bits of garbage and refuse were scattered around. Ronan did his best to breathe through his mouth, though it still made him want to gag. Up close, it wasn't just the kid's clothes that were messed up. The poor guy was absolutely covered in bruises and scrapes, some of them looking pretty nasty and on the verge of infection. His black hair was a matted, filthy mess hanging over what he was pretty sure were intensely red eyes, one of which were slightly swollen shut. The boy tilted his head slightly to look up at Ronan and, what the F dash, was that effing muzzle? It covered the most of his face, from the bridge of his nose just under his eyes to curving over and covering his jawline, and seemed to wrap all the way around his head. It was made from matte white material that looked like a blend between the sturdy armor plating some heroes had in their costumes and a carbon fiber-like fabric, form-fitted to the contours of the boy's face. A large red smile was printed over where the mouth would be, and there was an obvious thinning of the material under the nose to allow for breathing. Ronan tried to look for any clips or releases to get the damn thing off, but couldn't make anything out in the shadowy gloom of the alley. "Hey kid, who did this to you?" Ronan asked quickly, pulling down the cloth covering his nose and mouth so the kid could understand him better. The red eyes seemed to glow behind his bangs. "Mean Mika did," he said in a high pouty voice. "It comes off if you say the password, but I don't know it. Miku is always so mean to me. I'm just trying to have some fun, but he's always ruining it. Keeping me shut up all the time. I hate that guy. He should just die already." That was a lot to process for not having said that much. Had he just stumbled across an escaped kidnapping victim? But something was off with the way he talked. He didn't sound particularly scared of whoever this Miku was, annoyed and maybe a little frustrated, but not afraid. Was it a side effect? Long-term victims could suffer changes to their personality and disposition as a means of coping. Was this like that? "Don't worry, bud, I'm a hero. I can help you." "What's your name?" he asked gently. He put a finger to his chin, tilting his head seemingly in thought. That was concerning. Everyone always asks that and I never know what to say. "Midori-kun calls me Akai, I guess." "But is that your name?" he asked again. "I don't have one," he said as if it were the simplest, most unimportant thing. "I like Akai though. Midori-kun is so nice like that, but Miku is always putting Midori-kun to sleep so I never get to play with him either." Shit. Now there was another kid he had to worry about? And the way he talked. It was almost like his mental age had stagnated at some point. "Alright, okay, how about I play with you then? Why don't you show me where you and Midori-kun stay? It wouldn't be fair to leave him out of the fun, right? If Ronan could get Akai to lead him back, then he might be able to save the other kid, might get to deal with the kidnapper too." "I would, but..." He paused, looking down at his legs splayed out in front of him. "I can't walk right now. My body's too exhausted, but I don't want to sleep. Miku never lets me out. I have to take advantage of this while I can." "It's okay, I can carry you. This is nothing to a hero," he said with what he hoped was his best smile. He made looping motion with his hand and his blades sheathed themselves. Ronan had never been the smiling, reassuring type. He left that to the heroes with flashy, heroic quirks. But this kid, he might just start putting more into patrols after this. Was this what those veteran pros talked about when they meant that one case? This sheet was ifang intense. His heart was beating faster than it ever had before, but he took a deep breath and tried to remember his classes on victim support and treatment. Ronan turned around and crouched to offer his back. There were several seconds of silence, then he heard the telltale shuffling of clothes and the scattering of alley debris. Weight settled over his back as the kid clumsily tried to drag himself forward, looping his arms around Ronan's neck. He quickly put his own hands back to prop up and hold the boy's legs as he slowly rose to his feet. Ronan wrinkled his nose at how easy it was. The kid weighed next to nothing. For once he was happy that he had a rep for slight excessive force. "You good back there?" Ronan asked. "Yes sir, Hiro-san." "But you have so many weapons. Why do you have so many? Is it because of your quirk? Do you use them all?" he asked in a high, chipper voice. "You can just call me Ronan, bud," he corrected with a slight smile. "And my quirk lets me manipulate objects, so yeah, if the situation called for it I could use them all." "Which way are we going?" Oh, it's this way. He pointed further down the alley and Ronan started walking, shuffling the kid's weight so he was a little more comfortable. Wow, that's so cool. Your quirk is amazing, Hiro-san. Well, thanks, kid. I've been putting a lot of work into it. He kept walking. Akai asked him questions, usually about being a hero or his quirk as he gave him direction. Ronan didn't mind answering. Keeping victims distracted helped to keep them calm and he didn't mind talking about himself that much. He never got to brag about his skills to people and the praise felt nice. The kid never did shake the habit of calling him Hiro-san. He half wondered if it was a trauma thing. Whatever, right now his priority was keeping Akai safe and rescuing this Midori kid. He should probably have called for backup, but his hands were a little busy right now. Besides, he was confident enough in his control to take down a kidnapper. If things did get difficult, he'd call for backup then. He hoped this guy's place wasn't too far away. The kid might not weigh much, but Ronan wasn't used to carrying things like a teenager for very long. Case number 003641. Investigator, Tsukachi Naomasa. Date of death, October 23, 2179 2:41 and 22 seconds. Medical examiner, Do-Kite Tango. Primary rationale for medical examiner, violent death, homicide. Decedent identification. Name, Nomi Yoshio. Japan Social Insurance No. 4247-1649560. Aliases, Armory Hero, Ronan. Date of birth, March 11, 2155. Age 24. Home address, Rose Annex, apartment number 16. District, Irino-cho, 8-52-291. City/ward, Musutafu, Nishiku. Prefecture, Hamamatsushi, Shizuoka. Area code, 4328061. Phone no, 53920023434. Quirk, parasite cords. Marital status, never married. Occupation, employed, unaffiliated, solo hero. Secondary parties. Scene information. Scene visit date, October 27, 2179. Scene visit time, 6 hours 24 minutes and 56 seconds. Notification date, October 27, 2179. Notification time, 6 hours 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Investigator notified by Tamikawa Sansa. Photo/video taken by scene investigator, yes. Photo/video taken by police, no. Police on scene, yes. Heroes on scene, Case no, 003641. Department, Musutafu Precinct 03, Major Crimes. Officers, Tamikawa Sansa, Okimoto Shizuka, Kaba Hayata, Iori Tadayoshi. Address of incident, warehouse number 058. District, and Shinsho, 8-52-291. City/ward, Musutafu, Higashiku. Prefecture, Hamamatsushi, Shizuoka. Area code, 4350005. Incident date, October 27, 2179. Incident time, 5 hours 45 minutes and 38 seconds. The place of incident, other, specify non-operational warehouse of Yayarozu Affiliate Corporation, no connection. Notes regarding place of incident. Virtually abandoned for an indeterminate amount of time between 5 and 10 years. 2-story, open floor plan with catwalk network. Assortment of machinery, undisturbed. Multiple points of possible entry and exit. Frequented spot for squatters and teenagers. Description of incident. Nomi Yoshio aka Ronan was found by trespassing teenagers at approximately 5:45. He was pronounced dead on the scene by responding heroes, officers, and me. The state of the body was almost non-recognizable. A substantial amount of both blunt and sharp force injuries were noted on site. He was found bound to a wooden board at the back of the warehouse, restrained at all 4 limbs with what was identified as broken pieces of pipe pining both palms to the wood. All fingers on both hands were removed at the second knuckle. Damage seemed to be particularly focused on the hands, which in addition to the removal of the fingers, also sustained additional piercing wounds and were burned almost to the bone. Instruments found on site all appear to have been in the possession of Nomi Yoshio as documented in his original disappearance. The area was coated in a substantial amount of blood. Additionally, all walls and surfaces within the immediate vicinity were repeatedly inscribed with the words hero, believed to be in the victim's blood. Further analysis pending autopsy and evaluation of evidence, but preliminary findings indicate Dekanai duo in conjunction with cases 003627, 003613, 003591 as likely perpetrator. Izuku had spent the majority of his existence in the last 7 years suspended in a void. Just an eternal nothing in the very depths of his subconscious where he could see nothing, hear nothing, feel nothing, think nothing. He called it sleeping since that's mostly what he tried to do there, and it wasn't as if he could say he was really awake while he was in the void, he just sort of was. Heroics. Heroism. Most people don't think about how often some form of the word gets used in a society where virtually everything was founded on the career. Ever since heroics was normalized as an acceptable career, it was just a simple constant or fact people accepted and moved on from. Most people didn't spare a second thought or consider how much influence such a seemingly little thing had on their lives. Izuku did. He was intimately aware of how frequently it came up. 7 years ago Izuku had been kidnapped. The villain used his quirked taboo on Izuku, taking away his right to the word hero and cursing him with a punishment for breaking it. That punishment? Taboo had created an alter ego of sorts that took control of Izuku's body when it was triggered. The entity he had taken to referring to as Akai was about as opposite from a hero as one could get. He was the literal incarnation of Izuku's worst nightmare, a psychopathic serial ender, who of course, had an obsession with exploiting quirks, because quirk nerd Midoriya Izuku, particularly those of heroes. To his knowledge, however, Akai hadn't attacked any civilians yet, mostly likely because he found them too boring. It was all just one big game for Akai. He enjoyed hurting people, taking pleasure in causing them as much pain as possible in as drawn-out agonizing way he could manage. His victims didn't always die. Izuku didn't think Akai attacked them with explicit interest in seeing people die, but if they didn't entertain him enough then he would just leave and find someone else to toy with. No, it was the process of watching someone break that he loved, and Izuku was the person he wanted to break the most. See, Izuku wasn't always left alone in that black nothingness. Generally, he had zero knowledge as to what the other did day to day while he was in control. However, Izuku was still intimately aware of every attack down to the very last detail. Akai would force him watch from first-person perspective as he picked apart their quirks, either savagely toying with their weakness or brutally manipulating the quirk itself against the victim. And Izuku could do nothing to try to stop it. He was still shackled and suspended there in his mind, forced to watch and made a party to the crime, completely useless and defenseless to do anything else. Even when Akai wasn't in control, Izuku couldn't escape him. Every time he closed his eyes for longer than a couple of minutes, the memories would begin to bubbly up. Cruel nightmares and twisted dreams constructed by Akai with the express purpose of tormenting Izuku, attempting to drive him to insanity. He couldn't remember the last time he slept, pseudo or real, without blood or death painting the backs of his eyelids. He was a monster. Even if all of this was because of a villain's quirk, Izuku was still the one they would blame. The quirkless kid who had gone insane. He tried to shut himself away, tried to avoid the word, but it was impossible. Despite living as a shut-in, avoiding everyone, he still had to go out sometimes. Izuku spent most of his time asleep in his own head, hoping he wouldn't wake up to blood on his hands or the fancy clothes he always seemed to be wearing the next time Akai collapsed from pure exhaustion. The entity didn't always end someone. In fact, that was a fairly recent change. Most of his childhood was one big blank, and when he woke up he'd always know things he hadn't known before. That's another thing. Almost everything about Izuku was shared with Akai aside from the other's independent consciousness. He couldn't interact with Akai at all, or at least the other never seemed to react when he had tried, but Akai could do whatever he wanted in Izuku's head. Talking, hallucinations, memory blackouts, or alterations didn't matter, everything was fair game to Akai. Izuku had to beg him and make a deal with him just so he wouldn't show him things about Kaken or his mother anymore, and surprisingly he had kept the promise. There were little moments like that that gave Izuku the small amount of respite he needed to persevere. The moment he gave up, the moment Izuku really broke, Akai would win. He'd go to that void in the back of his mind and would just never come out. He thought about it before. He'd thought about it a lot. Akai was equal parts savage monster and unstoppable machine, very single-minded and relentless about certain things. All the physical training and learning Izuku had were because of the other entity. Akai seemed to be able to pick and choose what things he got to share with Izuku. He let him keep stuff that didn't seem important for Izuku to know, like the plethora of academic knowledge he had accumulated for whatever reason, as well as the insane amount of random facts that he would just remember out of nowhere. But anything to do with Akai that wasn't an attack itself was a no-go. He was also generous enough to let Izuku keep all of the physical injuries and abuse his body would sustain while Akai was in control, leaving him with a latticework of various scars. He stopped keeping track of them a long time ago, about the same time he had stopped looking in mirrors. The only upside to that particular method of torment was that Izuku's physical condition was actually very well trained, with conditioned reflexes and muscle memory equivalent or better to rookie pros. To the best of Izuku's knowledge, Akai had likely used his earlier years under the taboo to get accustomed to Izuku's body and gauge what limits there might be and if there was a way around them. Those hadn't been pleasant years. Then again, none of them in the last 7 were. When he got really low, which was often, sometimes the only thing he could think about was how everything about him, even down to his education and body, was because of Akai, but it wasn't like he could do it himself. He couldn't even pick up a textbook to try to study on his own because nearly all of them mentioned hero-es or heroics in them at least once, and Izuku couldn't even try to search for something without it because that would immediately trigger Akai into showing up and doing whatever the hell he wanted. Izuku was completely and utterly alone aside from the other him inside his head that only made itself known when he wanted to terrorize and emotionally torture Izuku further. He had never gone back to his mother's apartment after he woke up the first time. Izuku had found himself collapsed in a park with dried blood all over his hands and caked under his broken fingernails. He had been petrified of going back and endangering Kaken or the Bakugous. He hadn't understood what had happened or how he'd gotten there. He hadn't even realized it had been nearly a week since his original kidnapping until he'd almost collapsed next to an appliance store whose TV displays had been running the local news. Akai was an insomniac. He could go for several days, sometimes even weeks without sleep, and that was one of the only ways to reset the taboo. He'd figured that out after a few months. There were 2 ways to deactivate the taboo. The first was obvious. Whenever Akai was rendered unconscious in some way, whether it be from an external force or him simply collapsing from utter exhaustion when his body gives out, Akai doesn't care what happens to him or what injuries he sustains. Izuku didn't think the other could actually feel pain or real emotion. He was pretty sure Akai functioned purely on desire and instinct, and that instinct seemed to be telling him to cause as much harm and chaos as possible. The other way Izuku had stumbled across by accident when he tried to make it to the convenience store nearby for food and somehow managed to not trigger his taboo throughout the entirety of one of All Might's villain fights. The best he had been able to deduce from that is that being around someone who he believed personified his taboo word stopped the punishment from activating, even if the word was said multiple times. Izuku had idolized All Might his entire life as the perfect hero, but that didn't exactly help his situation. It wasn't like he could just follow the All Might for the rest of his life. So he slept. Even if Akai was only active for at minimum a few weeks at a time, Izuku only managed to enjoy his time in control after that for a couple days most of the time, unless he just never left the small little apartment he had somehow been renting for the last few years, and even then he couldn't just avoid the word. It was important to him after all. And even when he was technically awake and in control, he spent most of that still asleep or nursing injuries trying to make up for Akai's recklessness. That monster might not feel pain, but Izuku did. Nowadays, the only sure way Izuku could tell the difference between waking and sleeping most of the time was pain, since it all blended together so seamlessly. In the void, he couldn't feel anything, and in real sleep he always woke up before he felt anything. It was a morbid existence. He contemplated ending it sometimes, It was the only permanent solution that he thought he'd actually be able to pull off successfully without Akai interfering somehow. The only way for him to finally get some control back. Izuku had tried going to the police multiple times, especially when the attacks and murders started happening, but he almost never made it to the precinct door, and on the rare chance that he did, something always happened in the lobby that triggered his taboo. Without fail. But, for whatever reason, Izuku hadn't done it yet. He'd gotten close a few years ago. It was definitely his lowest point up until now. He'd started cutting just to make sure he was actually awake, and then one day he'd decided why not go a little deeper? His memories from then were actually really hazy, since it was a period where Akai was more active than not and Izuku had been in a state of listlessness for a while, the time before he had made the deal. He'd somehow gotten patched up afterwards, but the event had still scared him straight for a while. Now though, what kept him away was the blood. Izuku couldn't see so much as a few drops without wanting to be violently sick or passing out. He was honestly surprised at how long it had taken for that phobia to develop, since Akai had been showing him gory nightmares since he'd manifested 7 years ago, usually featuring his family and friends. Maybe it was because now he knew the flashes of bodies and blood were real, and he was the cause. It was easier to sleep it all away and wait for the day when someone finally arrested him. Izuku was a coward. He was letting people get hurt, die, because he was scared of what Akai would do, what he did anyway. Izuku should get it over with. He didn't know why he was bothering, what he was attempting to wait for when he literally had nothing. Akai had and did everything. He got the apartment, he got money, somehow, he did the studying, he did the training. Izuku didn't have anything or hadn't accomplished anything. Akai was insane and murder seemed to be his fallback, but at least he could do something. Izuku hated. Reality suddenly took a sharp, lurching twist to upwards as Izuku was pulled sharply from the back of his head. His vision swam and black spotted it from the sudden assault of light as the world seemed to list and tilt beneath his unsteady feet. His stomach churned and his entire body ached, his head simultaneously light and throbbing painfully. He doubled over, hands dropping to his knees to try and steady himself. A broken pipe rattled to the concrete between his feet as it slipped from his weak fingers. He swallowed, trying to control his rattling, unsteady breaths. The air stank of rot and metal and mildew. Out of his peripheral, he was beginning to notice things, particularly spatters of red. It wasn't much, just old stains on the clothes he was wearing and the pipe he had been holding, but his heart jumped up into his throat anyway. This had to be a dream. Izuku never got brought back before anything happened like this. After, yes, he'd called the police on several occasions, but never before Akai had managed to take someone. He could feel the acid and bile building up and burning in the back of his throat as he fought the urge to vomit and then pass out as his anxiety began to spike out of control. He stumbled, trying to find his way out without looking at anything, trying not to focus on the warm, damp phantom feelings soaking into his skin. Things went hazy for a moment. He had a vague sense of feeling displaced as his body seemed to move on its own, carrying him rapidly out of the room. He knew he was crying again. He was usually crying when he was awake, but it had never been like this. There wasn't anyone else in the room, warehouse. So it wasn't as if Akai had been attacked. This has to be a dream, had to, but then why was he so disoriented? Why was his head throbbing? It reminded him of the very first time. He'd felt awful. Coming out for the first time, but it wasn't this. He felt shaky and weak and pain. Yep, that was definitely pain he was feeling in his chest and his forearms. When he became aware of his body again, he was outside. Izuku had no way of knowing how far he had gone or where he ended up, just that he managed to go a grand total of a further 3 steps before he was vomiting violently behind a dumpster. He ripped the gloves he was wearing off and pulled away the white mask that was hanging limply around his neck, throwing them both as far from him as he could. The eerie red smile depicted across the white material of the mask seemed to laugh at him as he struggled to breathe, gagging and trying not to continue throwing up. Izuku ripped his eyes away from it, even more unpleasant memories rising to the surface at the unwanted reminder. What was happening? What happened to Akai? What happened to him? He looked at his wrists. The markings were still there, taboo was still in effect, so he shouldn't be awake. Izuku felt his pulse jumping erratically in his neck. He didn't know where he was and it was the middle of the day. The likelihood of Taboo being triggered again within the hour was almost a certainty, but he didn't want to get pulled under again so soon, especially after being brought back so abruptly. Izuku wanted to know why. It wasn't as if All Might were anywhere close by. There was no way Izuku would have been able to miss his presence, and Akai avoided the man like the plague. For now though, he had to push those panic-inducing thoughts away. He focused on his out-of-control breathing and tried to figure out where he was. It was an alley. A particularly nasty one, even if it wasn't the worst he'd ever woken up in. That was good, at least he hadn't stumbled out on a busy street. He had a chance at least, he could maybe wait the day out and move. Shouting distracted him and he looked up faintly. He was weak. The exhaustion from Akai's time awake was starting to hit him as the adrenaline, fear, and dizziness from being thrust suddenly awake wore off. He was too far away and half hidden behind a dumpster, so he couldn't hear much aside from indistinct shouting and laughing. Distantly he thought he recognized the types of shouts. Bullies. Izuku hadn't attended school since he was 7, but he remembered what it was like, sort of. He still hated it. He didn't understand how people could make themselves feel better by belittling and tormenting others who weren't as strong as them. It didn't make sense to him, and he groaned as he forced himself to his feet. His legs shook violently beneath him and almost buckled, and he hissed at a sharp pain lancing through his side. Vaguely he wondered how long Akai had kept him awake this time. His body felt like lead and everything ached. Based on past experience, it had to have been a couple weeks at least. The longest he'd gone for had been a little over a month, almost 2. Izuku had been in a virtual coma for a week afterwards, trying to make up for it. Shaking his head, Izuku forced himself to take a step closer. And then another. They would probably set off Taboo, but he had done enough watching innocent people getting attacked. If he could do something just this one time, it wouldn't make up for everything else he'd let happen, but at least could say he'd done at least one good thing. As he got closer, he could make out more of what was being said. There were 3 of them, definitely a few years older than Izuku, high schoolers. Their victim was maybe around Izuku's age though, middle schooler at Aldra if the uniform was anything to go off of. That meant he was pretty close to his old neighborhood, if Aldra was somewhere nearby. The boy Izuku's age had spiky pale blonde hair and his body was positioned low and defensive, hands clawed out by his sides, but he didn't move. Izuku stood staring at the boy's back. It looked familiar, but Izuku quickly shook off the feeling. It had gotten him in trouble way too often. Not so big and bad when there aren't any teachers around, are you, huh? One of them sneered and punched the kid straight across the face, snapping his head to the side and causing him to stumble back a half step. F off extras, came the growled retort, and Izuku wrinkled his nose at the swear. He'd never particularly liked cursing. Maybe it was because of who they reminded him of. Look at him. They laughed. Still trying to act all tough when he's about to get his ass beat. And that's exactly what they did. The 3 of them all descended on him at once, punching and kicking. Izuku even saw quirks being used on him. He tried to move forward, tried to step in and stop it, but this time his legs did give out. He grit his teeth, hitting his legs as if that would make them cooperate. He barely felt the hit. He was so tired it was all he could do to keep from passing out. The other boy didn't just give in, he tried to fight back, but there was little he could do against 3 people, even without considering the size difference. Eventually he ended up curled on the ground, hands up to try and protect his head from their blows. Some hero you are, another of them sneered, and Izuku full bodily flinched at the word, his heart rate skyrocketing as blood and adrenaline began pumping through him in a conditioned fear response. He waited for it, the reality-tilting shift of being displaced from his own body, but it never came, and somehow that put him more on edge. Suddenly, Izuku's entire body felt wired, coursing with excess blood and adrenaline that had no outlet. His heart was virtually slamming inside his chest, making his entire body well like it was pulsing. His head throbbed and he shut his eyes, trying to focus and control the reaction, keeping his breathing even and measured, but it didn't seem to be abating. His mind was starting to feel fuzzy around the edges and his thoughts seemed to become harder to put together. He swallowed back his mounting fear, determined to control himself at just a little bit longer. You're pathetic. You go around, picking fights on behalf of weak nobodies. What utter bullshit. You used to be right alongside people like us, and then all of a sudden your favorite punching bag goes missing and you decide to get all guilty. Shut up, came the choked response. You don't talk a damn thing. The older boy Sked and Izuku could have sworn he heard something crack, but he was distracted. Why hadn't Akai taken over? Had he misheard them? That had never stopped Akai before. So long as it was remotely close he'd be awake in a second, forcing Izuku out. What the hell was going on? What was with the energy? His skin was crawling and his hands were shaking. Was this how Akai managed to keep himself going for so long? It would explain a lot about his insomnia and length of time staying awake. Well, my little brother's sick of your hypocritical-ass attitude, and like a good older brother I promised to take care of it, the one who had spoken originally said. He snorted as he planted a booted kick to the boy's exposed side. He whimpered in pain despite his attempts to stifle the noise. To think everyone used to sing your praises. Another kick delivered by one of the older boys. Even my brother. You should see it, Mino. It's so cool and powerful. He's so strong. He's going to be an awesome hero with a quirk like that. Well, look at you now. The remaining teen kicked him in the jaw, snapping his head back painfully again despite his attempts to protect his face. Izuku flinched again, but still Akai did not appear and the invasive energy seemed to intensify. What the hell was going on? His body was betraying him, anticipating and preparing for something that wasn't coming. It was becoming difficult for him to remain still, and the fog settling over his brain seemed to have intensified. He was feeling something, an emotion he'd never associated with before, and it took him several seconds to name it. Anger. It was bubbling up from somewhere deep, and he didn't think all of it was because of what he was watching. Why don't you fight back, huh? They jeered. Are you seriously nothing but big words now, you little punk? What FNG waste of a good quirk? Like hell, some weak-willed punching bag like you would ever be a hero. He was kicked again, and this time they sent him sprawling, rolling over, and Izuku caught a look at his face for the first time and his heart stopped. 7 years. It had been 7 years since Midoriya Izuku had seen Bakugous Katsuki. Looked almost the same, piercing red eyes, sharp features, except Izuku had never seen him looking that hurt and beat up before. And the blood. He wanted to be sick, he needed to leave before he fainted, but it was as if his feet were glued to the alley floor. Had thought the hair was familiar, but he had gotten it wrong so many times before making the same mistake. I'm still gonna be number 01 hero. He tried to force himself up, but his arms wouldn't support him and he fell back to the ground. Something in Izuku snapped. He couldn't think properly through the haze that seemed to only intensify each time that damned, cursed word was spoken aloud. He could only focus on a few key details. Kaken. Kaken hurt. Bullies. Bullies hurt Kaken. He wasn't really thinking, couldn't with all the fog in his head. He was functioning off of pure instinct. He blinked and suddenly felt his arms meet something solid as Izuku slammed into something. His skin felt buzzy and everything felt too fast and too slow at the same time. His heart slammed into his ribs. Happened so fast, inhumanly fast, and he could feel the energy fading, still there, but fading. The two remaining high schoolers looked down at him in stupefaction. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Some wannabe hero? What happened next Izuku had only a hazy recollection of and was ashamed and horrified that the only word that could really be used to describe it was animalistic. Akai never showed up. He never displaced Izuku, so he was able to restrain the instinct and muscle memory driving him. The most serious thing he did was bruise them up quite a bit and would possibly be the source of their nightmares for a while, but there was nothing broken and he didn't draw blood. He came back to himself in time to see them running away as the last of what he had decided to cult's taboo energy fled him. His legs gave out beneath him and his vision started to tunnel and darken. His back hit something solid as he fell backwards, sliding down the wall to the rough and refuse-covered asphalt. He managed to glance over. Kaken had blacked out briefly during the confrontation, but he seemed to be coming back around. Groaning and shaking, his uniform ripped to multiple places and covered in a mixture of dirt, grime, and blood, various cuts and bruises blooming across his skin. He looked like hell, maybe even worse. Anyone else in that position likely would have been crying and whimpering in pain, but somehow, Kaken just managed to seem annoyed, grumbling and growling under his breath. Izuku couldn't help the smile that slid weakly onto his face as the last of his strength left and his eyes slid closed. Kaken? It was a nice day outside. Warm without being too hot, the light breeze stirring up the trees and providing a pleasant background noise to the quiet of the clearing and the distant shouts and laughter coming from the playground not far off. Two boys were sitting in secret with each other under a tree, one spiky blonde leaning his back against the trunk, the other curly green lying in the other's lap looking up at the clear blue sky and the leaves lifting and dancing above them. Kaken, the green-haired boy, called airily. "What's up, Deku?" The blonde responded easily, hands stilling where it played in the other's curls. Deku giggled a little at the name. It was a secret between the two of them. Everyone else called him Deku to be cruel. They turned an alternate way of reading his name into something mean, but then Kaken made it something awesome. That it kind of sounded like Dikairu, which was kind of like saying, "You can do it." So Deku loved his nickname when Kaken said it, but then Kaken was even better by saying he had to give him a nickname too. So he was Kaken. Then he remembered why he had spoken up in the first place and frowned slightly. They were 7 now. So Deku had been quirkless for 3 years and they had been in elementary school for 2 years. Deku didn't like school much. The other kids weren't very nice to him, but he had Kaken there with him so it was alright. Only lately. "Kaken, why are you so mean to me when other kids and adults are around?" Kaken tensed and he looked away, guilt starting to creep up. It was true. He made a show of teasing Deku when they were around the other kids. He never meant anything by it and at first it had just been light teasing, the same they would do around each other when it was just them, but eventually the other kids started to escalate things. Kaken always tried to make up for it and when Quirk started getting involved, he made a show of it, but always pulled back at the last second. "You know I don't mean anything by it," Kaken tried. He didn't want to talk about it. The reason his taunts and fights had been escalating for the last while as well. Deku frowned further, eyes narrowing as he looked at Kaken. He was hiding something. "Do I?" Kaken looked down at him sharply, his own eyes narrowing in annoyed anger. Deku knew he was pushing Kaken's buttons. He was very good at pushing Kaken's buttons. "You're nice to me when we're alone, but mean everywhere else? What am I supposed to think, Kaken? Did I do something wrong? Do you not want to be my friend anymore? Is it because I don't have—" "Stop it, you know that crap doesn't have anything to do with it," Kaken said, hastily shooting to his feet and sending Deku rolling off of him in the process. His quirk popped like fireworks in his hands. "But that's how it makes me feel." Deku wailed and he was crying now. "It's not just little teases anymore. You're even worse than they are most of the time and they don't hurt me, Kaken." Kaken grit his teeth and fought the urge to curse and scoff and shrug it off. That's what he did with everyone else when he did something they didn't like, but this was Deku. Out of everyone he was the only one who stuck by him because of who he was, not because of his quirk or because his family was better off than most. Deku didn't care that his personality was a flaming garbage heap and his language was foul. He found it funny and endearing and Kaken didn't want to lose that, not for anything. Sorry," Kaken said and his head was hung. Deku froze from where he had been pushing himself up from the ground and stared up at Kaken. His fists were balled and he was biting his lower lip. There were tears pricking at the corners of his eyes and Kaken didn't cry. He didn't apologize. "Kaken? I'm sorry I hurt you like that," Kaken repeated. "I got too caught up in what I was trying to do and Why is this so hard?" Deku suppressed a giggle. Kaken had always struggled with his words, but Deku was patient and, while he liked to talk himself, he was a very good listener when he needed to be. He cocked his head to the side, waiting. It did hurt and he was conflicted about Kaken's true feelings towards him. Was he just humoring Deku when they were alone together? Was he mean to him around others because he could get away with it then? It would be alright, maybe, if that was true. He still wanted to be Kaken's friend, but he wanted to know where he stood. If it was fake, it would hurt, but at least then he wouldn't be constantly on the edge of panic, wondering if had done something wrong, trying desperately to fix something he couldn't. Kaken started, but his voice stalled. He suppressed a growl and tried again. He hated how much trouble he had with this sort of thing. That's why his normal default was yelling really loud and using actions to get his point across. It was a trait he'd gotten from his mom, but she had a lot more practice with toning it down and speaking clearly than he did. So he struggled, got frustrated and fought the urge to use his quirk to let off steam and feel somewhat in control again. He tried again. "I was trying to protect you," Kakin said, and his voice came out rough and low, not like his usual bright, arrogant, and cocky tone. "The others, they're a lot worse than you think." "But how does hurting someone protect them?" Deku asked, confused. Of course that would sound backwards to someone with such a black and white perspective on good and bad. "It's not that simple," Kakin said. He hesitated and his face contorted into the most ugly thing Deku had ever seen. The words tasted like vinegar as he said them. "I'm not strong enough, okay?" "Yes you are," Deku declared immediately, outraged at the self-deprecating statement coming from the other boy. "Kakin is amazing. Kakin is the bestest, strongest person I know. He's going to be the #1 hero." "Damn right," Kakin said sharply, his normal self making a brief appearance, before he fell back into its frustrated frown from before. "But I can't do anything. All the adults do is look the other way or give us a slap on the wrist. You should hear, scratch that, no you shouldn't. It makes me sick when I hear the things they say when you're not around. I want to hurt them. Kakin, that's..." "I know, why do you think I haven't?" Kakin snapped, but he took a deep breath and then attempted to calm his temper. "After I got my quirk, everyone was all over me. All they do is praise my quirk and the hero I'm gonna be, then they go and start using that to compare you against, and I can't stand it." "I know, Kakin. You think I haven't figured out that they say horrible things about me behind my back? This isn't just gossip, Deku, it's things they want and plan to do with you. Things to put you in your place. I tried telling teachers the stuff I heard, but they're useless, saying how it's just kids joking around, but it's not. I wasn't just going to let them do any of that to you. So I did what I do best. I was loud and made a huge deal about you and me. I was trying to make them back off. You were mine, so they can't do anything without me saying so. Having an aggressive personality and a dangerous quirk sure helps persuade people to see things my way." Kakin's shoulders slumped as he finished, and Deku just stared wide-eyed at his friend. "I know I've been crossing a line for a long time, but I can't back down. If I did, then they'd just get impatient and start doing things for themselves. It's fun and entertaining for them. I hate it, and sometimes I want to blow up my own tongue because of the things I say, but I don't know what else to do. I'm not strong enough to just defend you from them. I can't fight the entire school by myself, not right now anyway, so this is all I've got. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you think that way, especially not about your status. I just don't know how else I could keep them all from hurting you." Deku was crying again, and he scrambled to his feet, throwing himself at Kakin and knocking them both almost immediately back over onto the leaf and twig-covered ground. Kakin stifled a yelp of surprise at the sudden tackle from the greenette. "So, you say that mean stuff and fake hurt me so no one else can do it for real? That's so nice." Then he frowned again and Kakin groaned. He hated that frown. The little nerd could just about whatever he wanted out of him with that frown. "But then what about the other kids?" Kakin scowled. "What kids?" "The other kids you talked down to Kakin," Deku told him in a stern voice. It had been bothering him for a while now. Kakin had started treating other kids with weaker quirks or who stuck out from everyone else poorly too. It had led to most of the confrontations while they were at school when Deku put himself between them. "Can't just be you or they would have figured it out by now," Kakin responded dismissively. He didn't really care one way or the other about some extras. Deku couldn't help his situation, that's where Kakin came in, but those other extras were only in that position because they didn't do anything about it. Deku actually groaned at him. "Well then I quit." "Huh? What do you mean I quit?" Kakin said, completely caught off guard. "I won't play your game anymore then. If you have to hurt other kids too, so I won't be, then I won't let you do that anymore," Deku said, stubbornly. "You can't talk down or be mean to the other kids. Kakin, I know that you're not lying to them like you do me. Hero-es don't play favorites. They treat everyone the same, they help everyone equally. You can't protect me at the expense of everyone else. Promise me you won't be mean to anyone other than me anymore." "Kakin?" Deku asked. He wasn't going to budge on this point. Kakin was one of those people who would take a mile if offered an inch. If Deku kept letting Kakin get away with belittling the other students, then it could turn into an ugly personality trait and he wouldn't let Kakin stand in his own way. If you spend so much time looking down at everyone else, then you can't see your own faults. Fine, Kakin agreed reluctantly as he flopped back on the ground. It was going to be a lot harder for him to keep those a-holes away from Deku that way, but he did make a good point. He hated that about him. He always made good points. Good, Deku nodded, then proceeded to flop down directly on top of Kakin like he was a futon. You want to play Hero ES now, Kakin? Not really, Kakin said, and that had Deku bolting upright. Kakin always wanted to play Hero ES. He got to show off, and Deku always enjoyed seeing the other in action. They tried letting Deku be the hero a few times, but it didn't work out because he always ended up just staring at Kakin. He could get away with it better when he was the villain. What's wrong? Are you upset at me because I told you not to do something? That's not it, even if it is annoying, Kakin said, and he gently threaded his fingers into Deku's hair. There's something else I need to say. You're not going to like it? Deku made a dubious face. There's very little Kakin could say that I wouldn't like. Especially now that we've sorted out why. You're so mean sometimes. Kakin winced and Deku tilted his head in confusion. I had another reason for saying all that stuff, at least lately anyway. I don't want you to be a hero. I thought if I said enough you might catch on and decide not on your own. Kakin winced at the shocked, hurt look on Deku's face. He continued on quickly. That doesn't mean ever. You can't right now, not with how you are. You can't defend yourself. You can't fight back. That's not fair, Kakin. Deku wailed, fat tears flooding down his cheek in abject hurt and sorrow. The only one I would be defending myself from would be you. I don't want to fight you. Kakin pulled the other boy closer to his chest, and it hurt when he tried to pull away. I'm not trying to hurt you, and I'm not saying it to be mean. I don't want you to take on something more than you can handle and get yourself ended. Just please, for now, no more Hero ES. You're my friend. I'm not going to let you do something that will put you in a lot of danger. I won't. Deku still cried, whimpering into Kakin's shoulder. It hurt. This was why Kakin had been setting him on edge for the last year or so. He actually meant the things he said about Deku not being a hero. It made him cry hard as he whispered into Kakin's shoulder. It's because I'm quirkless, right? Hell, I've said no to that every other time you've asked, and I don't say anything I don't mean about serious stuff like this. This isn't about quirks. It's about the fact that you've got nothing to make up for it. Hero ES fight without their quirks all the damn time when there is a bad matchup. Just find something. Like what? Deku stammered through his tears, smearing his snotty nose over Kakin's shoulder. Do I have to do everything for you? Ask for martial arts or self-defense lessons. They've got volunteer programs. Try building up some muscle or working out. Hell, making something out of those weird notebooks you're always writing in. Find something you're good at and use it like everyone else does their quirks. Deku was quiet and his tears had mostly stopped leaking, though a few still slid down, and he sniffled occasionally. You're terrible with words, Kakin, he told him weakly. Kakin growled and shoved the other off of him. He could feel heat rushing to his face in embarrassment. Whatever, see if I ever try helping you again. This time Deku allowed himself a small, wet giggle. So no Hero ES for now? I'll let you know when. So hurry and catch up, Deku. Don't you dare make me wait for long, the blonde said, rising to his feet and turning away. It's a promise, Kakin. Kakin? The curses and biting comments died in his throat as his head snapped up. Katsuki was fully prepared to shout at this damn extra for daring to get involved in something that had nothing to do with him, but that heat was quickly snuffed out. He hadn't heard that name in more than 7 years, and even then only one person was ever allowed to call him that, but it was impossible. There was no way. His eyes fell on a slumped figure against the alley wall not too far from him, clearly unconscious. He couldn't say he recognized him immediately. There was hardly any resemblance left to the Midoriya Izuku he had known and grown up with. His curly hair was cut short with an undercut, more black than green, and just long enough to fall across his eyes. His face was thin, almost none of the baby fat from his youth left, with one scar cutting diagonally through his right eyebrow and another running vertically on the left side of his lower lip. His freckles, that Katsuki had secretly envied him for, were faded almost to non-existence, even against his pale skin. He had dark, thick bruise-like bags underneath his eyes. Even in all the time he had been gone, Deku was still a runt, a few inches shorter than him at least. He could tell that much even with him slumped against a wall. He might have missed the subtle cords of muscle running throughout his body and lining his frame though, if he hadn't taken a hand full of the other's bicep when he'd grabbed the other's shoulder to try to shake him awake. It was all carefully hidden under the dress clothes he was wearing. It was probably the clothes that were throwing Katsuki off the most. Deku had never liked expensive clothing, preferring comfort over everything. He didn't even have on his signature red high tops that he had insisted on since he was old enough to pick his own clothes and was instead wearing dark red leather dress shoes. He had black dress pants, a black button-up shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows with a black vest and dark red tie, pulled loosely from around his throat. That's when Katsuki noticed the markings, the black band around his throat as well as his exposed wrists. But still, Katsuki could see his Deku beneath it all, even with the piercings in his eyebrow and ears, even beneath the tattered and dirty clothes and his ragged appearance. He had no idea what the F had happened to Deku after he'd disappeared, but the only thing Katsuki could feel was sheer relief that he was even alive. He suddenly felt gutted on the inside and his arms and legs felt weak. All the times he'd convinced himself he'd seen the green net on the street. All the times his parents had to convince people not to press charges when Katsuki falsely attacked them thinking they had something to do with Deku's disappearance. Now he was right in front of Katsuki for real. His throat felt tight and he was more aware of his heart beating in his chest. Deku? It came out as barely more than a whisper, but there was no response from the other. He had clearly fallen unconscious and it set Katsuki somewhat at ease to see the steady rise and fall of the other's chest. He shakily pushed himself into a somewhat more upright position, releasing a sharp hiss of pain. His ribs were definitely fractured, not fully broken, but close. His jaw hurt like hell as well, but hopefully it was just really badly bruised. He tried to turn with their punches and kicks as much as possible to take some of the edge off their attacks, but he was still wrecked. It wasn't often that someone attacked him with that much intent, but the sheet still happened frequently enough for him to be used to dealing with it. Bruises and cuts he could handle himself, but breaks and fractures on the were another matter. His ribs would be fine so long as he was careful for the next couple of months, so he was really lucky they hadn't managed to break his jaw again. He groaned as he took a deep breath in, looking over at Deku. It looked like he had his own share of injuries himself. Katsuki doubted if he could manage to look that rough without some kind of a fight. Some pair the two of them made. After Deku disappeared, Katsuki fell apart. The praise he'd heard all his life suddenly sounds so toxic and fake. It wasn't like Deku's, the good with the bad. All he could hear was their "You're worthless. You're so cool, Bakugous," or "Good job receiving top marks again, Bakugous," or the worst one, "You're a natural hero, Bakugous," paired right alongside with, "Thank Kami that quirkless freak is gone. Why didn't he just disappear sooner? Bakugous won't be held back anymore. Do you think he's dead?" It hurt, a throbbing ache that he couldn't get rid of or ignore no matter how hard he tried. Deku had been by his side since the start. When he went missing, something essential had been taken away from him. Pretended it was all right for a while, he'd had faith in the police and the heroes. He'd deal with the irritation for a little while, and then Deku would be back and everything would go back to normal. Except it didn't. Deku never came back and Katsuki was still missing his constant. He started lashing out at anyone and everyone, especially those a-holes who'd threatened and said horrible things about Deku. His anger spiraled out of control, unchecked or restrained, until even those good-for-nothing teachers had to accept Katsuki's behavior towards everyone was unacceptable. His parents weren't exactly sure how to handle him since they knew where it was coming from. It was his way of trying to deal with the frustration and grief at his best friend's fate. The police gave them the cold shoulder for weeks, stonewalling all their attempts to try and find Deku. Katsuki thought his parents had made their peace with it, that they had accepted the fact Deku was gone, but he never could, not fully anyway. Some feeling in his gut told him Deku was still out there, that he just needed someone to find him. But, like always, no one had done anything to help the small quirkless boy. Not even Katsuki could do anything. It made him bitter and angry at everyone, so he did what he did best. He made himself loud and his displeasure known, hoping someone would finally get his message and bring Deku back. It never happened. In the end, Katsuki ended up suspended and forced into mandatory anger management. It was slow going and Katsuki fought the old bastard every step of the way, but eventually Katsuki learned to cope. There were rough patches, of course, but Doc Tengen had the patience of a saint and a backbone stronger than steel. He was the only one aside from Deku who Katsuki had ever let see him cry. He hated how weak it made him feel, but Katsuki thought Deku was worth it. He stopped lashing out unnecessarily and got better about managing his anger in productive ways. He invested his energy into things he thought Deku would have done or agreed with, which was why he was in his current predicament. When Katsuki got off his suspension and had a few therapy sessions under his belt, he decided he would take care of those extras Deku was always so worried about. Mostly that meant scaring off other bullies and calling people out on their sheet. A majority of the time they backed off once Katsuki got involved. Everyone was well aware of his personality and reputation for attacking first and asking questions later at that point. He didn't operate that way much anymore and he hardly ever used his quirk. Aside from intimidation, the extras who used to call themselves his friends turned against him once he stopped being a source of entertainment for them. Eventually, Katsuki became the object of hate and ridicule for the entire school, just like Deku had been. The teachers didn't openly despise him the same as they had Deku, they still praised him, but it was less enthusiastic than it used to be and they didn't let him get away with things like before. They tried coaxing him out of it a couple times, making offhand comments about a phase or wasting his potential. Katsuki didn't get beat up much, but it happened sometimes when some of the others got overly frustrated with him for apparently turning against them all and siding with the weaklings. He was much better at fighting back than Deku ever had been, but it was hard to make them back off when Katsuki was trying not to hurt anyone in the process. He normally ended up going home with various minor scrapes and bruises. Katsuki didn't exactly try to hide what was happening from his parents, but he didn't tell them about it either. Whenever they asked about the injuries, he usually made up some story about some extra picking a fight he shouldn't have. When he was younger and the injuries were still small and few enough it would have tracked, but getting older meant the fights and attacks were more intense and more meaningful. Katsuki still told the same old stories, though he wasn't sure why. He knew both of his parents were aware that he was being targeted at school, if not outright bullied. After all, you couldn't dislocate your shoulder or fracture your arm or wrist picking a fight you won. Injuries like those you only got from other people with malicious intent. They didn't try to stop Katsuki, even if his mom would sometimes complain about the hospital trips they'd had to take because of him. They didn't keep out of it because of neglect or some shit like that. His parents just knew that pushing the subject would end in a shouting match and possibly escalate the situation. Outside of his social exploits, they had been really attentive to Katsuki ever since Deku disappeared. They knew exactly when to keep their distance and when to be there, and they made sure to have frequent family nights. He knew it hurt them whenever he came home beat up, but no one looked after these kids except Deku, just like no one but Katsuki had looked out for Deku. He wouldn't let it happen to anyone else. He owed Deku's memory that much. He swiped his hand over mouth and tried to spit the coppery taste out of his mouth onto the alley floor beside him. This time wasn't the worst, but it was pretty far up there. It wasn't even the first time older kids have come after him because their younger siblings complained, and he doubted it would be the last. Sometimes he wondered what Deku would think of how he turned out. Now he supposed he could ask him. He tried to reach out towards him, but almost immediately regretted it as intense pain flared up through his side and Katsuki curled up, groaning. That was dumb, he chided himself. Deku, he called instead. There was no response from the other boy and Katsuki frowned. He tried again. Deku? And he still remained slumped against the wall, chest rising and falling shallowly, but steadily as he remained unconscious. He looked exhausted, Katsuki had to admit. Maybe he just didn't have any energy left in him after escaping and fighting off those high schoolers from before. Damn it, nerd, you're going to make me carry you out of here, aren't you? He hissed and choked on a cough as he forced himself up on his feet, leaning slightly to support himself, left arm glued to his side. His parents would be out of town for the rest of the week on business for the label. They had about a dozen stores across Japan that had to be observed in person every once in a while when shit happened. Normally, Katsuki would have gone with them, but he decided to stay behind this time. Exams would be coming up soon and he didn't want to ruin his record by missing too much school since the absences weren't excused. Besides, his parents needed time alone with each other every now and then after having to deal with his crap for so long. He sighed, taking deep, slow breaths until he thought he had his pain under control enough before he bent down to drag Deku onto his back. It hurt like hell, but surprisingly he didn't weigh as much as Katsuki was expecting him to. He made sure he had a good hold on Deku before rising slowly back to his feet. His grip tightened as he felt the other shift. "I expect you to explain exactly where the F you've been all this time once you decide to wake up," Katsuki growled as he started to move out of the alley. He felt weird talking to someone who couldn't hear him, but he didn't think he could stand the silence. "Which had better be FNG soon, by the way. I didn't just get you back so I could watch you sleep." Deku suddenly tensed against him and began to slide to one side. Katsuki hastily moved to rebalance him and correct his position, hissing a little when it aggravated his own injuries, but he didn't drop him. "Don't worry, I've got you, I won't let you go again." And he held onto his lost friend just a little bit tighter still. By some miracle, Katsuki managed to get the two of them back to his house without any kind of issue, even if it did take twice as long for him to do so thanks to his injuries and Deku's added weight. The other boy didn't stir in the slightest, not even when a police car went wailing past them, siren wailing and lights flashing. He'd tense up occasionally, seemingly at random, but it only lasted for a moment before his entire body would go limp again. Katsuki wasn't sure if he should be worried or not. He'd passed out during the nerd's sudden counterattack, so he didn't know how much damage those extras had done before running off. The Deku he knew couldn't fight worth a damn, but so far the other didn't seem to care much about Katsuki's memory of him. Groaning slightly as he managed to work the door open with his remaining hand that wasn't supporting Deku, only to kick it shut with his foot behind him. His side was aching. No, actually his entire body was throbbing. He felt like one big bruise, the worst coming from his side, shoulder, and jaw. He'd have to sort himself out before he could try to patch up Deku, but first he needed to lug the damn nerd upstairs to his room. Katsuki wasn't gentle as he dropped Deku onto his bed, but still the other boy did not wake, didn't so much as make a sound of complaint. It was eerie. Katsuki knew Deku had always been a heavy sleeper, but this was ridiculous even for him. He would normally groan or mumble a complaint when someone moved him in any way, clinging tighter onto the nearest thing to him, which was normally Katsuki since they slept over at each other's houses more often than they did alone. He'd bury his face into his side and attempt to leech the warmth out of him as he fell back asleep. It was the only time he recalled the nerd having a death grip. Carefully he tried to shake him, calling his name gently but loudly, hoping to get some kind of acknowledgement, but there was still nothing. Getting slightly aggravated, Katsuki pulled back and decided he would deal with his more minor issues before attempting to figure out what to do with Deku, at least with those he knew what the hell he was supposed to do. He showered, scrubbing off that god-awful alley garbage stench as well as all the grim and blood that had caked onto him during the fight. His skin felt somewhat raw when he was finished, both from the excessively hot temperature of the shower and the force with which he had wiped at his skin. The cuts stinging harshly and the bruises throbbing and pulsing aggressively in protest. He ignored it though and stepped out quickly, drying off and dressing in his boxers before pulling out the aid kit under the sink. It was stocked more than the average medical kit, if only because of how frequently it was used and the broad variety of the injuries he'd racked up in the last few years or so. Katsuki began to tend to the injuries just like he had a dozen other times, cursing when he realized he might not have enough for both him and Deku. The bruise cream was relatively new since he'd just gotten it a few days ago, but he only had maybe a third of a tube left of his antibiotic cream and maybe only enough bandages for one of them depending on how injured Deku was underneath his clothes. He was going to get more supplies after school today, but those plans got effed the moment they forced Katsuki down that alley. He'd just have to go tomorrow, hell or high water. Growling to himself, he took care of the worst of his injuries before packing up the kit and finishing getting dressed. Katsuki then headed back across the hall. Deku was still lying in the same position he had originally dropped him in on the bed. Katsuki set the kit on the side table, then realized a problem. It wasn't really a problem, more of an awkward inconvenience. He was going to have to undress Deku in order to assess whatever the hell was wrong with him. It wasn't a pleasant thought, But at the same time it wasn't like the two of them hadn't seen each other naked before, but they had still been innocent little kids back then. He took a deep breath and resolved to get this all over with as fast as possible. With quick movements, he unbuttoned the vest as well as the shirt underneath, pulling them off of the other boy's frame. He sucked in a breath at what he saw. His entire chest was horribly bruised, but that wasn't what set his blood boiling just a little. No, there were several crude scars littering his torso. It wasn't as if Katsuki had never seen any before. He had a few himself from when a few people let their quirks get out of hand, but it wasn't this. They weren't the random thin cuts or small burns Katsuki had. All of Katsuki's happened on accident or when he'd screwed up practicing his quirk. Deku's were thick and ugly and crude and definitely intended to maim and hurt, standing out harshly against his pale skin and cutting across the plans of hard, wiry muscle. Bullet wounds, stab wounds, cuts and slashes, burns, small, big, it didn't matter. They were in various stages of aging and healing, some looking years old, others looking angry and red, and a few even seemed to have reopened recently. The bruises looked ugly, but the way most of them had turned yellow and brown told him they were old injuries, probably about a week old if not older than that. All it did was paint an even uglier picture. What the hell had those bastards done to him? This was sick. Who would do or force something like this onto a kid? It was effed up and Katsuki hated it. He was angry, but he didn't have a target for his anger. He didn't know what actually happened to Deku and it wasn't like he was awake to tell Katsuki. Clenching his jaw, Katsuki wiped his hands on his sweatpants to get off the excess sweat collecting on his palms. Later. Right now, he just needed to patch Deku up. He could interrogate the greenette when he woke up, then he could throw his friend in the police's face and force them to admit they effed up. But that would have to wait as well. No way was he going to force Deku to do a damn thing he didn't want to after what he had probably been through if the history etched into his skin was anything to go by. As it turned out, Deku didn't have many serious injuries. Katsuki bandaged up any of the openly bleeding cuts he could find and rubbed some bruise cream over his chest, before pulling one of his old hoodies down over the other's head. He pulled off the other's shoes, socks and pants, before briefly glancing over Deku's legs for more injuries and getting him into a pair of sweats. Katsuki sighed, sinking back against the wall. Deku still hadn't moved or acknowledged anything Katsuki had done, either treating his injuries or changing him, but he did seem to relax more now that he was out of the dress clothes. That could have been Katsuki's imagination though. Deku looked a little more like himself in the loose clothing and that made Katsuki feel a little more at ease too. Just, what the F have you gotten yourself into? Katsuki whispered to no one in particular, not sure if he was talking about Deku or himself. He glanced down to the discarded pile of dress clothes. He should get rid of those. Katsuki wouldn't be able to save the stuff with how ratty and worn out they were, and he didn't particularly care for having the reminder around either. He pushed himself back to his feet to grab them before exiting the room, closing the door behind him. Deku was back, but would he still even be Deku? Katsuki wasn't the same brat that the other knew before he disappeared, and he had been here, with his family and therapist. 7 years was a long time, and it was clear that most, if not all, of that time had been like hell for Deku. The nerd had always been stubborn and hard-headed about his beliefs and desire to be a hero, but what if someone had pushed Deku to his breaking point? Deku didn't believe in hurting others, even in his own defense, but there's no way he would have survived with that kind of mentality if a villain had been keeping him for so long. Katsuki's grip tightened on the clothes in his hands as he stepped into the kitchen. Should he go ahead and call the police? He shook his head. No. The police were useless bastards who would probably just arrest Deku without doing anything to help him. He would need to let his parents know, but not until after they got back from their business trip. He could only imagine the kind of reaction the old hag would have. She and Auntie Inko had been virtually sisters to one another. His mom and dad had always treated Deku like a second son. The same could be said about him and Auntie before she was ended. Mitsuki had been pissed when the police refused to look into Deku's original disappearance, having him back. He did not envy Deku that reunion. The thought almost made him smile before he remembered what he was originally doing, and it made him angry all over again. He couldn't do shit until Deku woke up, but like hell was he going to let anyone hurt him ever again? Katsuki had already failed him in more ways than one before, He refused to keep repeating history. The clothes caught in his grip began to smoke slightly before his palms ignited, blowing up the clothes before throwing them in the trash. It was petty taking out his anger on clothes, but using his quirk on objects was one of the only acceptable ways for him to blow off steam with it and keep his explosive personality and tendencies from getting out of hand like they had when he was younger. He should probably make himself something for dinner. He considered making katsudon, but eventually decided against it. From what he'd seen so far, Deku likely wasn't waking up anytime soon. He'd make enough in case he did wake up later, but he'd save the katsudon for when he knew the nerd would be awake to actually eat it while it was fresh. Guess I'll just have to keep waiting, he muttered as he began pulling out ingredients. Katsuki let Deku have the bed, pulling the spare futon out of the hall closet and setting it on the floor for himself. Normally, he would have just taken the couch, but he didn't want to leave the other boy alone in case he decided to wake up during the night. He didn't, and now Katsuki was starting to get worried. Deku had been unconscious since around 4:30 p.m. yesterday and he was still in the same, still position. Katsuki had moved him to under the blankets when he'd gone to bed the night before when his alarm went off at 6 the next morning. That was almost 14 hours straight of sleep. He tried to shake him awake again, rougher than he had the night before, but it was as if Deku was dug in like a tick. His nose didn't so much as twitch nor did his eyelids flicker. He still looked completely exhausted, even if a bit of color seemed to have come back to him. Katsuki bit his lip. He needed to get to school, but he didn't like the idea of leaving Deku alone. Katsuki also didn't like that he was still asleep and wondered if he should have taken Deku to the hospital. It hadn't seemed like he'd had any kind of head wound, but maybe he had missed it or there was another old injury he wasn't aware of. Hey hell, Deku, what am I supposed to do? He growled to the unconscious figure in the bed who gave no answer. Eventually he decided that he'd have to leave Deku at the house alone. He couldn't skip school. He wrote a note for him in case he woke up while Katsuki was gone, hoping he wouldn't freak out and run away. Some part of him hoped Deku wouldn't wake up while he was gone. He wanted to be there when the nerd finally came back to him for real. However, if he didn't wake up by the time Katsuki got back, he was going to have to take him to the hospital for help. Being knocked out like that, for that long, couldn't mean anything good. By some grace of fortune or coincidence, it was an easy day at school. No one bothered anyone and everyone mostly left him alone. He didn't like it, it put him on edge. His foot tapped almost constantly throughout the day and the teachers had given him more than one annoyed look for it, but if he cared. He didn't pay as much attention in the lessons as he ordinarily would have, too preoccupied worrying about a certain green-haired boy unconscious in his bed. He pulled his phone out at every opportunity he thought he could get away with it to check for any missed calls. Katsuki had instructed Deku to call as soon as possible on the note he'd left if he woke up, but no missed calls ever showed up. Somehow, Katsuki managed to keep himself in check throughout the day and he practically bolted out of the school when the final bell rang, making damn sure no one got in his way. Katsuki did, however, stop at a pharmacy to pick up the supplies he was low on for his kit since he didn't have anything holding him up this time. He made it back a little after 4, throwing the bag on the table and immediately heading upstairs. When he opened the door, sure enough Deku was still lying in the bed under the covers. Katsuki slumped against the door, forehead pressing into the wood in both relief and anxiety. He swung his bag off his shoulder as he moved into the room, falling into the chair at his desk beside the bed. He put his head in his hands facing towards the bed. Now what am I supposed to do? Katsuki had told himself he would take Deku to the hospital if he hadn't woken up by the time school got out. He'd been unconscious for almost a full 24 hours. But what would happen once he took Deku to the hospital? What was he supposed to tell them? All it would take would be one look at the scars and the police would be there in 10 minutes. Then they'd separate them again. Katsuki didn't think he could handle that a second time. Katsuki nearly jumped out of his skin, however, when he was pulled abruptly from his thoughts by a low, quiet groan coming from ahead of him. Katsuki froze, head sliding from his hands to look up. For the first time, Deku looked to be stirring. His breathing had accelerated slightly and Katsuki could see movement under his eyelids as Deku seemed to struggle to regain full consciousness. Katsuki didn't dare move, only watched as slowly Deku turned over, supporting himself on his elbows, head hanging down. His arms were unsteady and he fell a few times, but Katsuki didn't dare interfere. It ended up being a false alarm, as after he fell the final time he seemed to have slipped back into unconsciousness. Katsuki let out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. It was the first sign of activity from the other Katsuki had gotten, and his pulse was thumping rapidly in time with his heart. Deku had fallen to lie on his stomach, face turned away from him, towards the wall, and one arm still pinned beneath him, the other carelessly bent beside him. He didn't seem to be sleeping as hard or as deeply as before, which Katsuki chose to believe was a good sign. He was making noise now, and he would shift occasionally, even if the movement was minute. Katsuki swallowed. Almost. Deku obviously just needed time. Katsuki could be patient. Well, he could force himself to be patient. He needed to distract himself. Katsuki pulled open his bag. He could work through his homework while he waited. Yeah, then he could still be by Deku in case he woke up again. Another 4 hours went by. Katsuki worked fiercely at his homework, glancing over at Deku periodically. The green net would stir occasionally, the incoherent noises he'd make sometimes coming out clear enough for Katsuki to make out. None of them were pleasant, things like no or stop. Once he did say the name Yakites that made Katsuki tense up. It was hard staying focused. He foot-tapped restlessly on the floor and made more than a few stupid mistakes he wouldn't normally make. But he kept at it anyway. He just had to wait. Even if it FING sucks. A sharper, louder whimper came from the bed just as Katsuki had finished his homework. He looked over. Deku was still asleep, but Katsuki could tell that he was starting to come around again. He was moving more, gripping at the sheets, pulling his body into a smaller position. Deku's entire body was trembling and shaking. His breathing was ragged and uneven. Then suddenly he was throwing the blankets off himself as if they had hurt him. Katsuki's eyes tracked every movement, flicking over the harsh black band on his wrist. They seemed to leap out at Katsuki now that Deku was awake, making the sense of wrongness he'd attached to them more apparent. Katsuki ripped his attention away and back to Deku's face. His mouth was hanging open slightly as he panted. His eyes were flickering and fluttering. Was he having a nightmare? Katsuki got to his feet, but he wasn't really sure what to do. You're supposed to wake someone having a nightmare, right? His body wasn't listening to his brain though. He was rooted to the floor, just standing there. Suddenly, Deku sat up, gasping and panting, hand grasping and griping at his throat and chest. His eyes were still only half open, and he still didn't seem to realize where he was or that Katsuki was even there. He had kept it pretty dark in the room, with the curtains drawn and only his desk lamp on so he could do his homework. But it was enough for Katsuki to see the visible distress his friend was in. There were tears beginning to form in the corners of his eyes and a gasp loud and harsh, struggling to breathe properly. His hand was still gripping dangerously at his throat while at some point the other had circled around his own wrist, his thin fingers covering the harsh black band. Deku? He called quietly and quicker than Katsuki would have thought him capable of. Deku's head immediately snapped towards the sound of his voice. Those wide green eyes boring into him, rapidly gaining clarity. The greenette looked to be in a state of shock. Katsuki attempted to reach out, to comfort him, maybe he wasn't sure, but Deku recoiled from him, putting as much distance as he could manage between them, jamming himself into the corner of the bed. Those eyes Katsuki so often remembered being bright and happy were being flooded with a mixture of terror and, even worse, hate. "Stop it, Akai." Deku's voice came out broken and raspy, barely louder than a whisper. His body was shaking almost violently, his arms pulling his knees close to his chest, ducking his head down. "Deku, it's me, Katsuki." He tried again, but he didn't reach for him this time. It was obvious Deku was terrified of something. Katsuki didn't really know what to do aside from trying to reassure him. Deku actually whimpered, now pressing his hands over his ears. "Why, you promised." "But stop, Deku, Izuku." Deku wailed in response to the plea as if it physically hurt him. Tears were running down his face. "I've kept the deal. Stop it, Katsuki was actually beginning to freak out now. He didn't know what was wrong. Did Deku not recognize him? Who was the Akai person he was pleading to? Why was he so afraid of Katsuki? "You're safe, Deku," Katsuki tried, moving towards the bed, sitting on the edge. Deku attempted to squeeze himself further into the corner away from him. "I'm not going to hurt you. No one's going to hurt you ever again, Deku. I promise. Stop it. And this time when he said it, it was loud and vicious. He shoved Katsuki away from him off the bed, making him fall back onto the floor. He was crying freely. You promised you wouldn't use Kakin anymore. Katsuki blinked in surprise. Use him? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Where do you think you are? He glared at Katsuki. I said stop it. I won't play your game like this. This isn't a game, Deku, it's FING real. Katsuki responded, letting his temper get the better of him for a moment. Deku flinched back, hands back to pressing tightly over his ears. Not real, Deku said, more to himself now than to Katsuki. He's not real. It's just another dream. It's not real. It's not real. Akai's being cruel. Not real. He promised he wouldn't use Kakin anymore. Not real. Akai lied. Akai lied. And now he was sobbing into his knees. Deku thought he was dreaming. He thought it was some kind of illusion. Apparently this Akai guy had done it often enough that Deku couldn't even tell real from fake anymore. Deku, I promise this isn't a dream. You jumped in to save my ass yesterday in the alley, remember? Deku shook his head, refusing to acknowledge him. His shoulders were shaking and his chest heaved as he struggled to breathe properly. Katsuki really needed to fix this before he worked himself into a full-blown anxiety attack if he wasn't already having one. He tried to think, how in the hell was he supposed to prove this wasn't some horrible hallucination? He refused to answer any of Katsuki's questions, so trying to reason with him was out. Leaving would probably be his best bet for calming him down, but Katsuki didn't trust that he wouldn't try and flee or maybe even attack once he turned his back on him. Damn it, he said, giving up as he fell against the far wall, giving him space without leaving the room. I finally found you and I still can't save you, he said morbidly to himself. Maybe it was the space. Maybe it was what he said. Maybe it was the frustrated tears he was trying to hold at bay, but Deku's sobs quieted. He didn't notice at first, too caught up in trying to figure out a way to make the nerd realize the truth, but his head snapped up at the small yelp of pain to see Deku savagely twisting and pinching the skin of his unmarked forearm, the skin suddenly surging red in reaction. Katsuki was stopped from reprimanding Deku by the sudden rigidity to his form and the utter stillness and silence. He held his breath, not exactly sure what he was waiting for as he watched his childhood friend closely. In any other situation, Katsuki might have found it funny how Deku's eyebrows went from tightly pulled together to slowly rising into his hairline as his eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. His head turned seemingly infinitely slowly as he looked at Katsuki for what felt like the first time since he woke up. His fingers were still twisting into his forearm and unfallen tears of pain were budding in the corners of his eyes. Kakin? It came out as barely more than a whisper. Why, nerd, that's what I've been trying to. He did not get to finish the weak quip as a body slammed into his chest, forcing all oxygen from his lungs and momentarily making his vision swim alarmingly as he tried to get it back. Deku had somehow managed to get from the farthest corner of the bed on the opposite side of the room from him in the time it took Katsuki to blink and was attempting to crush him now in what was probably the tightest koala hug he would ever receive from another human being. His arms wrapped around the back of Katsuki's neck while his legs attempted to squeeze his organs up out of his waist. He was crying, but this time he was running his entire face, snotty nose and all, into Katsuki's shoulder, occasional bouts of laughter mixing in with the full body sobs coming from the other boy. For his part, Katsuki was in shock from Deku's sudden change in attitude and overenthusiastic affection and struggling to regain the breath he had lost. It took him a minute to return Deku's embrace, pulling the other tight to him and digging his own forehead into an offered shoulder, hiding a couple of his own tears away in the fabric of the oversized hoodie the other was wearing. They stayed like that for a while, just holding each other, Katsuki more holding Deku as he cried himself out, grip slowly becoming less crushing and allowing Katsuki to breathe more easily. Katsuki's grip remained as firm as it was at the start, reassuring himself by the solid weight of Deku against him. He rubbed circles over the other boy's back, remaining quiet while he waited for Deku to settle, muttering along the lines of "I've got you" or "You're safe." A knotted weight in his chest slowly began to untwist as the two of them took comfort from the other's presence. Finally, After Katsuki's legs had started falling asleep, Deku pulled back. A few tears still leaked down his cheeks and he sniffled occasionally, but he seemed much better than he had a half an hour ago. "You done being a crybaby now?" Katsuki asked gently, lips pulling into a smirk he couldn't remember the last time he had used genuinely. That actually got a small smile out of Deku before his mouth was stretching wide into a yawn and his eyes fell half closed again. He swayed a little where he sat on Katsuki. "How in the hell are you still tired after being asleep for over an entire day?" Katsuki asked him with a frown. "Akai sometimes doesn't sleep for weeks at a time," he responded, slurred, sedated tone. His shoulders rolled into a lazy shrug as if the statement made it perfectly clear. "And what the hell does this Akai guy got to do with it?" Katsuki asked him sharply before he could stop himself. While he did want answers, now was not exactly the ideal time for Katsuki to try to get them. Deku tensed, shoulders pulling up to his ears and the tremor had returned slightly, his breathing spiked significantly. He pulled away from Katsuki, inching back from him and not meeting his eyes, shaking his head harshly. "It's okay, Deku, I'm here, I'm not going to let anyone get you," Katsuki said carefully. "Just calm down, okay? Deep breaths. You're completely safe here." Deku actually began trembling harder at the word, shuffling further away from him. He was afraid again, not as bad as when he first woke up, but this time he was fully aware of what was going on, which made it worse. Katsuki didn't know what to do or how to handle him. Did he close the distance and try to comfort him? Did he give him space and time to calm down like before? "It's not, he'll see come BB back, he'll always comes back, and Naed to Jigo, not safe around people," he mumbling, the words tumbling out of his mouth broken and stuttered so Katsuki could barely make it out. Tears were streaming down Deku's face again and his hand had gravitated upwards, one moving around the band at his neck and the other gripping harshly at his hair. His knees drew up to his chest, arms halfway shielding his face as he curled over. It broke Katsuki's heart to watch it. He could see his chest heavy erratically, trying to get air, but failing miserably, probably in the middle of an anxiety attack. "Deku, please," Katsuki said, moving closer. "You needed to calm down." He held out his hands in front of him where Deku could see them, crouching as he inched forward slowly. "I'm not going to hurt you. I won't let anyone else get close to you, I promise. Talk to me, tell me what you're afraid of and I'll make it go away." He shook his head frantically, pulling harder at his hair and biting viciously into his lip. "Please, Deku, at least look at me." The greenette did hesitantly look up at Katsuki, peeking through the gap between his arms at him. Fear, panic, pain, desperation. Katsuki saw all of them in those once bright, hopeful eyes. He wished he didn't. He wished he could make it go away and take back every damn bad thing that had happened to him in the last 7 years. "Please, believe me, Deku," Katsuki said desperately, reaching out. "I won't let anything hurt you anymore." He shook his head again, eyes dropping as more tears fell. "SNW gets hurt? Dehi, you're covered." He stopped himself from saying it. He changed his approach. "How can you say they didn't hurt you? He's dan dangerous. He thinks it's a G game. He's ended people, ended pros, not safe, C calls it F fun, never safe around people, he'll hurt them, C can't let it H happen, and not AG gain." "Akai?" Katsuki asked, voice barely more than a whisper. The atmosphere of the room was suddenly much more serious. This guy Deku was scared of Akai. Katsuki hadn't thought much of him until now. He'd always pictured him as some no-name weak-nothing villain who got off on stealing and torturing kids, because he couldn't do anything else, but hearing Deku say he'd ended before and hadn't been caught. And the way Deku made it sound as if he were the reason behind it. Deku whimpered, but nodded ever so slightly. "So I need to leave before he—" "No," Katsuki said, and the firmness of his statement made Deku flinch harshly. "I don't care if this guy is some psycho supervillain or whatever, you're not going anywhere, Deku. I won't let him take you away again. I won't." It's not that as simple, please, Kaken, just listen. I don't care if he's ended some lousy hero es. Katsuki was cut off sharply by Deku's sudden wail. He launched himself violently away from Katsuki, stumbling on shaking legs, clearly still too exhausted to support himself, but somehow still managing to do it nonetheless. Deku's breathing was coming in great racking huffs that shook his entire chest cavity as he hyperventilated. He was fumbling with the door handle that Katsuki had closed when he came in, but his hands were trembling too badly to grip it properly to turn. "Stop. What are you doing? Where are you trying to go?" Katsuki asked, approaching again, but that only seemed to make Deku retreat further, forgoing the door to back away into the corner. "No, stay away from me," he managed to choke out, and Katsuki stopped. Was Deku afraid of him? Did he think Katsuki was going to hurt him like Akai obviously had? "Izuku," he said carefully, using his real name. "It's me. It's Kaken. I'm not going to hurt you." Deku sobbed. "And no, but a hollow rattle of a breath. I might hurt you." It was Katsuki's turn to shake his head. "No, you won't. Couldn't hurt a damn fly if you tried, not seriously anyway." Deku almost laughed, except his sobs intensified. "You don't get it? Then make me understand. Just yes or no. Is Akai the one who kidnapped you 7 years ago?" "No, but he's kept you away since then, right?" "Why yes. But Kaken, it's not what?" "Then that bastard is dead, end of story. If he ever decides to show his face here, I'll blast him to all hell. I'm going to be the #1 hero." "Don't." Deku wailed again, turning his body further into the corner, with hands that had been clamped in his hair suddenly pressed with enough force over his ears to turn them white with the effort. His entire body was shaking, and he would probably end up with bruises from how hard he was pressing himself into the wall. "Why, you can't say that. What the hell, Deku? You think I can't do it? You think I'm some weak victim just because some extras got a few hits in yesterday?" Katsuki asked him venomously in spite of himself. Originally, he wasn't going to bring up the alley. He would have scoffed and shrugged it off, but if Deku thought he was weak because he'd let those a-holes off, he couldn't let that slide. Katsuki wasn't going to let Deku go back to whatever hell he'd just managed to be free from to protect Katsuki. He was the one who needed to be protected, damn it. "No, that's not what I meant at all. Kaken, please listen to me. Akai isn't someone you can fight," Deku said, turning back to him slightly, a bit of desperation leaking its way into the fear-stained voice of his friend. "Like hell," Katsuki responded. "He's a villain. Kicking his ass is what a hero." This time Katsuki did see it, just barely catching a glimpse before Deku slammed himself hard back into the corner of the room. It was so small he probably would have missed it if he hadn't been memorizing the sight of the other boy since he found him again. Deku's eyes had become infused with a vicious glowing red light, their normal green still just visible underneath the fluctuating band through his irises. What scared him, though, was how it had seemed to intensify the moment he had said the word hero, and that he had seen the glimpse of something else, something distinctly not Deku simmering beneath that red. Katsuki swallowed. "Please, don't say it anymore, Kaken." Deku was still crying, his breath shuddering as he failed to work it back into a regular rhythm. "Please don't. I don't can know how much longer this will last. Please, Kaken." He had turned to look at Katsuki again. The red was still there, fluctuating and pulsing intensely in those normally viridian eyes. He was still crying, but it was different from his earlier sobs. The tears were small and slid down either side of his face. It was actually kind of disturbing when he paid closer attention. His eyes weren't reacting to the tears at all, almost as if he didn't know he was doing it. Alarm bells were going off in his head, some instinct was telling him he needed to run, now, but he steadfastly ignored it. Deku was hurting, Katsuki was hurting him, somehow, so he stopped. Deku viciously bit into his lip, left hand firmly planted at his throat, the right clamped around his wrist again. Katsuki could physically see all the muscles in his arms and upper body tensing and spasming seemingly against his will. He didn't know what was happening. "Just let me leave now, before it's too late," he said quietly. "I can't let him, I won't, I don't want to, and not you, I couldn't live with it if I." He was quickly working himself back up. Katsuki quickly placed his hands on Deku's shoulders to settle him and felt him full body flinch at the contact. His skin felt unnaturally warm and feverish even through the material of the hoodie he was wearing. "Akai's not going to be able to find you here, he won't hurt us. You got away from him, so let us protect you now." "Why you can't, That's what I've been trying to tell you. Why can't we, Deku? I understand you're scared, but he's just one guy. If we tell the police and he hesitated. T-Hen he won't be able to. You can't because Akai is me, Kaken. I've ended people, the other boy said weakly before pulling away, eyes tight shut as nails bit crescents into his skin, the black just visible in the gaps. He was facing away from Katsuki, his form hunched over as small as he could manage. Katsuki stared at him, completely at a loss as to what to say. Deku started talking meekly once more. I see can and never escape him. He's an MIH head every minute of every D-Day, W waiting F for his chance to take over. That Katsuki said faintly. He didn't know how to process what he was hearing. He remembered dress clothes and their battered state when he found him. He'd thought it was from whatever fight he had put up trying to escape. He was crying harder now. I don't want to, I try stopping it but I can't. He sucked in a deep breath. Tears were freely flowing down his face. His words were coming out in a rush, but they were clearer as if he was trying to get this over with as fast as possible without having to repeat anything. When I said before that Akai keeps me asleep, it's usually in the back of my own head, stuck in a void where I can't see or hear or feel or do hardly anything while he's out walking the streets doing terrible, horrible things. I can't get the blood off my hands no matter what I try. Katsuki sucked in a breath at that. He'd been trying not to think about it, told himself it had happened while Deku was trying to escape. He'd never considered that Deku would actually. Now you know, please don't stop me anymore. Deku's body shook and his hand gripped even tighter onto his wrist. No matter how much I want to, no matter how lonely or scared I get, I can't stay near anyone else. The longer I do, the more likely it is for Akai to come up again. I can't, I won't risk it, not when he's already this close to the surface, not when this wretched feeling is running through my body and head like poison, not when it hurts so much. I can't do a damn thing to stop him, but I can at least make sure he can never hurt you. That's what snapped Katsuki out of his horrified daze. What feeling? The face Deku made at that might have been funny if his eyes weren't still haloed in that ominous red glow. What? I said, what tiffing energy? Deku scowled, almost baring his teeth in a feral display of aggression, before he quickly regained control over himself, and slamming his head back into the corner, palms pressed into his temples. I'm sorry. I can't control this. Yesterday was my first time even encountering it before. It's like an adrenaline rush that only gets worse. It messes with my head and makes it hard to focus and think clearly. The more my word is said, the worse it gets. Wait, what do you mean my word? Deku bit his lip and didn't respond. You mean like a trigger? Whenever this word gets said it makes. Manifest? Deku nodded. Well then what the F is it then? If we just don't say it then nothing's going to happen, Katsuki told him. The sheet show that was all the F'd up stuff Akai had done to Deku could be sorted through later. Right now, Katsuki needed to convince Deku to stay with him. Deku was afraid of what Akai would do if he got loose, but it might actually be safer for him to have someone around who could shut the guy down and stop him. Isolating himself lessened the risk of people getting hurt, but it gave Akai free rein to do whatever he wants when he does get out. It was obvious he was hurting and not just physically. If Deku left again and was forced back into isolation to try and contain his psychotic alter ego, Katsuki didn't think he would be able to take it. It's not that simple, Kaken, Deku said, looking up at him meekly. 7 years ago, when I was kidnapped, the villain used his quirk's taboo on me. Any time I either say, think, or hear the word he took from me, it triggers taboo's punishment. Akai. I can't tell you what it is without triggering taboo, and I don't know what's happening right now that's keeping him suppressed or how much longer it's going to last. Please, Kaken, don't make this harder than it already is. Then we go to the doctors or the police, someone will be able to get rid of it. I'll even hunt down a hero if it. Deku's hands clamped over his ears almost instantaneously, nails scraping and drawing blood. The red staining his eyes seemed to bleed outwards, invading the natural green. He could sense it, almost like a change in air pressure surrounding them as an intense feeling of hysteria seemed to leach into the atmosphere of the room. Please, Kaken, it hurts. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, don't say it anymore. Katsuki's mouth clicked shut as he rapidly tried to think of a way to help. Deku said it was like an adrenaline rush from hell. He briefly glanced at the bag on the floor in the corner. It was beaten to hell and covered in patches. His therapist had suggested it as a method from working through his anger. If Deku had an excess of rampant energy in his system that he hadn't done anything with, he got up and grabbed the sandbag and braced it against his chest. There was no way Deku could stand right now. Here, Deku, hit this as hard as you can until you feel better. Then we'll talk for real. Deku shook his head, turning back into the corner. You need to use up whatever it is so it doesn't get FNG worse. Now do it, he said sharply. No, I won't. I won't just hit you or anyone else. I let it go before and I was just like him. No. Deku, listen to me, you cannot and will never be anything like a Kai. What you're doing right now is proof of that, but you said it hurts. If you don't do something about it soon you're going to give yourself a heart attack, understand? I refuse to watch my best friend hurt himself when he doesn't need to, especially when I just got him back. Now hit the damn bag. Deku yelped at the shout before instinct seemed to take over and Katsuki braced himself. He was not prepared for the force of a cannon slamming against the bag held against his chest. It sent him skidding backwards half a meter before he dropped the bag and clutched at his chest trying to get air to go back into his lungs while also trying not to pass out from the pain lancing through his chest and battered ribs. Deku wailed again and for a second Katsuki thought the greenette was going to hit him again even though Katsuki had dropped the bag, but then the next second he heard a splintering crack. Katsuki's head snapped up to see Deku had somehow closed the distance between them and was standing dead still with right wrist clamped by his left one, blood dripping lethargically from the busted knuckles. And, next to Katsuki's head, was a crater of about the same size, with a hole punched straight through its center. He'd punched a hole straight through the thick wood, splintering and concaving it in a wide circle outward from the impact. He was panicking and he didn't seem to be aware of what was going on anymore as he repeatedly mumbled, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Katsuki cursed before quickly forcing himself up and pulled the other boy close, not hesitating this time. "It's all right, it's fine, I told you to do it, it's fine," he said and didn't let go even as Deku tried to struggle out of his grip away from him. "No, just calm down Deku, it's better now. Deep breaths slow down your breathing. That'll help. Deep breaths." He wasn't really cooperating at first, his breaths were still shallow and erratic and he didn't let up his chant of apologies, but he did stop trying to pull away eventually. Katsuki started taking in deep pronounced breaths of his own, rubbing a hand over his back, while whispering reassurances to him in the calmest voice he could manage. "It's like static in my head," Deku whispered back eventually once his apologies had tapered off. "When you yelled, my body reacted in reflex even though I didn't want it to. Then after I did I couldn't stop. I'm so sorry Kaken." Deku didn't say anything after that, just continued taking in long, slow breaths attempting to calm himself down while Katsuki tried to make sense of the new situation. Katsuki had said it, Deku's taboo, and had apparently done it multiple times if the intensity of his eyes and sheer strength was anything to go off of. What was it? What set him off? He thought about it, thinking about when Deku first started reacting poorly to him, when he'd first tried to run. He'd flinched or wailed multiple times and it was always after he said, he said, realizing exactly why Deku had never come back and why he refused to associate with anyone, even Katsuki. His taboo was on FANG hero, one of the single most important things in society today. "That's putting it mildly," Deku responded in a morbid, hollow voice, surprising Katsuki. "The longest I was ever able to go without triggering it was 2.5 months. On average I last around 1 to 2 weeks depending on if I have to leave or go anywhere or how long I end up sleeping for once the taboo resets. Shouldn't it have worn off by now? It's been years now, maybe the fact Akai hasn't shown up means." "It's permanent Kaken," Deku said firmly with morbid conviction. "As far as I can tell, taboo does something that physically alters something in the target's brain. It just plants the original trigger. Everything after that is a result of my own mind and consciousness. Akai might have been forced to appear because of the quirk, but he's a byproduct of my brain, so even if taboo was lifted, I doubt he would just go away. It might just make it easier for him to take over. At least like this I know how to reset him, not that it's done me any good up until now." It seemed like whatever energy Deku had been talking about was starting to wear off somewhat now that his breathing had slowed down and he had gotten it out of his system. His voice was evening out and the toxic red halo in his eyes had faded somewhat and was fluctuating more irregularly. Alright, then tell me how to do it so I can send the F'er back to the void whenever he decides to show his face, Katsuki demanded, and Deku sighed, form slumping as he buried his face into Katsuki's shoulder. He was still trembling, but hopefully this time the worst of it had passed. There's only 2 ways to reset the taboo that I know of, Deku mumbled without looking up. And they're both impossible? Humor me, Katsuki tried. Knocking Akai me unconscious or being around the personification of me. Deku trailed off and he suddenly went still against him, tension bleeding out of him. Katsuki reached for him in a panic, thinking something was wrong. Deku? What's going on? Say something. Deku. You're one too, he said eventually, voice slightly high and a little breathless. He pulled back from Katsuki's shoulder to look up at him. There was barely even a hint of red in his eyes at this point. I'm one what? Stop saying weird shit without telling me what it means, Deku. It's not funny, Katsuki said sharply. His mouth started moving almost immediately, breaking into a fast mumble that only served to further confuse Katsuki. Taboo only has 2 ways to be reset. That's how it's always worked? Can't just change all of a sudden? I always looked up to you when we were kids. I guess I never really thought about it after I was kidnapped. It obviously isn't the same as All Might's, but... Stop, Katsuki said, brain shuddering to a halt at the mention of the number 1 hero. Deku, tell me what you're talking about. I didn't understand jack sheet of what's. You can reset my taboo, Deku said before Katsuki could finish, and they both just stared at each other for a long minute. What the F dash? How the hell can I have anything to do with some freaky villain's quirk? I haven't even seen you in. It's not anything you did, Deku said hastily. I told you the quirk affects my brain. When I'm around the thing that comes to mind when I think of my word, for whatever reason, my taboo gets reset. The first time it happened was when I was around All Might, but it was only the one time, so I never really gave it much thought. I didn't even think I could have more than one. I don't think yours isn't the same as his, but Kaken, I can, you don't realize what this could mean. Just slow down, Deku, Katsuki said, trying to wrap his head around what the nerd was saying. So far he understood that this was a good thing, but he still had no clue what he had to do with Deku's taboo. What he viewed as a personification of his word? What the hell was that even supposed to mean? And there were different levels? His head was starting to throb from trying to absorb so much abstract information. How the hell can I be your personification, or whatever you call it? We haven't seen each other in 7 years. Deku, we barely even know each other anymore. I was even a brat to you most of the time when we were kids. I haven't even gotten into a hurt high school yet, for Kami's sake. And it was at that point that Deku gave the saddest smile he had ever seen. You were my friend when everyone else abandoned me. You protected me, even though you didn't really know how. You even told me I shouldn't be a pro until I wouldn't get hurt trying. I wasn't exactly nice about it, Katsuki grumbled, before scoffing. None of that was anything special. It was to me, but I guess I didn't really start thinking of you that way until after it happened and Akai manifested, Deku told him quietly. My memories of you and Auntie and Uncle kept me sane. Whenever it got too much I would think about what you'd say, how you wouldn't want me to give up. You're the reason I'm still awake, that I'm still me at all. You're my hero. Deku barely got the word out before he choked on a stifled scream and the unpleasant smell of burning flesh filled the air. His hand clamped over his mouth and he was full body shaking. Katsuki's heart nearly stopped as he immediately brought his hands up to try and do something, anything to help. Why had the damn nerd said it? Was that the final push? Was Akai going to make his appearance now? Should Katsuki be preparing for a fight or trying to help him? He was so confused and his brain was still playing catch-up after all the information that had suddenly been dumped on him. It also didn't help that Katsuki was shit at these sorts of situations in general. Deku was crying and Katsuki almost could have sworn he saw smoke curling from in between his fingers. Deku? He asked hesitantly, hand touching lightly at the other boy's back as he waited for a reaction. He looked up, his hands falling away to give Katsuki a small, pained smile. It's okay. His words were slow and careful and obviously painful. What happened just now? That wasn't like all the other times, and Sheet Katsuki had been saying that damn word thoughtlessly this whole time. It had probably hurt Deku to hear it. He said it hurt and Katsuki just hadn't been paying attention. He didn't say anything in response this time. Instead he simply opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue for Katsuki to see, and he flinched at the sight. There, looking as if it had just been freshly branded into the pink flesh, still hissing slightly with little pinpoints of blood, was the kanji character Fort Hero. He felt sick looking at it. It was beyond cruel. Whoever had done this to Deku wasn't just a villain, they were sick and twisted in the head. Sorry, the rough statement came from Deku. He winced a little at the pain, but continued to speak anyway. I didn't know saying it would do that. I haven't spoken that word. Can see, the greenette couldn't finish. What kind of effed up quirk did that bastard have? Katsuki asked, more to himself than to Deku. The corrupted one. His quirk itself was a taboo, and he wasn't permitted to use it on others, but he did anyway. The more he used it on other people, the more mutated his quirk factor became. Katsuki said. It was horrible, all of it was, down to the last detail. I'm so sorry, Deku. I should have. He shook his head. Don't do that, Kaken. It won't solve anything. But, make it up to me this time around. Deku cut across him and Katsuki's eyes went wide. Does that mean? He nodded, though it was shaky and hesitant. Akai can't come out so long as I'm around you, right? Katsuki said, remembering what Deku had said earlier about how the taboo worked. Because you think I'm... He stopped mid-sentence as he realized what he was about to say. Deku's taboo was hero, and if the reset was to be around the personification of the word, then that meant Deku? His heart stuttered. After all this time, how could he still think of Katsuki that way? They were little kids then. Of course Deku looked up to him. He was the biggest, loudest personality out there. Everyone had looked up to him at least the tiniest bit back then, but being someone's hero? Never. Not even recently with all his efforts in stepping in the middle of Sheet. Most of the time those victims were still afraid of him or just pitied him when he got beaten black and blue for them. No one had called Katsuki a hero outside his family since, well, I don't mean to force you or anything, Deku said quickly. Honestly, now that you can stop him, you should take me to the police. Akai could still show up. Yours is different from All Might since you're not just a that to me. I don't know how it works. I don't know if he could overpower the reset and manifest anyway. He could show up and attack you and your family. Like hell he will, Katsuki said quickly. He could see Deku's hope waning, the light leaving as he was sucked back into that dark space consumed by Akai and the horrible unknown threat he posed. Katsuki wouldn't lie and say he wasn't worried about the others showing up, but he'd take that risk for Deku. Katsuki had kept his promise to Deku. He wasn't mean and didn't use his quirk on anyone once he got his head straight, but that didn't mean he was a FING pushover. Katsuki had his ass in the gym or out back in the yard training his body and his quirk. He didn't give a damn if the guy had murdered people. Katsuki wasn't going to let him torment Deku for a goddamn second longer. I'll knock the FR into next week if decides to try that Sheet. You're not going anywhere, Deku. At least for a little. While until we get a better idea of what's going on. Then, if we go to the police, we'll get them to help you, not arrest you, Deku. His shoulders had pulled up to his ears. It really did make such a big difference comparing the Deku he recognized to that intense presence he'd had before, and Akai hadn't even fully manifested. He didn't think he'd ever have trouble telling the two apart in the future. Please. Deku's eyes came up to meet his. They were so open and vulnerable at that moment. Katsuki could see all of his fear and hesitation, the doubt and anxiety about what staying meant, but Katsuki also saw a faint glimmer of hope, just barely shining beneath it all. Okay, Kaken. Shoyuta groaned as he double-checked the address he had gotten from the detective for the 10th time. He was exhausted. He'd been going all night for several nights in a row for the last week tracking down the victims of the Taboo case. No one called it the Isho case anymore since they had gotten the guy and he was currently incarcerated in Tartarus Max security prison. No, now it was only about his victims still suffering under his quirk. They had recovered 9 of them so far and there were still a few locations they needed to check. It made Shoyuta furious all over again each time he was called in. These people were terrified of them, living in hovels, isolating themselves from any and all contact with people. They lashed out in fear and panic, but they weren't there to arrest any of them. No one said anything. They were given a mute order to prevent any accidental triggers of the quirk's effect. So far all the people that had been recovered were being kept in a recovery facility out in the countryside away from others aside from the handful of nurses and quirk specialists attempting to treat them and whatever long-term side effects they might be suffering from. So far they didn't have any leads for undoing the quirk, so there was still a risk for them, but their quality of life was significantly better at least. They were being given every comfort and getting proper treatment for their individual needs, with significantly less risk than what they were facing before. Determining each case's specific word without asking for it directly had been a challenge, but Shoyuta wasn't involved with that stage. After the initial recovery, he stepped back and the lead detectives didn't always call him in for that in the first place. Shoyuta was grateful he was only requested occasionally. He was still working on his own cold case, trying to make even the smallest amount of progress in finding Midoriya Izuku, the boy who had started all this mess in the first place. Shoyuta didn't have any evidence that the boy was still alive after all this time, but his gut was telling Shoyuta Midoriya was out there. For a couple of weeks after Izuku managed to escape from Isho, there had been a few reports of a boy fitting his description in blips here and there across the city before they just stopped. Most of those sightings were attacks or assaults, nothing too serious since he was a kid, mostly just a few scraps from picking a fight with other kids. Nothing that would have really drawn police or hero attention, but it did set a sort of baseline for violent behavior. If he was like that at 7 years old, not necessarily attacking, but still instigating fights, where would he be now? Shoyuta sighed. He didn't plan on mentioning any of this to the Bakugous. He had only wanted to offer them some news and maybe a small bit of hope that he wasn't giving up on the case. Shoyuta wanted to give them some peace of mind that the one who had originally kidnapped Midoriya had been convicted and would spend the rest of his life in prison. He could at least offer them that much. He strode up the front walkway. The gate was open. It was a pretty decently sized house for being not too far outside the city, the large set of windows above the door being the first thing you notice when you walk up along with the well-maintained garden framing the exterior. It definitely did not compare to the 2-bedroom flat he and Hisashi were renting. Hoping that he wasn't about to get the door slammed in his face, Shoyuta rang the doorbell and waited. There was some commotion from inside before a few minutes later when the door opened. Standing in the opening was a teenager maybe 14 or 15 years old, with spiky ash blonde hair and intense red eyes that flicked up and down over his person unimpressed. He was dressed in loose jeans and a black t-shirt with a skull design, the tip of a white house slipper peeking beyond the crack of the door. Shoyuta fought the urge to groan. He had been hoping to deal with the parents. Sorry, but we already made our donations to orphans and the homeless this month. You should try another house. He barked at him without any preamble and started to close the door again. Shoyuta caught the door with his hand. If he was honest, that wasn't even the worst greeting someone had opened with upon meeting him for the first time unannounced. At least the kid's family cared enough to donate, hopefully. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta, also known as Eraserhead. You're a pro? He asked sharply before Shoyuta could finish. Raising a skeptical eyebrow at Shoyuta with his arms folded across his chest. Shoyuta sighed before digging his license out of his wallet, offering it to the kid to inspect. He supposed he shouldn't be upset that the kid was suspicious of him. He'd probably be more irritated if he just accepted Shuta's declaration at face value without asking for proof. He handed the license back to Shoyuta, but didn't move to let him in, instead leaning in the doorway with his arms refolded across his chest. So what's a pro want here? My parents are out of town on business. They won't be back until late tonight or early tomorrow, so you should come back then. Shoyuta sighed internally. Of course the parents weren't home. Now he had come all the way down here for nothing. Oh well, it's not like I can just leave without explaining myself. I was just going to alert you and your family that I recently took over the Midoriya Izuku case. You were the ones who originally reported the disappearance, correct? The reaction was instantaneous. The boy's entire form tensed and his face contorted into a harsh scowl where before it had been set closer to bored indifference. What the F dash? Ah, so he's the angry type. Shoyuta thought distastefully. He was about to say his piece when the boy, Bakugous Katsuki, if he was remembering the report correctly, started talking again. "Why the hell do you extras suddenly care so much now?" he asked sharply. "What effing good does it do to start looking into a case after 7 effing years, huh? Where were you 7 years ago when we reported it in the first place?" "I wasn't. You F-airs have got a lot of damn never coming here and spouting that shit. You a-hole never given a damn about Deku. Where the F do you get off saying you took over his case when you FS didn't open up a damn case to begin with? Well, if all of you, we don't want your pity or help or any other type of bullshit you have to feed us. Like hell we trust a damn thing any of you in extras again after the sheet you pulled. I apologize on behalf of the department." Shoyuta managed to get in when the boy paused to take a breath. "What happened was completely inappropriate and we're. I don't give a flying F what the hell it was. We went to the police for a month trying to get them to move their asses just once to find him. We petitioned pros all over the city as well as the HPSC for weeks to look into it and none of you did jack shit to try to find my best friend. You think I want to hear your excuses now? You think I'll believe you want to try to help him now, after you decided to shove the case onto some random shelf for 7 FING years? You think I want to listen to any more of your fake promises, so you can get our hopes up again only to walk away from it once you decide it's not worth the trouble?" Shoyuta sucked in a tight breath. He was pissed. There were frustrated tears in the corners of his eyes, but they never fell past that and his knuckles were white from how tight his fists were clenched. It was no wonder he kept calling Shoyuta and the others pros rather than heroes. They had failed this kid and his family for years and had gotten away with it. "I swear I'm not like the people you have had the misfortune of dealing with in the past. I work in the underground. One of the things I specialize in is cold cases. When myself and a detective I work with discovered what the officers who originally took the case did, we had charges pressed against them and everyone else involved for negligence, professional misconduct, quirk discrimination, child endangerment. You think I give a damn about that? You think arresting a few a-holes is going to change what happened in the slightest? My friend disappeared when he was 7 years old and you FS didn't do a damn thing," he said harshly, teeth bared, one hand slamming into the door frame beside him, popping and sparking with what Shoyuta could only assume was his quirk. His eyes widened marginally at the display. He could erase it before the boy did any real damage, but it was the fact that he wasn't afraid of using it that surprised Shoyuta. Most people would have thought twice about so much as talking back to a hero, let alone cursing at them and letting off their quirk. "It seems I've only succeeded in making you angry, which was not why I came here," Shoyuta responded calmly. Bakugous scoffed. "What the hell do you expect to happen? Did you think I would be grateful? Did you think any of us would be grateful you decided to reopen a case you already know has passed its expiration date? You're only supposed to have 48 hours to bring them back alive, right, Eraserhead? What are you hoping to accomplish when you're 7 FING years late? I came here to inform you that we managed to track down the guy who kidnapped Midoriya. He was convicted and is currently rotting somewhere in Tartarus," Shoyuta told the kid sharply before he could start up again. This seemed to catch Bakugous off guard because the heavy glare he had been pinning Shoyuta with for the last 20 minutes had lessened slightly and the sneer had dropped to more of an angry frown. He glanced back into the house behind him. Curious, considering he was supposed to be home alone right now. "What did you just say?" "I said, I managed to track down the guy who took your friend and I arrested him," Shoyuta told him, and the boy's eyebrows tensed together as his eyes again briefly flicked back towards the inside of the house again. "I took this case and I'm going to see it through to whatever end it may have, whether I have your family's blessing or not. I assumed that you had the right to know what I was doing since you opened the investigation in the first place and pushed for it so strongly, even when you met resistance. You have every right to be angry with us for what's happened. No one is going to begrudge you for that, but I'm not giving up and I'm not stopping. But you already caught the guy, isn't that?" "No," Shoyuta said firmly to make his position clear. "This case was never about catching the guy who did it. This is a missing persons case and I intend to remain on this case until I find Midoriya-kun. That's what being a hero may." The rest of Shuta's declaration was drowned out by the sound of something shattering inside the house, closely followed by a loud crash. "Shit," Katsuki said sharply, immediately turning to go inside, leaving the door wide open as he bolted away. Shoyuta only hesitated for a moment before following, shutting the door behind him. He hadn't been officially allowed into the house, but the circumstance was suspicious. He didn't want the kid to have to deal with something over his head when his parents weren't home. He moved into the home following the retreating form of Bakugou and the sounds of continued disturbance. It was spacious, and he noted a large living room to his left right off of the main entryway with a staircase ahead of him and slightly to the right. Bakugou was moving deeper towards the back of the house. He was led down a short hall and then past the open kitchen and dining area with another living area. He also noted the overabundance of natural light from the surplus of massive windows in the house. Bakugou, however, passed all of these in favor of entering another sitting room, though this one, unlike the others, was somewhat separated from the rest of the house, the only entrance blocked by a set of simple double-glass doors. Bakugou threw them open and rushed into the room. Shoyuta was briefly stunned by the amount of light. An entire wall to his right was a dedicated window, with a cushioned bench seat underneath furnished with multiple pillows, books carelessly set aside. There were another 3 much more narrow windows on the wall across from him, and along almost every available bit of wall space were shelves of books. It surprised him, but now wasn't exactly the time to dwell on how someone else chose to decorate their house. Instead, what Shoyuta took notice of was the shattered remains of what appeared to be a coffee mug, its contents spilling in a small puddle over the hardwood floors. An armchair as well as the coffee table appeared to have been overturned. Books had been knocked off the shelves and were scattered over the floor. Shoyuta fisted a hand into his capture weapon, expecting a fight as he searched the room for whoever made the mess in the first place, only to find Bakugou crouching in the corner next to the full wall of books. Bakugou glanced back at him briefly as he heard him enter. He sucked in a sharp breath before scowling. Back off, a-hole. I do not need you in here right now when he's like this. Shoyuta stopped in his tracks, not sure what he was expecting as he finally caught sight of the person Bakugou was crouched in front of. In the back of his mind, he tried to think of the last time he had been cussed out this much within the span of half an hour, but that was quickly shoved to the side as unimportant as he looked down at the hyperventilating form currently hunched over in the fetal position. Shoyuta wasn't sure who he was expecting. He friend probably, given that the Bakugous didn't have any extended family, but it was not the crumpled and panicking form of who he suspected was the Midoriya Izuku, the boy who had been missing for 7 years. What the? I said effing leave. I'll effing answer your stupid-ass questions once he isn't on the verge of asphyxiating himself. Now go wait in the hall or something. Bakugou barked at him and reluctantly, Shoyuta was forced to agree. He backed slowly out of the room, watching the two closely as Bakugou turned his attention back to Midoriya. All hostility and brashness left him as he gently pulled the other teen towards him, running a hand down his back and whispering too quietly for Shoyuta to make out the words. Shoyuta retreated to the hall, standing with his arms folded. What the hell was going on? How long had Midoriya been here? Why had Bakugou been shouting at him like that if he knew exactly where his friend was the whole time? Why hadn't he alerted the police or Hero ES that Midoriya had been found? Well, he supposed he could still somewhat understand where he was coming from for those last two. Bakugou obviously didn't trust any of them with that kind of information after they had so royally screwed up the case in the first place. She thought. This complicated things. He'd seen the markings on Midoriya's wrists. He was definitely under the affects of Taboo, which meant he would probably end up being relocated to the facility with the other victims once Shoyuta reported him found. But that would mean separating Bakugou from him a second time. After the veritable verbal lashing he had just received that made him question certain qualification for being a hero, Shoyuta wasn't sure he wanted to even touch that thought. He doubted Bakugou would be very understanding of Midoriya having to be taken away again, even if it would be for the boy's benefit to do so. He was not looking forward to that conversation. Almost an hour later, Bakugou emerged from the book room. He glanced briefly at Shoyuta before grunting and tilting his head further into the house. Shoyuta got the message and followed as he led him further inside. Shoyuta waited patiently to be directed once they had entered the kitchen area, with a door leading out to the backyard. Bakugou was moving around the kitchen. Shoyuta opted to take a seat on one of the bar stools across from him. I found him collapsed in an alley 4 days ago, Bakugous told Shoyuta as he set down a steaming cup of coffee. Today was the first day he was really awake for more than an hour or two, so thanks for that. Shoyuta took the cup for what was a peace offering. I'm afraid I don't understand. You arrested the guy who kidnapped him, right? Then at least have some kind of idea what that bastard's quirk did to him, Bakugous said aggressively, baring his teeth at Shoyuta for the second time. He told you? Shoyuta asked, carefully taking a sip of the coffee. He was surprised at how strong and rich it was. It wasn't the generic, factory-made stuff he had been expecting. Then again, the house was large and well-furnished. High-grade coffee beans might be a staple for them. Shoyuta was a little more curious and slightly cautious about that piece of information. Yeah, he did, and then slept for almost a day and a half afterwards because of it. He only woke up long enough to eat a few bites of food. I was hoping he'd actually be able to eat a decent meal tonight and get a proper shower for the first time in probably forever for him, but thanks to you and your big mouth that's not going to happen. Me? What did I? You said his FING word, dumbass. What do you think? Shoyuta tensed, almost choking on his coffee in his surprise. Midoriya's taboo was supposed to induce violent tendencies when triggered. How do you know that? He told me, you damn hobo, Bakugous said sharply. He leaned his head back and looking up at the ceiling. Of course it took my dumbass saying the damn thing more than 3 times before I figured it out. That was not a fun afternoon. You must be mistaken. The people affected by the quirk can't say the word that was taken from them. Who the hell told you that? Katsuki's head dropped back down to look at Shoyuta with the most exasperated, confused look he had seen thus far, though Shoyuta supposed it was an improvement over the glare. Well, no one, but none of the others were ever. That's because the damn thing is branded onto them, Katsuki growled, but this time Shoyuta got the impression the hostility wasn't meant for him. The black marks, even on their damn tongues, whenever they say it, it all burns as if it's happening all over again. Why the hell would anyone willingly subject themselves to that if they didn't have to? Nah, I figured it out mostly for myself from watching his reactions each time I said it, not knowing what the hell I was doing to him. That doesn't make any sense, none of the others. Bakugous groaned, pulling up a cup from behind him and taking a long sip. You can't FING compare them. Especially not when Deku's around me. What's that supposed to mean? Shoyuta asked with his own dubious frown. This kid was not about to win any points in Shuta's book if he gave him some kind of "I'm special" spiel. He had to deal with that type of arrogant thinking enough at UA. Thank you. I'm FNG, the only thing keeping the damn taboo from activating, at least fully. Damn twist of fate or whatever you want to call it, but I'll tell you right now, if you take him, it's almost guaranteed for you to trigger taboo before you get to wherever you're going. Shoyuta hesitated. That hadn't come off as Bakugous being arrogant. He'd almost seemed disbelieving of his claim as Midoriya's anchor himself, and the later half hadn't been phrased a threat either. The blonde appeared to be genuinely trying to warn him in the most roundabout and crude way possible. Shoyuta which way to approach this new information. They hadn't managed to connect any of the others to their supposed anchors like Bakugous was claiming to be for Midoriya, so he didn't have any point of reference to compare. Then again, Midoriya was also the only victim to have willingly remained in the company of other people, which was extremely out of character. He took a deep breath. For now it would be best to stick to the book. We've dealt with people in his position before. I can tell you there are protocols for making sure that kind of thing doesn't happen. You don't seem to understand this quirk at all. It's not just external triggers that can set it off. If Deku so much as gives the thing a passing thought for half a second, it triggers taboo. You all can be as mute as you like, but it's not going to stop Deku from thinking. He's tried to turn himself into the police before. Obviously it's never worked. Shuta's brow furrowed and he took another pull off of his coffee so he didn't have to respond right away. That made a small amount of sense. From what had been reported by the Bakugous, Midoriya is a kind soul who likes helping people. His taboo reportedly triggers violent tendencies, though they don't have any kind of confirmation or specifics about exactly what it does. It would have been a natural reaction to try and go to the police or heroes to try and help him. It's hero, Bakugous said after several minutes of silence passed between the two of them. What? His taboo word, it's hero. That's why I talked over you at the door. He's in a constant state of fear and anxiety, waiting for it to get triggered. He's afraid of being around other people because he doesn't want them to say it, but more than that he's afraid of hurting them after they do, Bakugous explained bluntly. Is it alright for you to be saying it aloud right now then? Bakugous shrugged. Deku's asleep right now, but as long as he can either see, hear, or otherwise sense me around him then it's relatively safe, but that does not give you permission to say it around him. If you need to, you can say pro instead, means just about the same thing to the rest of us, but it makes one hell of a difference to Deku. And you know all this how? Yesterday, when I got home from school, I found Deku sobbing in that sunroom you saw earlier, smashed into the furthest corner, with the sofa pulled over almost on top of him and bunched up in about the tightest knot he could possibly get into. Care to take a guess as to what happened? Enlighten me, Shoyuta said. He already had his suspicions. He triggered Taboo trying to read a book I had told him was safe, Bakugous said roughly. For whatever reason, Akai decided to stick around long enough for me to get home, but the damage was done. I couldn't get him to calm down. He ended up hyperventilating to the point of passing out because he was utterly terrified of himself and what he could have done. He went into another panic attack when he woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, though that time I managed to talk him down. I never made it to school today. Shoyuta felt cold. His coffee no longer tasted quite as rich. And Akai is? According to Deku, he's a murdering psychopath as a result of Taboo. Of course the nerd couldn't tell me what happened because he goes to sleep when Akai is in control. Full blackout except for the fact Deku's forced to watch when the psycho decides to start ending people. When I first brought him here and he woke up he couldn't tell the difference between being awake and asleep. That's how fed up the last 7 years have been for him. Akai might not have kidnapped Deku, but he's certainly kept my friend as his prisoner for long enough. I'm sorry, Bakugous, Shoyuta said, not really sure what else to say after hearing something like that. I'm not the one who deserves the apology. Deku's the one you a-holes decided wasn't worth the trouble. That wasn't me, Shoyuta said sharply, but he knew how weak it sounded. I would never abandon a child to a fate like that. Whatever, Bakugous scoffed, setting his mug back down on the counter hard. But this sheet is stuff you're going to have to deal with if you take him. Most people can't go through a single conversation without bringing up heroes or heroics. There are hardly any books that don't use the word at least 2 or 3 times nowadays unless you look for pre-quirk area crap that's ridiculously expensive to get a hold of. You might be able to get him to go with you, you might even manage not to trigger him the whole way there, but what are you going to do when it does eventually get triggered? We have a facility out in the country away from all the excess amounts of people here in the city. All the staff are briefed and have the necessary skills and training in order to take care of people in Midoriya's situation. They're all aware of the different patients' triggers, so there's no chance of them being set off accidentally. He'd have people there looking after and monitoring him, yes, but he'd get to live a more normal life. He'd get to study and learn, do hobbies he liked before he had to deal with Taboo. He'd get to socialize with people again in a safe environment. Shoyuta wasn't sure what he expected out of Bakugous when he told him about the facility, maybe hostility or resistance at his friend being taken away, but he wasn't expecting the teen to laugh in his face. You don't know jack shit about Deku, he growled, suddenly hostile as he managed to get control of his laughter again. A normal life? You'd be shipping Deku back off into isolation while taking away what little freedom he had when he was out on his own. That's not true, there are other people. Those doctors and nurses won't give a damn about him besides making sure he's physically healthy, and Akai hasn't shown up. It's not their job to be his friend or entertain him. And tell me, oh wise eraserhead, how many of these other patients are teens mine and Deku's age? You seriously think traumatized adults would want a damn thing to do with an equally traumatized kid, let alone comfort or talk to him? He'd be on his FNG own in that place, and if you're suggesting he can learn and have the hobbies he used to enjoy, you're dead wrong. Hero ES are a pretty standard thing, most people don't give it much thought. So how do you think Deku ended up with such a FING harsh punishment for such supposedly commonplace word? Bakugous continued to glare at him. Deku's always loved Hero ES, admired and studied them since he was able to understand what they were. Then his mom got ended by a hero as collateral damage. He figured out a lot sooner than most that being a pro doesn't really make you a hero, so yeah. Deku's word is a FING important factor in his quality of life. You think you would be able to cut out Hero ICS entirely from him? Oh yeah, Deku would be really safe and happy going with you. You would have him stay here with you then? Shoyuta countered. Putting you and your family under constant threat? Bakugou actually shrugged at him. My showing up yesterday shut down Akai right when he first manifested when he was supposed to be at his strongest. It seems to me, putting him in that facility would be an even bigger threat since you're putting him in there with a bunch of other people with no real way of stopping Akai outside of pumping Deku full of drugs. I think Deku has a better shot of being safe and taken care of by people who actually want to help him than someone just hired by the government. You're not being very fair about this. Like hell I'm going to be fair when Deku's been ignored and treated like shit for long enough. You can go ahead and try, as much as I can't effing stand it. I can't exactly stop you, but all the pain that comes from it is going to be on you. It was Shuta's turn to glare. He had had just about enough. The kid was hitting the nail on the head way too often and it was starting to irritate him. We can't just allow a murderer potential free rein. Then why not question him and see if he's actually guilty or not? Are you being serious right now? You already said? I told you what Deku said about him. I have no actual proof he's ended anyone. For all I know, Akai could just be showing Deku fake memories and nightmares without ever actually doing a damn thing just to torment him. Deku couldn't tell you either since 85% of the time Akai is in control it's a complete blank for him. I'm not calling Deku a liar, but part of the reason he's so terrified is the fact that he doesn't know what happens most of the time. And you would be willing to let us question him knowing he could potentially admit to murder? It wouldn't have been Deku who did it, so no, Bakugou responded with a shrug. I know quirk law, you can't convict a person under the influence of a quirk the same way you do someone who's not. You'll probably end up striking some kind of deal involving me either way. You're awfully confident, came Shuta's muttered reply. Call it curiosity, I'd like to see the bastard who's put my friend through hell, even if it's through a screen. Bakugou gave Shoyuta a feral grin that sent a shiver down the man's spine. It wasn't the friendly sort of smile. After all, keeping the bastard in check sort of just became my responsibility. Plus, I think letting Deku see what he's really like might do him some good too. Then you agree to bring him to the station? Don't get the wrong idea, this happening isn't guaranteed or anything but yeah, I'll talk to him about it. Bakugou waved dismissively. It's definitely not going to happen until after my parents get back and they're brought up to speed though. No way am I dealing with all of that in the same day. Plus, Deku needs time to recover after what happened earlier. Shoyuta sighed. You're a good friend, Bakugou? Nah, came a much more mellow reply than he was expecting. I've F up a few too many times to be a good friend and I'll probably keep screwing shit up, but he says I'm his hero. I've just managed to get him back after all this time. Don't plan to let anything else even come near him anytime soon. Izuku woke up shaking and while he had been successful in preventing himself from vomiting thus far, this time he had no such luck. He did at least manage to roll over and make sure it didn't end up all over the couch. He heaved, throwing up anything and everything that was left in his system. It was bad, one of the worst ones he's had in a couple of months at least, and it was one he'd had before. It was the murder of the pro rebound, the first one Akai had ever committed, and it was an absolute bloodbath. It was something like being an outside observer to a horror film. He could see what was about to happen, he shouted and screamed, tried to do anything to interfere but it never amounted to anything. He was essentially a prisoner in his own mind in those moments. But Izuku had never once tried to look away. It was his fault those people were hurt, he wouldn't hide from it. He would own his responsibility in their deaths. Still, it made him want to be violently sick every time the memories bubbled back up. He was trying to suck in air but his throat was squeezing up too tight for anything to get by. There was something wrapping around his body, trapping him, holding him in place. His mouth burned and he fought the urge to cough while he attempted to just breathe. His whole body was shaking and he was all tangled up and the only thing he could see was red dripping and running everywhere. He could feel it on his hands, running across his skin. Make it stop. Please, someone, help me. Easy, Dad, it's all right, a familiar rough tone said, a warm hand landing on his back running soothingly up and down. It's just you and me, no one else, focus on my voice. You're not there anymore, you're safe and so is everyone else. Izuku whimpered, reaching out and immediately a hand was offered to him. He took it tightly at first, focusing on the opposing grip, and let it ground him as he slowly managed to peel his eyes open. It was dim in the room, the only light on being a shaded lamp in the corner that was turned down to its lowest setting. Outside the windows it was dark. He had slept through most of the day again. He was still shaking, but his breathing was starting to even out. His throat didn't feel so tight, which only made the horrid burning sensation more apparent. He started running his hand over the one being offered to him, noting all the calluses and lines, the above-average warmth radiating up from the palms, giving him something to focus on other than the after images still staining the backs of his eyelids. This because of earlier? Or what happened yesterday? Kaken asked quietly, after a few minutes. He was still running a hand up and down Izuku's back, and Kaken continued to allow Izuku free inspection of his other palm. Izuku wasn't really sure why it calmed him down so much. Maybe it was something to do with Kaken's quirk. Maybe it was the fact that Kaken's hands were warm. Unlike Izuku quickly shut down that line of thought. Thinking about him would just upset him more. The other boy had probably picked up on it after the first time as well, since Izuku could feel the quirk-enhanced heat working its way into his own numb fingers. He could smell the faint caramel scent of his nitroglycerin-infused sweat. Izuku shook his head. He tried to speak, but his voice failed. He always found it hard to do much of anything after one of the nightmares. He knew it wasn't him who did it, he knew it was because of the quirk, but the blood was on his hands. Always his hands. He let it happen. He failed. He couldn't stay away, he couldn't not think about it. It was his fault. A sharp pain suddenly bloomed up in the middle of his forehead, and Izuku's eyes snapped up towards Kaken. The offending finger that had flicked him dropped as he moved the hand to his shoulder. None of that, it's not your fault, Deku, none of it. You didn't fail and you didn't let Akai do anything. This sheet was forced on you against your will, and you have done everything humanly possible to try to prevent it from happening. But no, Izuku, Kaken said sternly, before deflating slightly. The sharp crease between his eyebrows easing slightly. I know I can't do anything to stop what goes on up here, he eventually said, gently tapping his forehead this time. I can't make the nightmares go away, and I can't get rid of the quirk for you. Izuku's head drooped. He was causing trouble for Kaken. He could see the dark circles under Kaken's eyes and hear the exhaustion in his voice. When he had agreed to stay, he had been so tired and his emotions were so unstable after everything, he had regretted it when he woke up the following day, too. He had considered running, disappearing just like he had before, as if it never happened in the first place. It was only the memory of Kaken's desperate plea and the utter exhaustion plaguing his body that had stopped him. But, Kaken said, using his thumb to tilt Izuku's chin up for his eyes to meet Kaken's intense ruby-red ones. What I can do is be right here beside you for as long as it takes to find the solutions you need. Kaken? Izuku winced at the raspy croak of his voice. You're constantly afraid because there's no guarantee you can stay, but I can give you that, Deku? Kaken said forcefully, jamming his thumb into his chest. I still plan on being number one, but that won't mean jack to me without you there giving me someone worthwhile to compete with. So don't disappear again, okay? That includes getting lost in that big brain of yours. Just let me protect you this time. Izuku's grip tightened on Kaken's hand. Kaken. He had always been a constant in Izuku's life, even after it fell apart. Remembering all the fun they had playing pros together, running through woods and park, those memories had been what Izuku relied on most since everything else had been taken away from him or cursed by the taboo. Everything else about his past had been corrupted after the quirk took over. In those days when he was first starting out, he had only been able to last a couple of hours before he was put to sleep again. He had over a year and a half of time almost entirely missing, and it was when his body went into withdrawal for something he hadn't even known the name of at the time that he realized it wasn't going away and he couldn't keep living his life in blips. Why you have T to P-Pro promised an? Izuku stuttered. P-Prom promised that you'll be the one T to SDSDO stop Akai. Stop me if it G-Go goes be bad? That's not going to happen. Izuku shook his head. P-Pro my smedish that you WW won't let him hurt P people and anymore. P-Promise me you'll GGI give MET to the PPR pros I if it happens again, Kaken? Izuku I can't just. Promise, Kaken, please, Izuku begged, finally working up his nerve not to stutter. tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, but he didn't let them fall, not when it was something this important. I don't want it to be like before, never again. Alright, Deku, I promise it'll be me, Kaken said, and then he pulled Izuku forward into a hug. Izuku released the hand he was holding to claw his hands into the material of Kaken's shirt, burying his nose in the other's shoulder and hiding away the silent tears he let fall. They stayed like that for a few more seconds before Izuku hastily pulled away. So, what happened, he to the P-Pro, W's here? He left a while ago, Kaken said roughly, getting to his feet. I know you heard at least the first part of it, but what do you remember? Izuku thought about it as Kaken went to retrieve cleaning supplies and a towel from the hall. Apart from Kaken's room, the only other place in the house Izuku willingly went into was the book room. Kaken had tried to convince him it was safe throughout the rest of the house and he was free to go where he pleased, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to do it. Once he woke up, he just couldn't bring himself to leave the room he was in, not unless he had no other choice. Staying in one place made it harder to trigger the quirk, so he remained confined to his room. On the rare occasion that he woke up outside the apartment, he made an effort to move at night, staying away from any and all people. Of course, he rarely ever managed to make it back before someone else set it off, but staying in one place on the street was even more dangerous. Kaken had asked him why leaving was so hard for him only once after Izuku had struggled to try to explain the first time. There was only one safe room. The walls of the apartment where he stayed all had carvings of the word in them as well as shredded pro posters plastered everywhere. Izuku couldn't get near them to take them down or cover them up. The best he could manage when he had to leave was keep his eyes on the floor, and not even that was safe all the time. So, he stayed locked in his room until hunger drove him out. After that conversation, the next time he woke up, he found himself lying on the couch in the book room. He was so paranoid about how it happened that he almost worked himself into a panic attack from it until he saw a note on the table. Kaken had moved him down while he was asleep, so he wasn't stuck in Kaken's room the whole time. There was even a bathroom connected to it. He said he wanted Izuku to enjoy not being trapped anymore, so even he should get to feel safe and comfortable anywhere. So for the last couple of days he'd been waking up in here and just laying out napping in the sun. Then there was yesterday. Izuku shook his head. Kaken had apologized and said he wouldn't let it happen again and that he would be here the next time Izuku tried something like that for the first time again. He was even there to talk Izuku down when that pro said, I remember of everything up until he started talking about arresting the guy who kidnapped me. After that it's hazy. I had another panic attack, I think? Yeah, you crashed after that, Kaken said. He was frowning slightly as he tossed Izuku the cleaning supplies. Didn't try to take me away? Izuku asked cautiously, not looking up at Kaken and focusing on cleaning up his mess from earlier. Kaken shrugged slowly. More like I forced his hand not to. He wanted to try shipping you off to some facility out in the sticks with a bunch of the guy's other victims. It's supposed to be a safe space where you can't get triggered, but I don't buy that crap. He'd have to get you there first, and you don't exactly have a good track record with that. Why shouldn't have done that, Kaken? Izuku told him weakly. It was bad enough why you shouted at him over mean. Don't start with that crap, Deku. I told you I'm not going to let anyone take you away like that again. Besides, I might have worked out something better. Remember how you tried begging me to take you to the police after that first day? Izuku nodded. That hadn't been a good day. Izuku was only awake for half an hour after he spent most of the time crying and begging and Kaken shouting at him for being a dumbass wanting to turn himself in for something he wasn't actually responsible for. Well, I've been giving it a lot of thought since then and I did some research. Even if it turns out Akai is some psycho ender, they can't punish you the same way they would a regular criminal since the crimes were quirk-induced and out of your control. Going to the police and finding out what actually happens to you and getting a recording of it so you can see, it might even give you some peace of mind as well, Kaken said carefully. Izuku could see him in his peripheral vision, watching him closely for a reaction. That means I'd be bring him you out on per purpose? Izuku's voice was unsteady and his hands shook as he said it. If you can't go through with it we won't, they'll just have to live with your take on things, but I think getting this sheet over with now would be good for you. They'd have to record the whole thing, Deku, which means both of us would get to see that bastard and know what to look for. You want to go to the police so they'd punish you, right? So they'd lock you up? I'm sorry, Izuku said, tears sliding down his face. I don't want and anyone else to get hurt? Kaken sighed before dropping a heavy hand onto Izuku's head. He looked up at the other. Damn crybaby, you've been that way from the start. Kaken, Izuku sniffled, trying to stop the tears. Getting shipped off to jail wouldn't fix anything, Deku. If anything, it could end up making everything worse for you since they just treat you like another a-hole villain. Yes, Kaken said sharply. Listen to me, Deku. When you're with me, you're harmless, maybe even a little useless, but you're you. You are innocent, and so long as you're with me, it'll stay that way. The police would be FING morons to take that risk, so as long as we prove I can keep you in check, we should be able to stay together. They'll probably be a-holes and put a bunch of crap regulations and rules on us, but we'd stay together. It's the safest option for everyone. So, why you turning me in? It's not turning you into us. It's just questions, since you're a victim, Kaken said with emphasis. Izuku sniffled again, before dropping his head forward against Kaken's leg. After my parents get home and we somehow sort out the mess that's going to be, outside of that I don't know. Dad and the old hag should be getting back here any minute actually, Kaken said, glancing up at a clock sitting on one of the shelves. I'll head them off in the entryway like I did earlier and try to explain things to them before they doing anything FNG stupid. Okay, Kaken, Izuku mumbled, fighting back a yawn. He'd thought he'd finally recovered enough sleep to stay awake for a decent amount of time, but he was still exhausted after everything that had happened. You falling asleep again? Kaken asked him in a somber tone. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Probably better if you get as much sleep as you can if we end up at the police station tomorrow. I'll handle my parents, you don't worry about it, he said quietly. Do you want me to bring you up to my room when you're out? Izuku thought about it. I think I want to try Jigo going up on my own. Kaken's eyes widened in surprise. I won't stop you, but if you start panicking. You call me alright? There isn't anything that's going to set you off, I made damn sure of that the first day, but your brain is still a FNG mess right now. It's definitely not good for you to have several of those in one day. Tomorrow we're going to have a completely stress-free day. Kaken, Izuku said, managing a small, tired smile in response. Before the other helped him to his feet and guided him to the stairs. Izuku gave him a small smile before he shakily made his way up the stairs on his own for the first time. Katsuki breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the door shut quietly upstairs. It was good progress for the nerd that he managed to pull off something like that, but it made Katsuki anxious waiting for it to go wrong. It also didn't help that every time he was away from the other, he felt as if he was going to disappear again. He'd been sleeping like sheet from all the times his dumb nightmare-cooked brain woke him up and compelled him to check on Deku. The only thing that helped was having some kind of physical contact with the other boy, so he knew he was still there. He wandered back to the book room. It used to be an at-home gym, but after Auntie died and Deku began spending more time with them, they had decided to do something nice for him. The nerd always enjoyed reading and finding out something new, so they made him his own personal library. Thing was, they didn't manage to complete the damn thing before Deku went missing, so he never got to enjoy it like they had all hoped. Katsuki glanced up at the two shires still standing on the only shelves clear of books sandwiched between the three narrow windows. One was for Auntie Inko and the other was for Deku. He hadn't managed to get up the nerve to take it down yet, afraid that this was all just some elaborate trick or dream. Katsuki wasn't sure how much time passed before he heard the lock of the front door click and the sound of footsteps. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for the sheet show that was about to take place. He saw this going one of two ways, the first and more likely of the two being that they didn't believe him and the old hag would shout at him about how he needed to accept what happened and stop making them relive the past. Or, they didn't believe him, but still humored him like they did, with that sad pitying look in their eyes. Either way, it was going to suck ass trying to explain everything to them. Hey brat, we're home. I know you're still awake, so come give your damn mother a hug, the old hag shouted from the front of the house, and Katsuki sighed, before getting to his feet. He padded out carefully down the hall. Dad was hanging up their jackets while the old hag pulled off her shoes. Their suitcases were already set to the side of the Genkan. Welcome back. Trip go okay? Some a-holes weren't doing their jobs right and few systems were out of order, but it was mostly just the usual sheet that comes with having so many branches. His mom waved him off as she stepped up from the Genkan. She looked up at him for the first time and then frowned, reaching out and grabbing his chin. You've been fighting again? Not in the last few days, no. I've been preoccupied, he said roughly, jerking his chin away. His face was still pretty bruised up from when those upperclassmen worked him over, but it was true that no one had touched him since then for whatever reason. That's so? You finally managed to find a hobby that doesn't involve screaming or violence. Or did they just come out with a new first-person shooter game while we were gone? She asked him with a smirk. Not exactly no, he said. Katsuki had no FING idea how he was supposed to casually bring up the fact that Deku, who had been FING missing for 7 years, had been crashing in his room for the past 4 days. Katsuki, what's wrong? You don't normally go this long without cursing or calling me that god-awful name. I mean, honestly, what kind of brat calls their mother an old hag? What kind of an old hag calls their son a brat? Katsuki snapped back, with a slight smirk. He knew the relationship he had with the old hag wasn't what most people would define as normal parent-child behavior, but it was how they did things. They were both shit at talking about their feelings, so they just did things the way they both recognized, through actions. They both had horrible personalities, but they accepted that about each other and just threw back as much as they received, knowing it was how the other expressed that they cared. Seriously though, the old hag said, you look more like shit than usual. Did something happen at school? No. I kind of shit. I found Deku. He managed to get out, throwing the words out there like vomit as he looked quickly between his parents. The old hag tensed and immediately looked to Dad. This was the diverging point between the two scenarios he thought up earlier, and his mom was the difference. Depending on how she was feeling, she might not think before she spoke. The subject of Deku had been particularly hard on her, just like it had on Katsuki, just for a different reason. Her and Auntie had been like sisters to each other, so after she had passed, the old hag would have adopted Deku, but his sheet stain of a father refused to give up custody out of some jacked-up sense of responsibility or whatever. The point was that she and Katsuki had gotten into more than a few heated shouting matches on the subject over the years. She'd gotten better about handing off the situation to Dad so that wouldn't happen, but there were still times when he caught her off guard. Times like now. Katsuki, we've talked about this. It's been 7 years. Convincing yourself that you've seen him isn't healthy. It's not like the sheet I've said before. This time I actually found him. Like in an alley. On the way home from school. He's sleeping upstairs, Katsuki managed to grit out, throwing a hand up behind him to indicate the stairs. Dad looked at the old hag, eyebrows raised and not really sure how to respond to that. His mother was glaring at him hard, eyes flicking over him, trying to find any hint that he was lying to them at all. If that's the case, why the F didn't you call us sooner? Hell, why haven't you called the police, Katsuki? We don't have any idea what kind of condition he's in or how badly he's been hurt. Hell, he could have even hurt you, you damn brat. How long has he been here? For days, and I'd take him to the police after the a-holes effing gave up on him, and he hated in hospitals even before he got kidnapped. I was not going to FNG stress him out more putting him through that mess. I know more than basic first aid anyway. Thank whatever deity you want that was all he ended up needing. The old hag crossed his arms. That still doesn't explain why you didn't call us when you found him. Katsuki's shoulders hiked up around his ears as he looked away. If he was honest, he hadn't wanted to call because deep down he hadn't wanted to share Deku with anyone else just yet. He was afraid that as soon as he told his parents, they'd be separated again. Hell, the FING Pro had come in and wanted to ship Deku off to some facility in the sticks. He'd played it off at the time because he wasn't some weak extra who couldn't keep his sheet together, but he'd been internally panicking the entire time, flying off of instinct and rage to talk out his ass and somehow managing to get the Pro to leave without taking Deku with him. He'd stayed camped out in the book room the rest of the time Deku was out. It's complicated. The villain that kidnapped him fed him up pretty bad. Not so much physically, but it's bad, and that's shit that we'll have to sort through eventually, but for right now that's not important. What is Is me telling you the FING really important stuff and all the shit you can't do? His parents were both silent as they stared at him. For a second, he thought they were going to yell at him, call him a liar. It would be the first time for the old hag. But, much to his surprise, the vicious bear of a woman, who he had never seen let her guard down so much as once, slumped. She had gone almost and her eyes were vacant. When her legs seemed to give out beneath her, she would have fallen if Dad hadn't been there to catch her. The old hag's entire body had gone limp as she continued to stare vacantly ahead of her. "All right, Katsuki, we'll hear you out," Dad said, gently supporting his mother. "But I think it would be best if we move to the living room, where we can all sit down. I get the feeling this likely won't be a short discussion." Izuku rubbed his eyes roughly as he pushed himself up from the mattress with his free hand. His brows were narrowed in confusion. Something felt off, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He wasn't sore and nothing hurt after waking up. He even felt decently awake. He swallowed shakily before reaching over and pinching his arm hard, biting down on his bottom lip to stop him from yelping in pain. He breathed a sigh of relief at the confirmation that he was actually awake. He wrinkled his nose at the thought of Kaken catching him doing that. Not that his forehead flicks particularly hurt, but they were repetitive and had the distinct ability of making him feel ashamed. That still hadn't answered the question why he felt so weird. Maybe it was nerves about Akai? Katsuki said he'd take him to talk to the police soon, but he was honestly feeling better than he had since he couldn't remember when. Izuku's mind was almost completely quiet. He didn't feel very anxious at the moment and his breathing was relatively even and unhurried. His head didn't hurt hardly at all either, which was definitely an improvement. Headaches were usually a constant while he was awake. Izuku's brain stalled as he processed the fact that he was in Kaken's room and then promptly short-circuited when he remembered that he had gotten there by himself. He'd still been too exhausted from the events of yesterday and the day before to fully process what he had done. Holy shit, how tired had he actually been to do something like that? There was a knock. "Hey Deku, you up yet?" The door creaked open slowly and Kaken's head poked in. Izuku pretended not to notice how some of the tension seemed to bleed out of Kaken upon seeing him. He wasn't naive enough to think that Kaken was as okay with everything as he pretended to be for Izuku's sake. "Kaken?" he questioned groggily. "What time is it? Did I sleep through the day again?" Kaken raised an eyebrow at him. "Not really, I mean it's almost noon but still in the realm of normal sleep, sort of. You feel up to eating like actual food? And maybe showering? I would have asked yesterday, but then that pro showed up before I got the chance and kind of threw everything off track." "Shower? You mean I haven't?" His face felt hot all of a sudden. "No," Kaken said with a smirk. "You were always too exhausted. Being awake over the last few days has been a sort of novel experience for you. It's not exactly like it was high on my priority list. I'd much rather have you eating and just put up with the stink." That's mean," Izuku responded with a pout. "You seem to be doing better though, more relaxed. Did you sleep okay?" Izuku blinked at him. "I didn't dream at all." That's why he had felt off when he woke up. Izuku always dreamed about something, mostly its old memories or gory nightmares, but it was always something. He hadn't had a peaceful sleep in over 7 years, or at least until now he hadn't. "Hey, what's that spaced out look for?" Kaken barked, folding his arms across his chest. "It's just the first time I haven't had bad dreams or nightmares in a long time," Izuku managed to get out. "I haven't felt this good, I think, in a long time. Don't know how you managed that with all the shit that happened, but I'm not going to question it. Maybe the idea that Akai's not going to make any unwanted appearances is finally sinking in," Kaken suggested with an unimpressed eyebrow raise. "You think you can manage to eat an actual breakfast for once?" Before he could answer, his stomach gave the loudest growl of agreement that made Izuku flush in embarrassment and Kaken barked out a short laugh. "Guess that's a yes, but we'll see if you can handle a shower first. Grab whatever from the dresser or closet." Izuku nodded, still trying to beat back the heat in his face. What was wrong with him? He hadn't been this flustered interacting with Kaken for the last 4 days. Then again, he had been utterly exhausted still. He probably wasn't fully cognizant. Not that he wasn't still tired, he could probably go back to sleep for the rest of the day honestly, but he felt a little less like he had been run over by a cement truck that had then proceeded to reverse back over him to finish the job, and more like he'd been thrown into a wall, so better than he had felt in a long time. Kaken waited outside for him to grab clothes. Izuku frowned a little at his options. He hadn't actually been able to pick what he wanted to wear since before Akai manifested. The closet at the apartment was always full of slacks and dress shirts. The only options that weren't business professional were the singular pair of athletic shorts and sweatpants, as well as the 2 plain white t-shirts that he thinks are supposed to be undershirts. There were no jackets or comfy hoodies. No fun colors. It was really sad, but it was what he was accustomed to. Now, he did have options and he was hopelessly lost on what he was supposed to do with it. At least all of Kaken's clothes seemed to follow a certain aesthetic, usually dark colors, if not black, fitted, with the occasional set of baggy jeans or pants, and not much in the way of fun designs like Izuku remembered preferring when he was little. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. Izuku was not in any way big. Akai might have been building up his body since he was able to take control of it, but it hadn't really done much to change the fact that Izuku was still tiny. He might be able to deadlift double his own body weight, but practically anyone could lift him if they tried. Spending most of his time passed out or in a state of fear didn't exactly lead to a healthy lifestyle. He tried getting different clothes from a lost and found once. The experience was more than a little embarrassing. Eventually he settled with a morbid sigh on a drawstring pair of black joggers and plain black t-shirt he found buried in the back of the drawer. As an afterthought, he pulled a hoodie with some rock band logo emblazoned on the front. Izuku hoped it would make him feel a little less self-conscious since most people like wearing over large hoodies. Izuku took a deep breath as he pressed the clothes close to his chest and faced the door. He swallowed and slowly released the breath he was holding as he opened the door. His eyes were firmly fixed to the floor. Logically speaking, Izuku understood this wasn't the apartment, that he could look up and he wouldn't be triggered for it, but even the thought had his heart rate beating harder, faster in his chest. For now, he would keep his eyes where he knew for certain they were safe. He didn't care if it screwed up whatever progress he was making by willingly leaving Kaken's room. He glanced to the side, catching a glimpse of bare feet, and he hugged the clothes closer to his chest, suddenly very much feeling out of his depth. "Easy, Deku, I'm right here and the bathroom is only a couple of doors down," Kaken told him, hand gripping his shoulder reassuringly. "Distract me, talk about something," Izuku managed to wheeze out through his tight throat. He was starting to shake slightly as his brain fixated on the what-ifs and possibilities. What was he thinking? Leaving was bad. Only one room, his room, was safe. He knew that, so why was he leaving? His heart leapt up to his throat. It was everywhere outside. Akai was waiting everywhere. He shouldn't be doing this. He needed to hide. Izuku could last longer. He could. "Do you still have that imaginary friend?" Katsuki asked. Izuku could hear the laugh in his voice. He couldn't really complain though. Something out of left field like that definitely qualified as a distraction. No, I didn't even remember having one in the first place," Izuku said, and he shuffled forward a little. "That's fair. You only mentioned him like once or twice, so it could have been one of those phases you had for like a week. You did that a lot when you were 4. Kaka-en," Izuku moaned. Thinking about those years might have kept him going, but the memories were also rather bitter. "Can you talk about something else?" Embarrassing childhood stories are still a bit of a sore subject. "Oh, right." He paused for a second and Izuku worried he might have upset the blonde. Should he not have said anything? Was Kaken disappointed in him now? "Dad and the old hag showed up last night," Kaken said, voice coming across slightly louder than it normally did. He wondered if it was intentional or if it was just his imagination from being viciously wrenched out of his thoughts. "Thought it was a damn joke when I told them I found you." Izuku swallowed but couldn't bring himself to respond. Kaken nudged him, indicating a little further down the hall, and Izuku got the idea. He shuffled his feet and shakily made his way forward. "Although, I suppose I should be grateful the old hag didn't end up shouting at me over it." "As shouting?" Izuku managed, doing his best to focus on what Kaken was saying. As far as he remembered, Kaken had always been a mama's boy. The two of them were always as thick as thieves when they were little. Izuku had always felt bad for poor Uncle Masaru. always having to be the voice of reason for the two of them and try to keep them out of trouble. Yeah, let's just say mine and the old hag's personalities don't mesh well when it comes to grief. We were at each other's throats over what happened, but we've mostly sorted things out between the two of us. It's not like back then, but I think it's better this way. Kaken trailed off for a minute, before continuing. Anyway, I told them the important sheet. All the personal crap you've told me the last couple of days is still between us. You can tell them whatever when you feel up for it. If they didn't want to see me? He rasped, stopping in the middle of the hall. He could feel tears building in the corners of his eyes, but he fought to keep them from falling. Izuku didn't want Kaken to see him cry over this, not when it was his fault. Of course they wouldn't want anything to do with him. He was a monster now. The longer he stayed awake, the more it sank in. At first, he would still be delirious from the exhaustion and night terrors, so the horror that he'd done those things he dreamed about took a while to sink in. Izuku nails bit into his arms as his grip tightened to the point of being painful. He was lucky they'd even let him stay another night after Kaken told them everything. Of course they did, but it was like 3 in the morning by the time we sorted everything out, and I was going to let them just barge up here and wake you up. Dad practically had to hold the old hag back when I came up here to see if you were awake. Trust me, the minute you go downstairs there is no way the old hag is letting you go for the rest of the day. Kaken barked roughly as they reached the bathroom door. Really? Izuku stuttered meekly. Yes, Deku, Kaken said with an exasperated sigh. And just when I was starting to think you were starting to get over this, I'm a villain sheet. Go take your shower. I'm going to let Dad and the old hag know you're awake, but I promise I'll be waiting right out here when you get done, and then I'll walk you down. Think you can handle being in the bathroom on your own for a couple of minutes? Izuku bit his lip. He'd be alone, and even though Kaken was just going somewhere else in the house, Izuku wouldn't be able to tell where he was, and even if he came back, he wouldn't know he was there unless he made himself known. It would put him at risk of Akai showing up for as long as he was alone, and even if it was only for 10 minutes, it terrified Izuku to consider. Well, why you talking when you come be back? So I can know what, Izuku stammered, managing to pry his eyes upwards for just a moment to meet Kaken's intense ruby-red ones. Yeah, no problem Deku, Kaken huffed, before planting a hand on Izuku's head and ruffling his already messy hair and pushing his head towards the bathroom door. Izuku flinched, shutting his eyes quickly at the flash of white wood that was the door. He only managed to open them again when he realized Kaken was standing right next to him. The other boy had promised to protect him and get rid of everything in the house that could trigger Taboo, especially after the reading incident the other day. Get in there already, you smell like ass. No way I'm letting you sleep in my bed another night like that when you're perfectly capable of not being covered in filth anymore, Kaken said with an amused smirk. That's mean, Kaken, Izuku pouted, knowing full well that the heat in his face probably meant he was bright red in response. Whatever, nerd. Just go take your shower, the sooner you get it over with the sooner you can eat something decent, Kaken said, using his chin to indicate the door again, and this time Izuku nodded, pushing down on the handle and inching inside carefully. He wanted to take everything in while he still knew Kaken was with him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he walked in, and it was just an ordinary bathroom, one he actually somewhat recognized. Most of the furnishings were the same, the rugs and towels were different, but mostly it was like what he remembered from the times he'd spent sleeping over. Hesitantly, he stepped inside, turning to mostly shut the door behind him, not all the way but close. You'll be fine, Deku, I'll stay until you're in and then I'll be right back. If you need something to distract you then. He paused and Izuku could almost hear the gears turning. Then I want you to analyze my quirk. Think of at least 5 good questions, that way you can ask me when I come back, deal? Izuku's eyes went wide. He hadn't thought about Kaken's quirk in years. It was probably so much stronger now than it was back when they were kids. He could definitely think of 5 questions. He could probably come up with a dozen he wanted to ask. Okay, Kaken. Izuku chirped with a sudden enthusiasm he hadn't felt in. He couldn't remember how long, probably before his mom died and he got kidnapped. Don't forget to actually wash yourself while you're in there, Deku. Now go on, Kaken barked at him and Izuku snorted quietly, before setting the clothes on the sink counter and turning back towards the shower to turn it on. With the water running and heating up, the only thing left was to get out of the clothes Kaken had been letting him borrow. He swallowed as he shakily gripped the hem of the sweatshirt he was currently wearing, biting viciously into his lip. Izuku very pointedly ignored the mirror, though it wasn't like he didn't know what was there. As Kaken so eloquently put it, he was covered in harsh scars, mostly from Akai's various exploits and experimentation, but a certain few were all his own doing. Izuku hadn't hurt himself to that extent in a long time since it was part of the deal he made with Akai, but seeing them, knowing the only thing preventing him from stopping it all was a horribly one-sided promise to a psychopath when he was still just a naive kid who didn't know any better made him bitter. If he wasn't such a coward, he would have finished ages ago. Then none of those pros would be dead. Izuku shook his head, quickly shutting down that line of thinking as he rapidly stripped the clothes off and quickly stepped under the burning water. He always took showers at their hottest setting, some masochistic tendency he picked up after the first time he woke up covered in blood. He never felt clean enough. No matter how hard he scrubbed, he could never get it off. Quirk? Nerd, I'm expecting good questions. Kaken barked and Izuku jumped slightly under the spray. He'd forgotten about Kaken's distraction. Okay, he just had to think about Kaken's quirk like he said. He could do that. Kaken's quirk was super cool. It had been a while too, so Kaken's quirk was probably different than he remembered. He'd have a bunch of questions ready when he was finished. Katsuki almost regretted telling Izuku to analyze his quirk, but it did help the other to bridge the couple of minutes he was gone updating his parents. He even waited a few minutes after getting back when he heard iconic, but indistinct muttering over the steady hiss and patter of the shower water. It made Katsuki grin hearing it again. He didn't even think incessant muttering would be one of those things he missed, but damn, hearing him again like when they were little and he would babble about whatever quirks or pros they saw that day. It made him nostalgic and a little sad about all the time the other had lost. He hoped soon Deku would be able to do those things he used to enjoy again more freely. When the muttering started to trail off, he took it as his K to make his comeback. He could actually hear the relief in Deku's voice, despite the other's obvious pout at Katsuki asking if he had drowned. He then spent the next 10 minutes listening to Deku ramble with the intent of having an audience, complete with much more in-depth questions than he was expecting out of Deku right out of the gate when he was still tired. While, yes, Katsuki could answer most of them since he had been putting his quirk through the ringer for almost as long as he had had it, but the nerd didn't pull his punches. He'd gone straight for the throat asking if he was going deaf because of his quirk, which while he wasn't currently was a very distinct possibility in the future if he didn't manage it properly once he started making his largest explosions much more frequently. He'd also given Katsuki a small crisis when he asked if the reason Katsuki had to be so angry all the time was to keep his blood pressure up since nitroglycerin tended to cause significantly low blood pressure. Needless to say, Katsuki was glad when the nerd started moving away from quirk physiology and more towards quirk mechanics instead, even if a few still popped up every now and then, though slightly less crisis-worthy. Katsuki could go on about the techniques for using his quirk all day if someone let him, and it was kind of great that he finally had someone to throw ideas back at him and tell him if they were shit, not just praise the stuff Katsuki had already come up with. Katsuki pushed off the wall as the door opened. He wasn't sure what he expected. A wet kitten look maybe, but definitely not whatever this was. Deku was dressed in an old set of joggers and a hoodie he'd gotten a couple years ago. That wasn't what had thrown him off. Katsuki hadn't realized just how small Deku actually was, and he most definitely had not anticipated how badly his clothes would end up fitting the other boy. When he dressed him before, he'd been mostly focusing on patching the other up and trying to ignore all of his scars, so he hadn't exactly critically considered the other's size. Deku was shorter than him obviously, but he still had some muscle on him, so Katsuki had thought there wouldn't be that much of a difference clothing-wise. Since he had dressed him in old pajama sweats and a hoodie that first night, he'd expected them to fit big since they were a little big on Katsuki when he wore them. These, however, were regular clothes. On him, the joggers Deku was wearing would have been relatively loose, but were still form-fitting. On Deku, though, he'd had to cinch the drawstring so much the material was slightly bunched around his skinny waist and the legs were only slightly less baggy, but the supposed-to-be fitted hem was pooled excessively around the other boy's ankles. Deku was biting his lip again, face still flushed red from the heat of the shower as he gripped the hem of his shirt, a hoodie under his arm. The shirt fit even worse than the pants, the neck slipping slightly over one shoulder, while it fell just short of the middle of his thighs. Katsuki blinked as he looked Deku up and down, then at himself. Katsuki was naturally broad-shouldered, making him inclined to have a slightly larger chest that tapered down to his narrower waist and hips, so yeah, his shirt tended to run between medium and large depending on the brand. He most definitely had not expected the size difference between the two of them to be this jarring. "Don't make fun of me, Kaken," Deku mumbled, not looking up at Katsuki. "I'm not, it's just. I guess those dress clothes must have been custom or something," Katsuki said. He looked away when he realized he was staring. "I didn't think there would be that big of a difference. Then again, you've just been in night clothes mostly and those are supposed to be big, so it's not like I had much to go off of." "I'm sorry. Ekai does a lot of training and conditioning, but," Deku said, cheeks turning slightly more pink as he refused to meet Katsuki's eye as he pulled the hoodie out from his arms. "You can't help genetics, Deku, don't see what you are apologizing for though." Katsuki paused as he took the hoodie and pulled it over the nerd's head. "It must be at least one of the few good things though that you get buff from the bastard's training by default. We'll just have to get you some clothes that fit better than these at least," Katsuki said with a shrug, trying to be casual about it. "How did the shower feel?" "I feel refreshed. Didn't realize how bad it was until I watched it drain." "But thank you," Deku told him, glancing up as he fiddled with his fingers. Now that was a much healthier nervous tick than the few he had been noticing in the other for the last few days. It was also one he was pretty sure he got from Auntie. "What the hell for? It was just a shower, no big deal," Katsuki waved him off. "Well, it was to me. I haven't been able to talk about quirks with anyone since, well, with you," he said, pushing back the hair in his face. Normally it fell down over his face, making the nerd have to constantly look through his bangs. With it pushed back suddenly, Deki looked entirely different. Katsuki had actually forgotten about the piercings since normally they were hidden by the unkempt mess that was Deku's hair. He thought he could understand a little of why Akai had done them now. With the hair out of the way, and if it weren't for the hunched shoulders and nervous looks, it probably would have been cool as hell. "Well, whatever, what's with the piercings anyway? Didn't think you were the type," Katsuki asked as he started walking. Distracting Deku with conversation when he was doing things out of his comfort zone was definitely a tactic he was keeping. If they're another Akai thing, why not take them out? One less reminder, right? Katsuki asked with an off-handed gesture. "I mean, it's not really my business, but I was just curious. It's an interesting look, but it doesn't really fit your personality. I did for a while after I noticed I had them, but I just gave up when they just kept coming back when I woke up," he shrugged. Katsuki was actually kind of surprised how chill he was talking about it. Most of the time when it was a subject related to Akai, he started to get all shaky and started shutting down. "They don't hurt, and most of the time I forget they're there at all. Out of everything Akai has done, it didn't seem that important. I can take them out if they bother you." "Nah, they don't bother me, like I said, you just didn't seem like the type," Katsuki said, but his brow furrowed. The more he heard Deku talk about this guy, the more things were starting to not add up. If Akai was some psycho ender whose whole deal was murder, Katsuki couldn't really picture him being bothered to take the time to actually train the way Deku's body hinted at or be patient enough to get something superficial done, like piercings, and then take care of them afterwards. Katsuki had gotten his lobes done a couple of years ago, and the initial routine of having to clean them morning and night was annoying when he had better things to do. It also hadn't helped the matter that because of his chemical sweat he'd had to wear FING annoying-ass gloves to do any of that sheet in the first place, and Katsuki couldn't stand that latex sheet. Needless to say, Katsuki couldn't really picture Akai messing with that, but none of Deku's piercing looked fed, so they had to have been taken care of. The way Deku talked about Akai directly and the way he let things offhandedly slip out about the other identity weren't mixing. He didn't think Deku was lying, but he did think there might be more to it than what Deku was aware of. He'd have to give that pro a heads up when they took Deku to the police station next week. Speaking of, "I asked my parents to set up the interview with the police," Katsuki said, glancing back over his shoulder as they descended down the stairs to gauge Deku's reaction. He had tensed, his shoulders rising up around his ears, but he wasn't shaking, which was a good sign. "Why, yeah?" he managed, moving his lips as little as possible with his head decidedly pointed down at the floor, not looking up. "It's going to be with that pro who was here before and a detective with a lie-detecting quirk," Katsuki explained. They had made that phone call first thing in the morning before Katsuki had gone to get Deku. His parents were still a little miffed at him for not going to the police sooner since Deku's case was technically still open and he could have gotten in trouble if Eraserhead hadn't been so understanding of the situation. The police interview was both to get Deku's testimony about his kidnapping as well as get an approximation of what Taboo was actually like for him. If it turned out to be worse than they were all anticipating and the threat was too high, Katsuki could end up losing Deku again. "They'll no I'm telling the TR truth?" Deku whispered, pausing on the stairs as Katsuki hit the last step. "Exactly, and if you decide at any point you don't want to or can't talk about shit, then that's it. Interview over, we'll try again some other FNG time." It's not an interrogation. The old hag was very adamant about that point and the fact that, no matter what, you'd be able to choose where you wanted to go and what you wanted to do after it was over. "Even if it wasn't going back with us?" The other boy shook his head, descending the last few stairs to hug him tightly as if afraid he was the one who would be going away. "Only SSA safe with Kakakin?" "Yeah, well their counterpoint was that I can't be in the room with you," Katsuki told him in a dark growl. He'd hated the idea the minute that detective had originally brought it up, mostly because the guy's reasoning was sound. "Otherwise Akai won't show, which is kind of the whole point of doing this, but I'll be watching through the surveillance. I talked Dad and the old hag into going shopping for you for as long as we're there so they won't have to see or hear any of it. So I'll be alone?" He murmured into Katsuki's chest and he thought his heart might break from it. "No," Katsuki said firmly, wrapping an arm around the shorter boy's back and pulling him close. "I'll still be in the building and like I said you say one word and the whole thing is off. If you like, we can even come up with a safe word that if you say it I'll come right away." Deku nodded into his chest. "I'd like to. Then I'll think of something you can say, but for right now don't worry about any of that crap. I forbid any kind of stress or anxious thoughts today, you'll be dealing with that shit enough later," Katsuki said, pulling back and pushing him ahead of Katsuki down the hall. He could already smell the heady spice and seasoning of breakfast. Contrary to popular belief, Katsuki had not gotten his palate for spice from his spitfire of a mother but from his quiet-natured father. He always got a decent laugh any time they had company over and they watched the old hag break down into tears with them while Katsuki and his old man just casually continued eating like nothing was wrong. A small sneeze came from ahead of him and Katsuki raised an eyebrow as the other turned sheepishly back to look at him. His eyes were even a little red and teary in the corners. "Sorry. Not used to spices like this." That didn't really surprise Katsuki. He'd been cutting back the seasoning in Deku's sparse meals the last couple of days to almost nothing since he had no idea what the nerd was and wasn't capable of stomaching. He hoped Dad had the forethought to tone down whatever he was making at least for Deku's portion. It did kind of suck though because Dad had insisted on cooking something special to celebrate. "Think you'll be able to handle it? Dad's the one cooking after all," Katsuki teased, but he also wanted to gauge the other's response. Deku had enjoyed Dad's cooking before he was kidnapped, even if that meant getting his tongue burnt off for it. "Uncle Masaru's cooking is always super good and flavorful," Deku praised, but then he frowned. "Although, I haven't eaten cooking like that in." He trailed off and Katsuki didn't see the point in asking him to finish the thought. They continued down the hall, passing the open front sitting room, his parents' office, and Deku's book room, with its doors wide open. The downstairs bathroom was placed snugly under the stairs and left the rest of the right side open for the kitchen, dining, and main living area. All of the main rooms were adorned with massive windows for an excess of natural light. Katsuki found it annoying sometimes, but right now, watching Deku blink and stare out at the bright space in wonder as if it were the first time seeing something like it, he thought it had its uses. He also noticed that Deku wasn't shying away. Throughout their conversation, he'd slowly been glancing upwards. He'd flinched and immediately dropped his head the first couple of times, but now, even if his hands were trembling, he was looking out curiously for the first time. Katsuki couldn't help the slight smile that pulled at his lips watching as Deku blinked owlishly at his surroundings. His hands were gripping tightly at the hem of his hoodie. He was nervous, but Katsuki wasn't quite sure why. Maybe he just wasn't sure what to do next. Dad was in the kitchen, sleeves rolled up as he moved between the counters and stove. The old hag was sitting at a bar stool watching while casually sipping her coffee. It was a good act, but Katsuki knew they were both on edge. Honestly, none of them knew if Deku would react well to being reintroduced to other people, even if it was Dad and the old hag. More people around meant more potential victims should Akai ever get out of control, which could potentially send him into a panic attack. All three of them held their breath as they waited for Deku's reaction. The others sniffed and Katsuki wasn't surprised to see him crying, but he was surprised at the quietness of it. "Hi, Tong Tao." "See," he said meekly. It was silent. Deku's greeting was weak and insufficient for what had happened and the amount of time that had passed, and they all knew it, but they could also see what he was attempting to do. He was trying to be casual about it, trying to make everything seem normal when in reality the situation couldn't be further from it. Katsuki watched his parents closely. Dad was good at remaining calm in a crisis. That's why he was the primary contact for emergencies rather than the old hag, but that didn't stop the older man's hands from trembling where he stirred the eggs and meat for the okonomiyaki he was making. The one Katsuki was really paying attention to, however, was the old hag. It has already been established that neither of them were particularly good with dealing with emotions. Katsuki had been doing his best to deal with the nastier sides of his emotional constipation away from Deku or while he was sleeping. There were definitely far fewer tree stumps left behind in the backyard after the last few days. The old hag, however, didn't have that luxury. She had been uncharacteristically quiet since Katsuki's explanation the night before. His old man asked most of the questions and made most of the arrangements despite the fact that the old hag was the one who usually handled the decision-making for the family. "Oh, Izu," the quiet almost whisper, and Katsuki's jaw dropped. Bakugous Mitsuki, Spitfire, hellcat of a woman who took no prisoners and took everything in stride with a cocky smirk, was crying. Crystalline streams rolling silently down her face in a mix of both revived grief and raw relief. Not once in his 15 years of being alive had Katsuki ever seen the old hag cry. Not even when Auntie died or when Deku first went missing all those years ago. It had always been righteous fury. She was an avenger of sorts, making sure those she cared about received the justice they deserved. She was the backbone that allowed everyone else to cave, a steady and unwavering center you could depend on. This was a reaction Katsuki was completely unfamiliar and inexperienced with and had no idea how to mitigate if Deku reacted badly. "Auntie," the younger boy whimpered. Now he was crying too. The old hag threw open her arms and much to Katsuki's surprise the other boy willingly stumbled forward from his side where he had been practically using Katsuki as a shield and fell into the older woman's arms. They were both freely sobbing now. Izuku loudly and unashamed like the true crybaby he was, while the old hag's gentle sobs were only noticeable in the shudders racking through her form and steady stream of tears still running down her face. She wrapped both arms tightly around Deku, grasping into the material of the hoodie he was wearing with a grip that turned her knuckles white. And just like that, the moment seemed to end as Deku suddenly went still and rigid in the old hag's grip. Katsuki only noticed what was happening because he had been anticipating the worst the entire morning. He quickly came forward and separated the two as gently as he could manage. The old hag glared at him, opening her mouth to probably scream some kind of vitriol at him for stealing Deku from her, but Katsuki gave a minute shake of her head and the words died on her lips. Deku was now seated on the bar stool next to Katsuki's mother and no longer under any sort of physical contact. He'd caught it early, so the anxiety attack had been headed off before it picked up any momentum. "I'm sorry," Deku mumbled. He was still crying, but now it had transitioned more to the near-silent sobs Katsuki was coming to despise. "You don't have to apologize for shit, Deku. You got a little ahead of yourself and got overwhelmed," Katsuki said in a rough but well-meaning tone. "It happens to everybody. We're not going to suddenly hate you just because you're not ready for a Tfingy hug from the old hag yet. Nobody can prepare for that. It's okay, Izu, I promise. I'm sorry for scaring you. I'm just so happy and relieved that you're here," she told the green-haired boy in the gentlest voice Katsuki had ever heard the old hag use. Dad ended up being the hero though, when he stepped forward and leaned across the counter with his hands out, palms up, offering them to Deku. Dad gave him a soft smile and said, "That you're home for as long as you'll have us?" Deku took his old man's hands. More tears flowed anew and he sniffled as he tried to keep his nose from running. Dad went the extra mile and cupped them gently, running his thumbs over the backs of Deku's hands. The old hag got the memo this time and lightly laced her own hand with Deku's nearest one. The nerd caved for the second time, and this time, when Deku leaned into Katsuki's mother from his bar stool, she didn't try to cling and hold him to her, but simply let him be there and take his own comfort. Katsuki took a step back and didn't interfere. "Izu, I can't believe it, after all this time," his mother said quietly, gently using her free hand. After telegraphing the movement, she learned her lesson, to card her fingers through his hair and gently scratch his scalp with her nails. He nuzzled further into the old hag's chest, but gripped more insistently at her and Dad's hands. "Andy, I'm sorry. I missed you all of why. I was so scared all the tea time. I'm sorry. So, Izu, it's okay. You don't need to apologize for anything. So, it's alright, you're safe now, everything is going to be alright. I promise you, none of us will ever let anything happen to you again," the old hag assured him, and despite the tears still trickling down her face, Katsuki couldn't suppress the shudder that ran down his spine at the dark promise in the otherwise gentle tenor of her voice. Bakugous Mitsuki. She'd managed to build her own fashion label and company from the ground up without any support or outsider influence. At present in the industry, and even to some extent outside of it, the name Bakugous was a big deal. There was a vast amount of strength and influence that came with it. For that reason, the old hag was a person most people tried to maintain good terms with. Pissing off the old hag was tantamount to political and social suicide, not to mention their vast amount of resources she had at her disposal to take care of things personally if she chose to. When Deku first disappeared, however, the situation with the company hadn't been so stable. They had been facing a lot of pressure and backlash from their competitors, not to mention they had all still been reeling from the suddenness of Auntie Inko's death. The old hag's contacts left her high and dry, and she hadn't been in the proper position, let alone headspace, to reinforce their agreements. By the time the company's standing had stabilized and the old hag got her sheet together, it was too late. The police wouldn't budge, and all the pro-heroes they reached out to shrugged them off, redirecting them to the police, claiming they had higher priorities than a runaway quirkless brat. Now though, it was a much different story. Auntie was the old hag's closest friend, closer even than her own parents, Katsuki's grandparents, whom he had never actually met for reasons that have not been explained to him yet. He knew they were alive, but that was about it. Now that he thought about it, it had only ever been the five of them. Him, Deku, Auntie, Dad, and the old hag. Dad's parents died in a car accident before he was old enough to properly remember them. It wouldn't really be much of a stretch calling them one family considering how close they all were. With that in mind, the old hag's sudden feral protectiveness of her sister by everything but blood's only son actually made a damn lot of sense. She had lost what amounted to almost half her family in a very short amount of time. Now she had managed to get some of what she lost back. Katsuki didn't see the old hag letting so much as a hair on Deku's head being put out of place ever. "Are we still having FNG breakfast or not?" Katsuki asked sharply. He didn't particularly want to ruin the moment, but if they didn't break it up soon, then they were just going to get stuck in a repeating cycle. He was also trying to ignore the fact that Deku definitely just became the family favorite. The old hag sniffed, pulling the hand from Deku's hair to swipe at her eyes. She was smiling, not the cocky smirk or wolfish smile he was accustomed to seeing. This was a tender smile Katsuki hadn't seen on the old hag's face since he was really little. Katsuki felt his eyebrow twitch slightly. He refused to be jealous of the nerd for bringing out the old hag's soft side. He was perfectly content with his combative relationship with the beast woman. They pushed and antagonized each other, but it was well-meaning with the intent of keeping the other moving in the right direction. If Katsuki started acting out of line, the old hag called him out on his bullshit and vice versa, and since their personalities were so similar, they understood what did and didn't work for the both of them. "Yes, Katsuki, I think it's fair to say that things are just how they should be," Dad said easily, some of the tension bleeding out of him as he gently released Deku's hands and turned back to the stove with a slight smile. Katsuki pretended not to notice the unshed tears budding at the corners of the old man's eyes. "Come sit down. Breakfast if nearly done, and I bet we're all starved." Deku for his part was still leaning into the old hag's side. She had an arm around him again, but it was loose and relaxed around his hip, and Deku didn't even seem to realize it was there. His eyes were half closed and he looked like he was about to fall asleep. However, for the second time that morning, Deku's stomach growled out loudly in its approval at the prospect of food. The old hag blinked at him as Deku immediately sat upright, suddenly wide awake as his face went beet red. He did his best to hide his embarrassment in his hands, but it didn't do much. Katsuki couldn't help himself. With as tense as things had been between them since he had first managed to coax Deku downstairs, it was too tempting a moment to pass up. He howled out in rough barking laughter. "I don't see how this is funny, Katsuki. You're the one who was supposed to have been taking care of him for the last few days." The old hag snipped at him immediately, the gentle tone now completely absent. "Ah, you trying to say I didn't even take care of him while you were off dealing with prima donna models?" Katsuki snapped sharply. That is most certainly not where he had been intending for this conversation to go. Well, if you had been looking after him properly, his stomach wouldn't be trying to declare war, now would it, you effing brat? The old hag shouted back in typical old hag fashion. Deku slumped forward against the counter, entire head now buried in his arms. It didn't, however, hide the adorable shade of pink that his ear had turned. Embarrassed, but not anxious, good, he was finally relaxing a little. Honestly, he should probably give the old hag more credit. Initiating an argument was such a normal thing for the two of them, even way back before everything happened. It probably set him more at ease than them playing nice with each other would have. Please don't be mad at Kaken. He's been really good to me. I've just been sleeping most of the tea time. Deku managed to get out through a gap in his arms. You're such a effing dork, Deku, Katsuki said as he took the empty seat beside Deku. He dropped a hand on the other boy's head and ruffled the curls vigorously until the other raised his head, put a hand up to try to protect his unruly hair from Katsuki's attempts to make even more of a bird's nest out of it. The other puffed out his cheeks in a pout. Don't be mean, Kaken. Before Katsuki could quip back at him, a plate of delicious-smelling food wafted up to him as a plate was set in front of him. He glanced up and received a pleasant smile from his old man in response. Oh, hell yes, Dad must have been in a really good mood if he was giving Katsuki that look. It was the look that said, "This sheet is spicy as hell, but don't let your mother know." Technically, Dad wasn't supposed to go out of his way to make special plates. Everyone was supposed to get the same food, and since they had to cater to the old hag's weak-ass taste buds, that usually meant the two of them found their meals somewhat lacking, but it wasn't anything to kick up a fuss over. Still, Dad sometimes made exceptions and amped up the spice for the two of them on special occasions or when he was feeling particularly passive-aggressive towards the old hag for pissing him off in some way. Katsuki didn't remember ever seeing his old man get outright angry over anything. He was more of the type to get disappointed in you and make you feel like utter shit with only a few quiet words. Katsuki dug in and had to suppress a groan of appreciation. He missed Dad's cooking whenever he was gone. It didn't matter what Katsuki did or how often he practiced, he could never get the stuff he made to that level. One of these days he'd get over his pride and ask the old man to teach him properly rather than spying on Dad when Katsuki thought he wouldn't notice. For now though, he was content to just take the food when it was given. He heard the click of plates beside him and flicked a glance towards the two beside him. Deku's nose was slightly wrinkled, but Katsuki could practically see the drool pooling in the other's mouth. He didn't immediately dig in though, he was worrying at his lip again. Katsuki rolled his eyes and flicked the other in the forehead. No more bustled lips on his watch. You might as well accept your fate, Deku, no lip biting or arm pinching when I'm around. Katsuki grunted at him between mouthfuls, his taste buds tingling from the abundance of different flavors and spices. He pointed his chopsticks at the other boy. You might also want to hurry up and start eating before the old hag starts trying to feed you herself, or are you trying to be babed? Deku squeaked in response and hastily grabbed his chopsticks to begin eating. The old hag laughed easily, threading a hand back into Deku's hair. The nerd Ifang melted and unlike Katsuki, he didn't hold back his moan of appreciation for the food. He guessed from the fact that the other boy wasn't in tears that Dad hadn't seasoned his as thoroughly as he had Katsuki's and his own. Dad was leaning back against the counterplate in one hand, chopsticks in the other as he began eating, simply watching them contentedly. The old hag as the only one who hadn't started eating. Dad raised an inquisitive eyebrow at her, but she subtly shook her head where Deku couldn't see and he nodded, returning his full attention back to his own food. It was peaceful. Probably the calmest meal he'd shared with his parents in a long time. It was as if all the stress, tension, and pressure from their various independent lives were completely discarded to the wayside. For the last 7 years, Katsuki's world had been slightly tilted off its axis. But now, sitting here, with Deku, like this, it was as if it had been suddenly righted and now Katsuki was fighting back tears. Damn it, he hated this emotional bullshit. It never had convenient timing, but even he could admit it. He was so damn happy and relieved to have his friend back. When Izuku first woke up, he was happy. The night before, Kaken had invited him to watch him train after he got home from school, so Izuku had something to look forward to throughout the day. I really want to finish that wizard book first though, Izuku thought as he pulled off the comforter and rubbed at his eyes. Then he saw the blood. The apartment was cold. He was used to it. His apartment was always cold too. The floor Midori was sitting on was hard and full of splinters. That was okay. He didn't want to be comfortable here. He didn't deserve it. He stared at his hands. They were covered in red again. His skin felt itchy and the cloying metallic smell seemed to settle at the back of his throat. Midori wanted to throw up. He didn't throw up. Across the room from him, the body was sitting spread eagle. It was leaning against the wall in a jilted manner, kind of like those marionette dolls once their strings were cut. Their eyes were still open, staring vacantly at Midori, who stared right back. Their head was hanging limply to the side, making the blood drip at an angle. Their limbs were twisted at odd angles, Midori thought. Most of the joints looked crooked and more blood was running where off-white bones stuck up jaggedly through his skin. Most of the costume they had been wearing was somehow still intact, the bright yellow standing out under the dark crimson. There were pieces of white bandage scattered around, hanging from the 2 serious injuries, bunched up in one of the body's hands, sticking out of a bag on their belt. Most of them were more red than white. They were another one of Akai's broken toys. They had had some kind of percussive quirk this time, Midori thought dimly. Akai wanted to test their backlash tolerance. There were cracks running up the walls. There were chunks of drywall and wood framing littered around the body. Akai had fun. He must have had a lot of energy this time. He'd played with them longer, letting them think they could win this time, letting them think they could get away. Akai liked changing up the game. Midori remembered that his previous toy had caved early. He should get up. He should call the police. But Midori couldn't seem to make his body listen. His fingers would twitch every so often, but he couldn't find the strength to do more. He was so sleepy, but he was too tired to sleep. They were having a staring contest, but he was pretty sure he was losing. Midori lost a lot when it came to Akai's games, but he had seen a lot more because of them. Midori thought the staring contest was better than that though. He didn't like it when Akai made him watch someone having their legs slowly stretched to the point of being ripped off or any of the other nasty things he did for fun. This time Akai must have thought a staring contest would be better for some reason. They had been watching each other for a while now, waiting for the other to move or look away. He had no way of telling time, though it had gotten light then dark then light again 3 or 4 times now. His stomach hurt. Midori hadn't eaten anything since he woke up, or had anything to drink. His head hurt. Idly he wondered if it was from dehydration or Akai. Probably both. It was usually both. The room smelled rotten. The body was starting to look really different now. He wanted to throw up. He didn't. Midori could feel his lips moving. Someone was repeating the Furukiya poem his mom taught him. He liked that poem. It reminded him of the park and the woods and playing with Kaken. A very old pond. A frog jumping into it. Sound of water, splash. He remembered when Kaken fell into that river. He'd made a splash too. And so had Midori when he raced after him. He was always following after Kaken. He promised he would catch up to him eventually. Midori hadn't seen Kaken in a long time. He didn't think he would be able to catch up to Kaken this way. A very old pond. A frog jumping into it. Sound of water, splash. He thought it was raining outside. Midori could hear dripping that hadn't been there before. There were bugs flying around. A fly landed on his face. He was able to shake it off, which was an improvement. The blood had gone dark and tacky, dry around some of the edges, and there was a yellow film around the edges where it was still wet now. The body's eyes had gone foggy a while ago, but they were still having their contest. Izuku didn't look away even though he wanted to. There were a lot more bugs on them than Midori. He was okay with that. He felt gross enough already. His pants were wet again. He didn't like when that happened. A very old pond. A frog jumping into it. Sound of water, splash. He was starting to see things again. Hear things too. He didn't like when that happened either. It was a Kai messing with him again. He didn't do it very often for whatever reason. Sometimes he sounded like Midori. Sometimes he was mean and sounded like Kaken. He hated it when he pretended to be Kaken. A very old pond. A frog jumping into it. Sound of water, splash. Midori could move his hands now. He was rubbing at the skin, sometimes scratching. He wasn't sure if he was sleeping. He supposed he must have. There were moments when the body wasn't there anymore, but Midori was still sitting there. His skin felt raw in some places and like a burning itch in others. He really should leave now. But his legs still weren't listening to him. The body was still looking at him. Midori wished it wouldn't. He wanted to throw up. He didn't. A very old pond. A frog jumping into it. Sound of water, splash. He wondered if he was dead too, and that's why he couldn't leave. Maybe he and the body were just stuck watching each other. Both slowly putrefying and decaying. Midori's chest was still moving though. Everything hurt too. He didn't think things were supposed to hurt when you were dead. Maybe he should ask Akai. Akai knew everything. Midori didn't know anything. He just watched. He watched and did nothing. Death was kind of like that. Except for the watching part. A very old pond. A frog jumping into it. Sound of water, splash. Katsuki got the text at the same time the PA system called him up to the office. Katsuki grabbed his bag. Like hell he trusted any of these FNG extras to leave his sheet alone. When he got to the hall he checked his phone and stopped dead. Today 11:19 a.m. Call me as a... Katsuki immediately stepped into the nearest bathroom, shouting at the two dickheads lighting up in the back stall to get the F out, and dialed his dad. Dad never texted him while he was at school unless it was an emergency, and right now the only emergencies they had involved Deku. What the F? Katsuki, we need you to come home now. Your mother should be waiting outside the school to get you. I already called the office and told them you were leaving early. Dad, what's wrong? Is it Akai? It's not Akai, but there's something wrong with Izuku, Katsuki. I went in to see if he was awake, to bring him breakfast, and, God, Kat's the way he looked. I don't know what to do. He won't respond, and when I tried to touch him, just to try to do something, it didn't get any reaction. Your mother tried too, but neither of us know what's wrong. Katsuki had never heard Dad so panic before. He sprinted out of the bathroom, door slamming behind him as he ran for the nearest exit. Was it another anxiety attack? No, both of them had either been there with Katsuki when he talked Deku down or had had to coax him out of one themselves. Had he self-harmed? It was possible, the warning signs were there, but he'd thought Deku had gotten past that point already. Tell me exactly what happened, Katsuki barked as he made it outside. He saw the old hag's car sitting out front. He's sitting in the corner of your bed against the wall, just limp. Cats, when I first saw him I thought he might have. He looked so still, Cats. His eyes are almost entirely vacant. The only way I can tell he is even alive is because his chest is moving, barely, and his fingers will twitch every so often. When I call his name there's no response and contact was no good either. I called your mother after a few more minutes. When she got home, nothing had really changed, but he wet himself, Cats. A 14-year-old boy soiled himself, and then shortly after that he started rubbing and scratching at his hands. That's when your mother left to get you and I called the school. Katsuki, what's going on? Has this happened before? Katsuki got into the car, trying to process what he had just heard. The old hag's face was severe and she didn't bother saying anything to Katsuki, just shifted the car into gear and pulled a tight U away from the curb back towards their house. No, nothing like that has happened, Katsuki admitted. Internally, his own panic was starting to spike. He could feel his heart beginning to beat harder in his chest. Is this even something he could handle? Yeah, Deku responded better to him than to his parents, but this sounded like full-on, next-level shit. Would he be any more successful than they were? Should he tell Dad just to take Deku to the hospital? He's had fits before while he's sleeping, but nothing like this. Should I call the H-Pros? The police? The hospital? His hands are raw now, Cats, bleeding. You said it was bad, you told us that what he went through had hurt him, but this, Katsuki gripped the bar above his head as the old hag turned without taking her foot off the gas. They were on their block now. It's going to be all right, Katsuki reassured him, mustering up more confidence than he felt. It felt wrong being the one having to console Dad. Normally, his old man was the one who kept him and the old hag grounded. He'd never seen Dad be rattled by something this much. We'll see if I can get Deku back before we raise the alarm. Doing shit like that will probably just make it worse. Take a deep breath. We're pulling up now. Katsuki hung up and got out of the car before it had come to a complete stop. He was inside running up the stairs by the time the old hag reached the Genkin. Dad was waiting for him at the landing. He was pale and rubbing at his glasses the way he did when he was stressed. As Katsuki passed, Dad fell in behind him, with his mother just a couple of steps behind. The door to his room was open, but Katsuki could still smell the urine as he walked inside. Deku was sitting just as Dad described, completely limp, legs spread out ahead of him, arms bent slight where they rested on the mattress. He was staring forward, but his eyes were entirely vacant, not a speck of life in them. He was still wearing his night clothes, meaning this had probably happened almost as soon as he woke up. Deku had been showering and changing right after he woke up the last few days since he was spending more time awake than asleep at present. It wasn't anything his parents could have done to set him off then, so that meant it was something about the room. He looked around. Everything was pretty much the same as it had been for the last week and a half, except for the bloody bandage that must have fallen off his desk. He'd done some quirk training at the garbage beach and gotten cut throwing out the scraps. Going to that beach without alcohol and bandages was FNG stupid, so he wrapped it up until he got home, then he'd showered and changed. Katsuki thought he'd thrown out the old bandage, but it must have gotten mixed with his night clothes instead. It was such a little thing. Katsuki seethed at himself internally, but he'd deal with that later. Right now, Deku took priority. Deku, it's Kaken, Katsuki said, carefully coming forward, positioning himself to block the view of the bandage. He got no response, but as he got closer he realized that Deku's lips were moving and he was trying to say something. Deku, can you hear me? He asked again. Still nothing, but he was close enough to make out what Deku was muttering to himself. A very old pond, a frog jumping into it, sound of water, splash. A very old pond, a frog jumping into it, sound of water, splash. A very old pond, a frog jumping into it. It was just a slow, repetitive chant of the same set of lines. His tone, inflection, and dialect were consistent and monotone, no differentiation between repetitions. Katsuki vaguely recognized the poem. Auntie liked to read them that kind of stuff when she put them to bed. Katsuki's jaw clenched. Deku was rubbing and scratching at his hands and wrists. There were already light cuts weeping red from where his nails had managed to break the skin. Katsuki grabbed his hands, pulling them apart. He didn't quite manage to suppress a hiss as their hands met. Deku's hands were like FNG ice. It got a reaction though. It wasn't much, just a slight stutter in his mantra, but it was something. Katsuki sat on the mattress next to him, making an effort to channel more heat into his palms, but there were no further signs of recognition from Deku. This was likely a much more intense version of the episode he had that very first afternoon. However, then it had been a misunderstanding. Deku believed reality to be an illusion. This time Deku really did seem to be trapped in some nightmare or memory. He was completely disassociated from the situation around him, caught up in some kind of hallucination, and probably all Akai's doing. But Deku was still in there somewhere. Katsuki just needed to dig him out. He racked his brain thinking of everything he'd done over the last week and a half that Deku had had a positive response to. Contact was hit or miss, even with Katsuki, and right now it was hardly getting a response to begin with. Talking was also out. He'd had even less of a reaction to Katsuki talking than he had to the contact. Katsuki? What is happening? Is Aiza going to be alright? His mother's voice came somewhat stained from the doorway. I don't know yet, he snapped harder than he meant. Sorry. Don't apologize, just tell us what we can do to help, Dad said. His voice was still a little shaky, but he seemed to be better in control of himself. Katsuki thought for a second. This was going to have to be excessive if it was going to work. Alright, I think I have an idea, but it's kind of out there, so what do you need? The old hag asked, sharp, but determined. Can you run a bath? Hot as you can without it being scalding? Maybe throw in some of those aroma bath bombs while you're at it? She nodded and immediately left down the hall. Heat? Dad asked after she had gone. He's always like my hands best when they are hot, and putting him in water will be better for engaging a tactile sensory response compared to just my hands. From what Deku said, I don't think water has any negative associations to it either. You and the old hag got nothing out of touch, and I just barely got a response. Talking's if and useless for all of us. I've done a little bit of reading, and they usually suggest baths as a means to help. I don't think they meant during an episode, but it's the only thing I can think of right now. Dad nodded. He put a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. It's a good idea, Katsuki. You're doing better than we did. I'm sorry I panicked so badly, it's just... Dad trailed off. Katsuki was curious what the story behind that was, but he knew this wasn't the time to ask. Well, I've seen Deku go through something like this before, but it was more like he couldn't process that what was happening around him was reality. This time it's like the opposite, he's trapped in his head somewhere. The scary part is that we don't know what he is seeing in there. Katsuki swallowed thickly. Deku was in so deep this time. What horrible nightmare was he trapped in right now? Why hadn't he made sure to throw that bandage away? He knew blood was an issue for Deku. He said he almost fainted any time he saw the stuff. Kenji, stupid. You're doing good, Kats. Just focus on how to help him, Dad encouraged, pressing Katsuki's shoulders lightly. What do you want me to do? We need to undress Deku for the bath. Wet clothes will detract from what we're trying to accomplish, Katsuki explained absently. Dad nodded. I think it will be safe to leave him in his underwear at least though. You're going to have to sit with him? What? No, I'm not. Katsuki yelped suddenly, more in reflex than actual opposition. He was sitting upright now and had pulled Deku's hands, making the other lurch slightly. He bit the inside of his cheek. They weren't little kids anymore. That sheet would be awkward as F-. Deku would probably have stroke if he came out having Katsuki sitting in the bathroom with him. Katsuki, we can't just leave him in the bath alone. It's not like you have to get in the tub with him, but he's going to need someone there with him. If not for the additional encouragement apart from just the water and bath salts, then just to make sure he doesn't slip. He responds to you best, Kats, Dad explained to him gently, and he slowly came around. Yeah, you're right, Katsuki agreed, taking a deep breath. I'll undress him, Dad told him. Is there anything your mother and I can do while you help Aizu? You know, to keep busy? If it's not too much to ask, could you deep clean my room? He glared at the bandages lying beside his desk. Sure, Kats, I think your mother will appreciate something like that. Dad gave him a small smile that didn't quite manage to break up the bleak atmosphere, but it was the thought that counts. Dad made quick work of carefully undressing Deku. Katsuki had to let go of the other boy's hands, but he stayed close. There still hadn't been any changes, and worry was starting to set in more deeply. What were they supposed to do if this didn't work? Just as Dad was about to pull a small throw blanket around Deku's shoulders, the old hag reappeared. Wordlessly, and at a nod from Katsuki, Dad discarded the blanket and slipped his arms under Deku's knees and around his shoulders. Katsuki watched the others form carefully for any indication of awareness to what was happening to him, but his right arm just swung limply down as he was lifted off the bed. Katsuki was mildly surprised when the old man succeeded in carrying Deku with seemingly little effort. While Deku wasn't exactly the heaviest teen out there, he wasn't exactly light either, at least by normal people's standards. The three of them then left Katsuki's room, this time following the old man. They didn't stop at the hall bathroom like Katsuki thought they would though, instead making their way further down the hall towards his parents' master. I thought a proper soaking tub would be better for something like this, the old hag explained, her tone subdued. Thanks, Katsuki managed. His parents' master bathroom was like its own miniature spa, and Katsuki was normally absolutely forbidden to go anywhere near it. The lights had an adjustable setting and were turned down into a soft glow over the room. Traditional Shamisen music was playing from somewhere, and the old hag had even lit some of her aromatherapy candles. The smell of the candles mixed with the bath salts and seemed to cling to the humid steam wafting in the air. It made Katsuki a little dizzy at the sudden combination of smells, but the tension in his shoulders relaxed ever so slightly nonetheless. Dad carefully crouched to one knee as he began to lower Deku into the tub. The water was frothed with multicolored bubbles, rising with the additional mass being added to it. The unceasing mantra Deku had been consistently muttering to himself abruptly stopped, and Katsuki chose to look at it as a good sign. Dad made sure to carefully position Deku's head in the proper rest where it couldn't potentially slip or twist unintentionally. "What now?" asked the old hag, breaking up the silence. "I try to coax him back properly?" Katsuki said, though it came out more uncertain than he meant it to. However, he still stepped forward to sit near the edge of the bath, pulling the stool he noticed in the corner closer. "Come on, dear, we'll let Katsuki handle it from here." Dad took his mother's arm and began to gently guide her out of the room. "He'll let us know if the situation changes. We'll just end up worrying more if we hover over them." Reluctantly, the old hag allowed herself to be pulled from the room and the door was shut behind them, leaving Katsuki and Deku alone. "All right, Deku, now it's up to you. This is the best I've got, so you need to come back," Katsuki said, addressing Deku directly now. He reached into the water and drew out one of the nerd's hands. He pressed insistently at the joints in places he knew would feel good based on his own experience. A quiet, almost inaudible whimper made itself known from the greenette beside him. Deku had said that pain was the easiest way for him to tell waking from sleeping. Deku wasn't sleeping now, and Katsuki despised the idea of hurting Deku, but the premise behind the water was similar. The heat was intense, even for Katsuki who had resistance, which he knew would be a sharp difference to Deku, who seemed to struggle maintaining a proper core temperature anyway. The texture of the water was also extremely different from what he's used to, in the sense that Deku hadn't had many opportunities to take a bath like this while he was missing. They were both tactile sensory changes, but the candles and the music as well as Katsuki's voice were providing auditory and olfactory sensory changes, so 3 out of 5 wasn't bad, especially when one was doing double duty. "You can come back now, Deku. It's safe, no one can hurt you here, remember?" Katsuki asked, but got no response. Reassurances usually worked really well when Deku was having a fit though. He had to keep trying. "I'm here, the old hag mom." The words sounded wrong coming out of his mouth after so long. "She's here too, and so is Dad. We're all here worrying about you." Katsuki continued talking to Deku this way, a mixture of pleading and reassurance, but it never received any kind of response beyond that initial whimper to the insistent pressing and messaging Katsuki was doing to the greenette's hands. After about 20 or so minutes, Deku's eyes were beginning to get the hollow emptiness back to them. He was sinking back under again. A few more minutes and there wouldn't be any getting Deku back. For maybe the second time in Katsuki's life, he felt 2 horrible, gut-twisting feelings begin to seep in: hopelessness and uselessness. The hot bath was already cooling down to a more mild temperature, and it was a trick that probably wouldn't work if they did it a second time. Katsuki had failed. He couldn't get Deku back from his nightmare this time. And it was his fault to begin with. He bit his lip, an action he had berated Deku for so many times by this point, but it was the only way to keep the scorching drops in the corners of his eyes from falling. He should tell Dad to call the hospital. They would have to let the police and heroes know. "I'm sorry," Katsuki said. "I'm so sorry, Izuku." A slightly higher whine escaped from Deku's lips at the use of his given name. Katsuki sniffed hard. It was the first sign of anything he'd gotten in half an hour. "What the hell?" he thought. "I might as well try one last thing." "You are Midoriya Izuku," Katsuki said in as blunt and firm a tone he could manage despite the now raw state of his throat. He wasn't really sure what he was saying, but Deku liked learning new facts. His name wasn't exactly new, but then he had another thought. Maybe he was so lost in whatever was happening in his head, he couldn't even remember anything else? If the bath environment was grounding Izuku physically, maybe what he needed was something to ground him mentally as well? "Your mom was Midoriya Inko. You are a complete nerd obsessed with quirks. Your dream is to be like All Might someday. You went through hell for 7 years, but you got out. You hear me? You're not alone anymore. You are not out on the street or in that apartment or in that room. You are here with me, your Kakin, in my house, in your home. The old hag loves you. Dad loves you. Katsuki swallowed the hard lump in his throat. I am your best effing friend." Finally, the hand he was holding weakly tried to grip back at him. Deku's eyes were still vacant looking, but the hollowness to them had ebbed considerably in the last couple of minutes that Katsuki had been talking. Katsuki's heart rate was picking up and his voice got more steady with the reassurance, "Your favorite food is katsudon. Your favorite color is sunset orange and your favorite thing to do is read. You are a complete dork who actually managed to make up an imaginary friend and then completely forget about him after a week. You are a stubborn ass who thinks pushing the angry guy's buttons is fun." The corner of Deku's mouth twitched slightly. Katsuki kept talking. "When we were 4 years old you ran into a effing river to help me after I fell off a log. When we were in grade school, you stood up to every bully no matter what. You called me out on my bullshit better and more frequently than anyone else. You scared the shit out 3 high schoolers who kicked my sorry ass." Deku's eyes slowly slid shut and then lazily began to tug back open. "Ka-chen-s," Deku repeated. The words came out weak and broken. Deku still wasn't all the way back with them and he probably wouldn't be for a long while still. But the fact that he was verbally responding to what Katsuki was saying meant that he was actively aware of his surroundings again and was no longer trapped in whatever episode he'd gotten sucked into. Katsuki heaved a sigh of relief and just this once he didn't try to hold back his tears. Katsuki sobbed, with his forehead pressed against the edge of the tub, now desperately clinging onto Deku's hand in his grip. For a moment, he had thought he had lost his friend for good. That Akai had somehow finally managed to break him despite all the effort and promises Katsuki had made to protect the other. He was heart-wrenchingly relieved that he had managed to pull Deku back away from the pit just one more time. And he would continue to do so until they somehow found a way to fill in the pit entirely. "You're going to be late, Sho?" Zashi chirped brightly as he pulled back the blackout curtains and promptly blinded Shoyuta, who had only just managed to fall asleep a few hours ago. His eyes burned and black spots dancing in his vision. Shoyuta groaned as he slowly forced himself into an upright position, arms slung over his knee as he held his head in his other hand as he glared at Zashi. "Was that necessary?" he growled roughly, rubbing at his eyes. "You're the one who told me to wake you up so you didn't oversleep," Zashi told him in a bright, completely unapologetic tone. "The monster. You're also the one who decided it was a good idea to patrol last night when you knew you had to be up early for an interrogation." "Interview, Zashi, not an interrogation. He's coming in on his own so we need to respect that. The boy himself isn't a criminal. He's a victim and a severely traumatized one at that. If the situation were not what it is, Tsukachi and I wouldn't even be allowed to see him, let alone speak with him. We are going to have to be extremely careful with how we approach this," Shoyuta told him darkly. That was one of the reasons he'd ultimately decided to go on a last-minute patrol. He'd wanted to try to burn off some of his anxious energy so he wasn't completely on edge throughout the entire interview. The last thing they needed was for one of them to accidentally set the kid off because they couldn't control their own emotions and reactions. Zashi dropped to sit on the bed, giving him a much softer smile. "This one's been pretty rough on you, hasn't it, Sho?" Shoyuta sighed, dropping his head back. He supposed Zashi was right. He hadn't invested this much time and energy into a case since, well, Hitoshi. He supposed it was because he was a kid, like they had been, but it could also be because of how gray the case itself was. Midoriya Izuku was kidnapped at age 7 by a man whose quirk placed a punishment-invoking trigger on its victims. Based on the information he had been able to gather in the last month or so since Isho was arrested, however, Midoriya's taboo was a real nasty piece of work when triggered, nasty enough to have a potential A-rank villain classification. It was still mostly guesswork at this point since they didn't have any actual confirmation on taboo while active. Both he and Tsukachi suspected that Midoriya was using an alias or some kind of persona, but as of yet they hadn't been able to determine anything for certain. Both of them had their suspicions and they intended to try to put a couple theories to the test during the interview. "At least it's mostly over now, though I'm worried about things potentially going wrong," Shoyuta said eventually, throwing off the blankets and rising to stand. Several of his stiff joints popped at the sudden movement, making him wince ever so slightly. It seemed like his body put up just a bit more protest at the stress he put it through. Shoyuta could only imagine how much worse it might be if he was still patrolling the same as he had as a rookie. Dismissing the pointless thought, he crossed to the wardrobe and began to undress before beginning to pull on his hero uniform. Zashi was shamelessly watching Shoyuta dress and had to put in a distinct effort not to let the heat rise to his face. You'd think after 10 years of marriage, having your husband's eyes rove over you wouldn't be such a big deal, but Shoyuta still didn't see why Zashi found him so appealing. He was covered in scars, he gave zero attention to his appearance, so he always found himself, seasoned pro that he was, turned shy under the attention. Zashi knew that, which was exactly why he always did it. Still, Shoyuta didn't miss the slight frown as the other began to speak. It makes me uneasy too. You sure it's a good idea to mess with Taboo? Even if he gives you consent, something like that can't be good for him. Not to mention how dangerous it could be for you and the detective. Shoyuta paused in pulling on the reinforced and armored undershirt. Zashi had always had good instincts about things. Maybe it was due to his meticulous nature, or maybe it was his ability to empathize with a given situation. Shoyuta had only told the other the bare minimum of details from the case, though he was the only one Shoyuta had told about his encounter with Bakugous. At this point, he trusted Zashi's gut on this more than his own, not that he was having a particularly optimistic outlook for today's events. I know what you mean, Shoyuta admitted, knowing it wouldn't ease the other's worry, but false confidence would be worse. But Tsukachi is taking the station off the dispatch list and there will be heroes on standby in the area. Bakugous will also be nearby in case things get out of hand. We're taking precautions in case things go bad with Akai. Honestly though, I'm worried about Midoriya. Zashi blinked, tilting his head, not quite understanding. He could understand the other confusion. Shoyuta wasn't the type worry over victims. Compassionate wasn't a word people usually use to describe him, but this was a special case, much like Hitoshi's. When he had seen Midoriya that afternoon last week, he had seen a boy completely consumed by fear, anxiety, and suspicion. Bakugous hadn't seemed to be aware of that last one, but Shoyuta had seen the glint of it there. Midoriya had been missing for 7 years. They had no way of knowing what all had happened to him in that time. The fear and anxiety were easy to discern the source of. That suspicion though, that could be a dangerous thing for them if they pressed the wrong nerve, even on accident. Shoyuta let out a sigh as he scratched the back of his head. He's been hurt bad, Zashi. I personally don't think he'll be ready for this, but we're following their lead. This whole thing is completely up to the kid and the one looking after him. If they don't like something, they reserve the right to back out whenever they want, even if it leaves us holding the bag. If the kid gets overwhelmed and decides he can't continue or go through with allowing the taboo to be triggered, then his guardians will take him home, Shoyuta affirmed while pulling on the rest of his hero uniform. Guardians? You said all of Isho's victims were being moved to that facility out in the country though for their protection. You also said that Midoriya's basically an orphan and the taboo he's under was really dangerous. Is it safe to let? Shoyuta held up his hand to stop him. He's fine. It's actually safer and probably more beneficial to leave Midoriya with his current guardians than to pull him away. Well, I suppose it's not really my case, but I just worry. I had an encounter with one of Isho's other victims a few years ago. His word was apparently help, and any time someone said it, his quirk would end up malfunctioning and blasted away everyone around him. Zashi explained with an uneasy look as he followed Shoyuta out of the bedroom and into the living room and then into the empty kitchen. Hitoshi must have still been asleep. We didn't know it was because of a quirk effect at the time and assumed he was just a rampaging villain. Still, the damage he caused was real enough. I suppose a lot of heroes are having their cases re-evaluated like that, Shoyuta grunted as he poured himself a cup of coffee. He wrinkled his nose at the taste. Damn that brat and his expensive roast. His regular brew just didn't do it for him anymore. He'd heard from Tsukachi that they had started reopening any cases that fit the right criteria. The detective wasn't directly overseeing any of the investigation or casework at the moment, but they kept him updated since he was the one who initiated the process and in case they needed his particular skill set for an interrogation. So long as the ones who really deserve to be in prison stay there, I don't see a problem with it. Zashi shrugged, walking over to the stove where a pan had been left to steam on low. You still have some time left for breakfast before you need to meet the detective. I need to get ready to head to the station, but keep me updated, okay? He gave Shoyuta one of his reserved sunshine smiles. Most people didn't realize that there was such a big difference between Yamada Hisashi and his hero persona, Present Mike. As present mic, his goal was to become the biggest, loudest presence in a room so that whenever he confronted a villain, all their attention would be on him and not on the civilians or victims. The megawatt smiles he gave to his fans and the goofy personality he put on for civilians was all carefully crafted to mislead any villains who were dumb enough to make the mistake that was all present mic was. He was exceedingly perceptive and had exceptional quirk control that he had achieved through extensive trial and error, not to mention his incredible instincts. Yamada Hisashi, however, was a much more mellow soul, who contrary to his hero persona thrived better on physical touches and casual attention than excessive, boisterous conversation. He enjoyed the little things and was prone to worry and anxiety in situations he felt he couldn't be of use in. The hyperactive nature his hero persona was almost iconic for was still there, but he had much more constructive ways to channel that energy, like all of the crazy hobbies he picked up over the years. I will try not to worry so much when this isn't even very dangerous compared to most of my missions, Shoyuta said, shooing Zashi away back towards the bedroom. I'll call you with an update when I get the chance. It's going to be okay, Sho. I'm sure it will work out for the best outcome for everyone, Zashi said with a smaller, but no less intense smile on his face as he set a plate of scrambled eggs and vegetables in front of him and retreated back down the hall they had come from. Shoyuta sighed. I hope you're right. Katsuki swallowed as he rubbed his sweaty palm on his pant leg out of nerves. They were driving to Musutafu police station. Everyone was quiet. No one really wanted to acknowledge what was about to happen, and they were all trying to keep as calm to try and keep Deku as comfortable and relaxed as possible. After the incident the day before yesterday, the Greenette hadn't said much to any of them. Katsuki had gotten a one-word answer, flashbacked when he asked what happened, but then Deku had gone nonverbal for the rest of the day. They had all debated whether or not to cancel the interview, but Deku had emphatically shaken his head when they asked. So for the last 2 days they had been making a huge effort to just be there for Deku. They all called into work and school. The old hag played her part teasing Katsuki to no end while they attempted to play some dumb board games and watched some super old pre-Quirk era movies that had absolutely no chance of mentioning the H word. It was a good thing Dad was a sucker for vintage crap, so they actually had a decent amount of okay films. When they weren't all together, Deku had stayed curled up in the book room, mostly sleeping or watching out the window. Deku didn't leave rooms on his own, he didn't try reading, he just sat at the window, his eyes all shadowy and bloodshot. He looked worse than when he had woken up that first afternoon. For a few days, Katsuki had deluded himself into thinking nothing was wrong, then he'd been sucker-punched hard by reality. For now though, Deku seemed to be coping better than the previous day, but not by much. His head was down and he was fidgeting with his fingers. Katsuki was keeping a much closer watch of the mechanism now than he had before. His eyes were still dim and his skin was pale, making the scars on his face a little more ghostly and the dark circles stand out even more under his eyes. Every so often, his body would tremble occasionally and his form would tense up in what Katsuki suspected were his attempts to suppress reactions to passing thoughts of taboo. His eyes were hallowed in red again as he'd glance up before hastily dropping his eyes back down to his lap. They'd need to do something about that before the interview started. There would be nothing good about having a Kai so close to the surface right out of the gate when they were planning on triggering it during the interview. A police precinct should have some kind of training facility they could use to let Deku burn off that excessive adrenaline rush energy beforehand. If they wanted to deal with a Kai, that was their decision, but Katsuki was not taking the risk of Deku being taken away if a Kai managed to get out of hand while he wasn't there. We're here, Dad said quietly as he pulled to a stop in front of a large building and turned back to look at the two of them. Now, I know we agreed not to be here for the interview, but I want you to call either me or your mother if anything happens, understand, Kats? Yeah, I understand, Katsuki said, roughly opening the door on his side and moving around to Deku's. He opened the door and offered Deku his hand. He was shaking, but the other held his hand tightly. Katsuki fought the urge to growl out in discomfort, the delicate bones in his hands straining under the intensity of the other boy's grip. Come on, Deku. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can go back home and have Katsudan, right? Deku didn't say anything, but he did nod in acknowledgement and Katsuki took what he could get. I'll ask if we can borrow a training room when we go in so you calm down. Then you'll be able to think clearly. You remember your safe word, right? He'd talked, or Katsuki had talked and Deku had nodded yes or no, a little with Deku yesterday afternoon, since he'd seemed like he was more present. They had discussed how the interview would work, what would be expected of him, and most importantly Deku's safe words. If at any point today Deku got overwhelmed or didn't want to be here anymore, all he had to say was his name Katsuki and he would come in and shut the whole thing down. Deku had never called him by his proper name, not even once that he could remember. When they were kids Deku had struggled to pronounce his name, so he had come up with the nickname Kaken instead. He had called the other Izuku after that until the other kids started calling him Deku, and Katsuki had turned its meaning on its head. It was obscure enough that no one else would realize its significance, but meaningful enough that Katsuki would know immediately what was happening. They walked into the precinct together and Katsuki took a deep breath. Here we go, he thought as he made his way up to one of the people behind the desk. Hey, we're supposed to be meeting some Detective Suki or whatever he's called, Katsuki told them roughly, and the officer raised a skeptical eyebrow at him. Right, and who are you two? He responded in a bored voice and Katsuki scowled. This, he said with emphasis indicating Deku, who flinched at being addressed, but otherwise didn't look up, firmly keeping his head down and letting Katsuki do the talking. Is Midoriya Izuku and I'm Bakugous Katsuki. I'm here to make sure you a-holes actually treat him properly. And Midoriya? The officer stuttered slightly and Katsuki smirked with satisfaction at the reaction. The guy went pale and his eyes were shifting rapidly between the two of them in both shock and a little bit of fear. Katsuki would never tell Deku this, but the damn pro wasn't lying when he said the officers who originally handled Deku's case faced repercussions for their actions. What they did and why they did it was made entirely public, and the officers were eviscerated by the department and the press. Katsuki had seen it at school when he was scrolling through recent news feeds on his phone. The entire precinct was being put under investigation for bias, discrimination, corruption, and basically any other breaches they might have committed during their service or execution of the law. The lead detective in uncovering the corruption? A detective, Tsukachi Naomasa, the same detective that Pro mentioned. It was an extreme response, way beyond the normal practice for dealing with an internal conflict, but the fact that their misconduct was responsible for the previously believed death of a literal child somewhat validated the response. Most people react abhorrently to any attack or mistreatment of children, even if that child would normally be perceived as worthless under ordinary circumstances. The only downside to this situation was that a lot of details about Deku's case had become public. It wasn't so much of a big deal society-wise since Deku had been refusing to even leave Katsuki's room up until a few days ago, but it was a big deal right now, for instance, with the way the cop was looking at Deku. They had a much fuller picture of Deku's situation than the public did and also understood in its entirety how much Deku had suffered because of what they had let happen. Yeah, Katsuki growled, then he glanced over at Deku. He was shaking pretty badly at this point and the red halo in his eyes was much more intense than it had been that first time with Katsuki. We'll be in your shitty gym or whatever so I can blow off some steam while you a-hole get your sheet together. He started to turn away. The officer managed to get out as he hastily got to his feet. I'd be happy to show you. Nah, I can find it my own damn self. Just let that detective whatever know where we are whenever you decide to pull your heads out, Katsuki said as he turned away from him and grabbed Deku's hand more firmly as he pulled the other away down the hall the officer indicated. Deku stuttered out quietly, barely loud enough for him to hear after they had made it a good way down the hall. Katsuki almost jumped out of his skin when he heard it, however, since it was the first thing Deku had really said in almost 2 days. I'll talk to them however I damn well feel like. Katsuki barked a little more aggressively than he intended and Deku flinched at his harsh tone. Katsuki huffed out a sigh but didn't lose the scowl. Sorry, those F-airs just piss me off. Seekers, Deku said quietly as they passed a giant window. Katsuki grinned. There was a bunch of stuff Deku could beat the hell out of without Katsuki having to be in the way. I'm not going to play nice with a bunch of extras who don't give a shit about other people, Katsuki grunted, pushing open the door and pulling Deku in after him. Fake people like that don't deserve me being fang nice to them. Anyway, go to town, I'll wait outside by the window so you can see me but I won't be in the way. Deku viciously shook his head, attempting to back away, but Katsuki still had his wrist. There were full body shakes raking through him and his eyes were darting in every direction, looking for an escape. Calm down, Det. You just need to use up that adrenaline, so you can think clearly, so you can talk to the detective, remember? That's why we're here. Do you not want to do it anymore? Deku stopped fighting him, but he didn't look any more inclined to listen to Katsuki than before. Katsuki shifted his grip carefully to the other boy's shoulders. Listen, there's no one else in here and I told you I would wait outside by the window so you can still see me, but you can't talk to the detective like this. Besides, it hurts, right? Deku bit his lip, there were tears in the corners of his eyes and hesitantly he nodded his head. His hands were fisted in the hem of the hoodie he was wearing to the point of turning his knuckles white. Deku had never clarified for him how it hurt, just that it did, and Katsuki didn't intend to ask him just yet. It would probably come up in the interview today if he was lucky. Then let it out. You're not going to hurt anybody and then you'll feel better going into the interview. Oh, KK, Deku whispered. That's it, Katsuki responded, forgetting who he was talking to for a second. I'd stay in here with you, but we don't exactly have the time for you to be pulling your punches. So just do whatever to the equipment they got in here until that sheet is all used up or the detective comes, okay? If you need something to distract that overactive head of yours, then analyze the old hag's quirk. Then you can interview her when we get home. Glycerin, Deku mumbled and then turned into the room. Katsuki waited until Deku was shyly standing in front of what looked like a rotating post. When Deku tapped one of the limb, it spun lazily in the opposite direction. The movement seemed to pique Deku's interest and he pushed at another post with a little more force. An alternate limb came around quicker than Deku expected and hit him on the shoulder, making the other yelp a little as he rubbed his arm. Katsuki smirked a little and quietly left the room, shutting the door as soundlessly as he could manage. Deku was more curious about the training instrument than anything, Katsuki thought, but he did keep batting at the padded wooden limbs until eventually he was being forced to move in a more active fashion to dodge and block the post's counters. It wasn't as malicious as that first night, but he could tell by Deku's movements that he had more of a rush going on than he had that night. The subdued mood must have dampened whatever fight response Deku normally had. Katsuki didn't know whether he should feel sad or proud of the other as he watched Deku make a series of successful blocks and counters. On the one hand, Deku wasn't a scared little weakling anymore, not like when he was a kid, but at the same time he hadn't gotten that way on his own and his body was moving and responding mostly by reflex and muscle memory. It was what Katsuki had wanted for the other when they were kids, but it wasn't worth it. Deku was more afraid of himself now than he was of anything else. Katsuki had hoped, when they were little, the two of them would get their training together. Now it was just a side effect of someone else's handiwork. He would admit though that whatever training Akai had done wasn't half-assed. All of Deku's forms looked solid even to Katsuki and his technique was well controlled even if Deku didn't really know what he was doing. At least Katsuki didn't have to worry about any bad habits or sloppy street fighting. He would never admit it out loud, but Deku was probably at a higher level in hand-to-hand combat than Katsuki and grudgingly he was alright with that. He had his quirk to supplement him and because of that Katsuki had to configure his fighting style around that. Deku literally had any and all options available to him with the only limit being what his body could take and it seemed Akai had figured that out too at some point if the sheer variety of patterns and combos was anything to go by. He heard voices from down the hall and glanced over briefly expecting it to just be some cops having an argument or a villain acting out. He scowled, however, when it turned out to be that pro from before talking with the officer at the desk, or he supposed the officer was the one doing the talking, gesturing wildly and throwing pretty obvious looks down the hall at them. Katsuki rolled his eyes. He supposed Deku had been at it for a good few minutes now. He was surprised no one had come up sooner. Katsuki turned away from the gym and folded his arms against his chest. This is going to suck, he thought as the hero made his way down the hall towards him. His hands were buried in his pockets and his posture seemed relaxed, but then again Katsuki's seemed annoyed. The detective told you to call ahead when you decided to come, came the rough monotone from the pro. There was no obvious hostility or aggravation in the tone, just a casual statement of fact. He still looked like a hobo, just maybe one that had had a shower recently and had actually attempted to appear like a regular person. Wanted to give the Nerd the chance to calm down before all of you FS started interrogating him, Katsuki grunted, glancing at the hobo to see how he reacted to Katsuki's intentionally antagonistic statement. He had a bad flashback the day before yesterday and the ride here was pretty rough on him too. Probably a smart move, was all he said in response. He stopped in front of the window. Is that? Don't worry, he might be a little effed up right now but that's still Deku. For whatever reason, even though Akai can't show up there's still a reaction. The way he explains it, it's like an adrenaline rush from hell. He's still him, but the more his word comes up, the more painful it is and the harder it becomes for him to think straight. Katsuki told the other what he knew, even if it wasn't much. It wouldn't help Deku if he withheld important information like that from them. Interesting, Eraserhead said as he continued to watch Deku. Katsuki might have underestimated how badly Deku had been suffering for the last half hour if the state of his little training partner was anything to go by. He'd have to have a conversation with Deku about his seriously unreal pain tolerance. Either that or Deku was going to have to go into more detail about what happened to him. We'll keep that in mind for the interview. Where are you going to shove me while you're talking to him? Katsuki asked, turning to watch Deku. He seemed to be winding down. His attacks and counters were slowing and his blocks were becoming a little sloppy. We'll be set up in an interrogation room. There's a one-way mirror to an adjoining room you and a couple others will be watching from. Katsuki scowled. What others? He shrugged, shoving his hands deep in his pockets. Midoriya is a special case. There needs to be the appropriate people here to decide how to move forward after today. Don't worry too much. They're just here as advisors and won't have anything to do with the actual interview or questioning. What about the nerd? If you want Akai to show up, Deku can't know I'm around. I can't say I like the idea of lying to him. I promised I'd have his back, Katsuki grunted roughly, looking away from the underground pro back at the figure in the training room. Deku's movements were starting to get sluggish and irregular. There was much less intent in his strikes as he started to exhaust himself. Some tension Katsuki didn't even realize he'd been holding on to eased. You'll only be in one room over, but if it's that big a deal I can see about allowing you to sit in until we're ready to trigger the taboo, Eraserhead offered, casually. Katsuki didn't miss the careful glance the old man threw his way. It took everything in Katsuki not to gape at him. That hadn't been part of the plan. He'd thought they'd forcefully keep him out. They must be playing this thing pretty cautiously if they were making an exception like that. Thanks for the offer, but I think it'd just be harder on Deku that way, Katsuki said, looking away from the older man. As much as he'd like to jump at the offer, Katsuki knew he couldn't. After he'd come back from the flashback, Deku had basically shut them all out from things concerning his past. Katsuki wasn't even sure if he would be able to talk at all today. I won't lie. We all tried to talk Deku out of coming today. He hasn't been himself since he came out of the flashback, but he's stubborn. Maybe he'll talk you, since you extras are complete strangers, but my being there will F whatever chance you might have. Katsuki let out a long sigh. He stretched before pushing the door open and went in. The pro didn't make any move to follow him in. Katsuki was grudgingly grateful for it. Deku was slumped against the wall beside the training post, knees up with his hands resting limply on top of them, palms up. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The dummy was looking worse for wear, as if it had sustained years of worth of usage in a matter of minutes, which wasn't entirely out of the question considering the damage the greenette had done to Katsuki's wall. He swallowed upon seeing the bloody mess that were Deku's knuckles. His fingers twitched occasionally and droplets of red ran sluggishly onto the floor in front of him. His chest was heaving as he struggled to gain his breath properly. Deku's head was slumped down, his sweat dampened and darkened hair that was falling down to hide most of his face. Katsuki glanced around. There were a few first aid kits hanging at various stations along the walls of the room. He went to the nearest one and pulled it free, returning to crouch down in front of Deku. He clicked his tongue and tried not to feel too guilty when the sudden noise made Deku flinch. Thought you at least had enough common sense to wrap your knuckles before going nuts, Katsuki reprimanded roughly, but not necessarily unkindly. He opened the first aid kit and gently took one of Deku's hands. The other put up no resistance, nor did he move from his slumped position. He just continued shaking silently as Katsuki served the damage. He frowned, It was worse than he thought. The damn nerd had completely wrecked his hands. He was lucky nothing was broken. He frowned, glancing up at Deku briefly as he started to clean away the blood. He'd been picking up on that particular habit before, but the flashback had made it much more obvious. Deku didn't care what happened to him. He'd always been the self-sacrificing type, but this was different. He was borderline intentionally harming himself. The thought made him swallow back bile. He hated this. Deku had always been so bright and energetic. He hated that bastard had taken away his light and then abandoned him to the dark. He better hope Katsuki never meets him. Kaken? Came the weak question. You did good, nerd, Katsuki replied evenly, his voice sounding too harsh and loud in the still training room, but he continued anyway. Did you get it out of your system? Scared, Deku managed to get out. Just take a deep breath, Katsuki offered. Remember, I can kick your ass if you get out of control. You did fine, You feel better now, right? It was crass statement that was probably inappropriate given the events of the last couple of days, but Katsuki was rough by nature. He could only change so much. The other boy hesitated, the corner of his lip tugging so slightly before he nodded. Katsuki breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to treat and then carefully wrap both of the other's hands. What's it like? Katsuki asked quietly, pausing in his actions without looking up at Deku. He hated himself for asking, but he needed to know. Memeing, came the stuttered reply. You say it hurts you, Katsuki explained, grip tightening on Deku's hands. And you do this to yourself because of it, even though I'm around. I want to understand some of that pain. Maybe if I did, maybe. He wasn't sure what he was trying to accomplish. He hated it, the uncertainty of course, but more than that, it was watching his friend destroy himself. You said you were going to let me in. One of the hands he'd been holding moved, pulling free so it can drop shakily on top of Katsuki's head. Katsuki blinked in surprise, entire body going rigid at the contact. Deku gave a small, weak little chuckle, running his fingers through Katsuki's hair, rubbing in the way that Deku used to do when they were kids whenever Katsuki's emotions got out of control and he didn't know what to do with them. It's be better now. Kakakan be more careful, don't worry. Idiot, Katsuki huffed as he tried to swallow through his tight throat. It was the most Deku had said to him at once in 2 days. Katsuki's eyes felt hot but he refused to cry. No way in hell was he doing that shit here, especially not in front of Deku. It didn't escape him though that Deku had avoided his last statement. Just go slow, you damn nerd. I'll be right beside you whenever you need it, okay? He finished with Deku's other hand before getting to his feet. He held out his hand, looking away from Deku. The other let out another of his quiet, nervous laughs and took Katsuki's hand and allowed himself to be pulled up and into Katsuki's side. That pro's waiting outside, so they're probably ready to talk now. Deku tensed, but his face was set in the most determined look he'd seen from him in days. Ready? Katsuki nodded. I'll walk you to the room and then I'll have to go somewhere else. You still fine with that, Deku? He nodded, though it was a little shaky. Ask Hanhand, Sikafumi. That caught Katsuki off guard. We've talked about this. You're not a villain or a prisoner, Deku, you're a victim. You don't need to be chained up. Deku shook his head. And at BB, with any events? Kakaken? Katsuki bit the inside of his cheek to control the urge to either growl in frustration or sadness. He didn't know which. He barely understood, but Deku had a point. It would be way too risky to go through the interview without some kind of restraint, since even if they never said it, a stray thought from Deku could ruin the whole thing. It was already proven that Akai had a history of evading arrest and would possibly be hostile towards the officers and pros during the questioning. Still though, he despised the idea. Fine, but I don't like it, Katsuki grunted, making his displeasure known as he carefully walked Deku out of the gym and back into the hall. He was only mildly surprised to see that someone else had joined the pro out in the hall. He didn't look like much, possibly even more plain-looking than Deku, with a simple face, dark hair and eyes. He was wearing black slacks, with a white dress shirt tucked in with a belt, a green tie hanging a little loose from collar, his sleeves slightly pushed up. Katsuki also didn't fail to miss the, thankfully empty, shoulder holster. There were dark circles under the man's eyes and there were ink smudges on his fingertips and his shirt was slightly wrinkled. Katsuki wrinkled his nose. The effer better be up for this, he growled privately in his head. If they even think about treating this like before, I'll blow their asses to hell. Deku shifted to stand a little behind him, obviously agitated and nervous. Hello there, I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, he said with a tired but friendly smile. My friend and I will be interviewing you today. The shabby underground hero simply lifted his chin in acknowledgement. Deku ducked further behind Katsuki, who huffed a little in sad amusement. This whole thing was probably going to end up being useless. He couldn't really blame the nerd though. The situation had suddenly gotten very real, very quickly. Well, the detective continued when there was no response from Deku. It'll just be the two of us during the questioning. I'll be the one leading. Eraser here will be acting as witness and might interject at certain points. We already discussed a little about how this would go over the phone, but do you have any questions or requests you'd like to make before we get started? Katsuki looked at Deku. He needed the nerd to respond this time, both because there was no way he'd be the one to ask these effing to handcuff Deku and because he needed to confirm if he would be able to speak properly with the two of them in the first place. If the nerd couldn't manage to bring himself to speak with them now over something he actually wanted, then there wasn't a point in having this interview in the first place and they all might as well leave. Deku pulled at his fingers as his mouth opened and closed a few times trying to speak. Katsuki waited. The nerd was at least trying, so he would give him as much time as he needed. If it became obvious Deku wouldn't be able to go through with it, then they'd go from there when the time comes. Eventually, Deku's form stiffened and his knuckles went white. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Deku looked up, his dark eyes hard with his resolve. I want YUT to handcuff Mididu during the interrogation. Both of the adults went slightly stiff with surprise, eyes widening. They shared a look and the detective opened his mouth to speak, but nothing more than unintelligible strangled noise escaped as the two tried to process what Deku was saying. Katsuki crossed his arms with a smug smirk. Deku had actually done it and in a complete sentence no less. It might still have been pretty broken and his voice never got very loud even when he was speaking before, but it was also much clearer than the nerd had been speaking to him not even a couple of minutes ago. Can I ask your reasoning for this request? The detective eventually managed to get out at length. Ekai. And just like that, Deku's brief moment of confidence waned away and he retreated behind Katsuki even further than before. But it was definitely a start and it meant Deku might be able to talk with them after all, even if it might take some time. You understood? Then will you follow me? Then we can get started. Naomasa did not feel prepared enough for this. Not in the slightest. He wished he had been allowed more time to familiarize himself with the case details before they roped him in for the questioning, even if they had given him a week of advance notice. He sighed internally. God, he was exhausted, a side effect of too many all-nighters and not nearly enough coffee. The Dekanai case wasn't helping. The victim variety had narrowed within the last several months, showing a decrease in criminal and vigilante victims and an increase in hero attacks. Right now they were in another lull period, so he wasn't as swamped as he could have been, but the additional workload had taken its toll. The Midoriya case was sensitive and complex to a degree he hadn't encountered in a while. He understood why it had to be him. Midoriya was a confirmed victim of Isho and his quirk, so they needed Naomasa and his quirk in order to verify that he had been acting outside of his own control for the last 7 years. Not that Naomasa really doubted it after meeting the boy. He had yet to meet someone putting on an act who would suggest being handcuffed when there was absolutely no prior call for it. Naomasa's first impression of Midoriya was that he was a rather meek thing. Eraserhead had filled him in on the situation after the officer at the front desk sent for him at the hero's request. He was slightly nervous that the boys had neglected to notify him of their arrival like they had been instructed, but their reasoning for the detour was sound, even if the fact that the taboo still partially triggered while the boys' anchor was around was equally unsettling. He led their small party to the interrogation room they would be using for this, Recovery Girl already on standby inside. What the hell is this? Bakugous barked, clearly unhappy he hadn't been informed of the retired hero's involvement. Hello dearies, the detective invited me to do a little checkup of your friend. Since he cannot currently visit his primary physician, Recovery Girl explained, offering the boys her signature sweet granny smile. It didn't have the desired effect. Midoriya seemed to have shrunk in on himself, flinching at the sight of her as he pressed closer to Bakugou, who growled protectively. Naomasa curiously noted, however, that his eyes seemed to be flitting behind him, where Eraserhead was positioning himself against the wall without a word. You can stay with him the entire time, Bakugou-kun and Midoriya-kun. If at any point you become uncomfortable, Recovery Girl will stop, Eraserhead told the two of them in a somber tone. Midoriya's shoulders jumped. Naomasa shot the other man a glance. Had the two interacted before? What do you think, Deku? Bakugou grunted, not quite quiet enough to be unheard by the rest of them. The other boy's response was, however, too quiet, and they all looked at Bakugou expectantly as he scowled. Alright, but you say something if you get overwhelmed. The whole point of going to that gym was to calm you down before the interview, remember? Midoriya nodded vigorously, and Recovery Girl directed him to sit down in the chair in front of her. He did, biting his lip and pulling at his fingers as he sat down on the edge, Bakugou moving to hover behind him as Recovery Girl hobbled forward. The only sound in the room was the light tap, tap, tap of the old healer's cane as she walked. Naomasa hung back loosely against one of the walls as he waited, Eraserhead shuffling over so he could stand beside him. Recovery Girl had been Eraser's idea. Midoriya had been off the radar for years and likely hadn't received any reliable medical attention in that time. This would probably be the first and last time Midoriya agreed to come to an open public place for a while. It would also help them to get a better idea of what kind of circumstance or environment he had been forced into. Without proper equipment at a hospital, Recovery Girl couldn't discern much in a regular physical exam. However, through the use of her quirk, she would be able to get a certain amount of feedback about his condition. Essentially, before her primary quirk effect heal activated, there was a lesser-known pre-effect that allowed her to see what all her quirk could potentially target so she could manage heal's usage appropriately. It wasn't an exact science, and without the corresponding medical background, the feedback wouldn't be decipherable to anyone else. That was all a moot point, however, if Midoriya rejected or responded badly to Recovery Girl's offer. I'm just going to be doing a full physical exam. Would you like me to explain what all that means? Recovery Girl asked Midoriya gently, and the boy nodded his head jerkily. Again his eye flicked briefly towards Eraserhead. The underground hero dipped his head slightly lower, but it didn't hide the forming frown from Naomasa. Is there something I should be worried about? Naomasa whispered to the Dark Pro as Recovery Girl began. The two big things I want to check are your heart and the sound of your lungs. He saw the older woman indicate the stethoscope around her neck. Naomasa looked back at Eraser. We've never interacted until today. I'll step out if it keeps up, Eraserhead muttered back, just as Recovery Girl said, but I also want to check you head and throat, your tonsils, lymph nodes, and the like. Then I'll do an abdominal check for any tenderness as well as a check of all your major muscle groups, joints, reflexes, making sure you're in proper working order. This is all going to require some form of physical contact. Is that all right, dearie? She asked gently. Naomasa returned his attention to the three ahead of him, considering the matter settled for now. Eraserhead had more experience with interacting with trauma victims than Naomasa did, so he would defer to the hero's judgment for now. Gigan, Midoriya's voice came out as a whispered plea, and the blonde was at his side in an instant. He crouched down beside his friend, eyebrows knitted in a silent question, before Midoriya reached for Bakugou's hand and the boy relaxed, giving up his palm willingly. Okay now, Midoriya said, voice a little less tense now. Recovery Girl briefly glanced at Bakugou, who gave the old hero Ione a nod, and she stepped forward. Now, don't forget to stop me if I do something you don't like, Recovery Girl reminded as she adjusted the stethoscope to her ears. The greenette didn't respond. His back was ramrod straight and his eyes were fixed to Bakugou's hand pressed between two of his own. Bakugou ended up being the one to prompt the greenette into taking deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling right alongside him. Naomasa smiled a little when he realized the blonde was also using the moment to help calm Midoriya. When Recovery Girl finished listening to his lungs and heart, she made quick work of glancing in his ears and examining his head, before moving on to check his neck and throat. The boy had his eyes tight closed and his chest went still as Recovery Girl pressed a stick to his tongue to get a better view. There was no sugar-coating the amount of tension coiled in the teen's body. Tremors would shake through him occasionally and his grip on Bakugou had turned what little you could see of the skin of his hands white from the strain. His teeth viciously dug into his lip once Recovery Girl had moved on from his mouth to the remainder of his physical exam. Recovery Girl was doing her best to telegraph her movements, alerting him about what she was going to do, speaking to him in a light, quiet tone to try and put him at ease, but it didn't seem to be working very well. Still, though, he followed all of her prompts and remained very still even under all the physical contact in the examination of his actual physical condition. The entire exam continued in this manner. Midoriya never said a word, looking at nothing but Bakugou's and his own hands, with the occasional glance towards Eraserhead. His breathing was shallow as he allowed Recovery Girl to complete her examination. Disassociating, he thought it was called, maybe not fully, but enough that it was making Bakugou anxious. Despite the facade he was putting up to try to hide it, Naomasa could see his pulse jumping in his throat and sweat was beading along his forehead. He was also gripping Midoriya's hand just as tightly as the other boy was gripping Bakugou's own. Whatever happened this past week must have been worse than he originally thought. When it was over, everyone in the room breathed a little easier, but the tension didn't leave Midoriya's shoulders even after Recovery Girl withdrew. Well, you've most likely got some fractures that are still only partially healed in addition to some light bruising that seems relatively fresh, Recovery Girl began carefully. You're also exhibiting signs of mild malnourishment as well as low-grade withdrawal symptoms, and by the sound of your lungs there might be an infection as well. I would like to draw some blood for tests, but that is entirely up to you if you would like to do that today. Midoriya shook his head, which was the expected response. Recovery Girl nodded in understanding. That's all right, we can do it another time when you're more comfortable, but for now it might be good to start on some antibiotics as well as a multivitamin. You'll see to that if I write a prescription, won't you? She directed the last part at Bakugou. The blonde glanced at Midoriya before responding with a short nod. Recovery Girl turned back to the greenette, apparently satisfied. She gave the boy another smile as she leaned forward a little more heavily on her cane. That just leaves one more thing. My quirk is heal. If you would like, I can use it to alleviate. It was an almost instantaneous reaction. Midoriya flinched hard at the suggestion, rising from his chair and backing away from the retired heroine so fast the chair he had been sitting in toppled over. Bakugou had to sidestep in order to avoid it as well as to catch Midoriya, who stumbled over it. Both boys fell onto the ground, Midoriya shaking as he flailed, hitting himself as well as Bakugou behind him. His eyes were tight shut and blood dripping down his chin from where he had finally bitten through his lip. Bakugou, for his part, had his arms looped around the smaller boy, holding him to his chest as he tried to prevent him from hurting himself further, while also attempting to calm him as well. Midoriya continued to thrash in his friend's grip in spite of the desperate pleas of the blonde. He rocked the two of them, holding Midoriya's wrists loose but firmly, hugging the other back to chest. His voice was low and soothing as he continuously tried to reassure the greenette. It was a demeanor completely opposite of the ruby-eyed inferno of a glare he was pinning the three of them with. It was obvious the boy was pissed, but he was doing a remarkable job restraining himself for Midoriya's sake. It's all right, Deku, it's all right, Bakugou chanted in the other's ear as he shook violently, tears running down his face. Midoriya's mouth was moving, but none of them could discern the words. You're safe. It's just you and me. No one else. Just you and me. Bakugou's message was clear, but none of them moved immediately. Recovery Girl looked up at Eraserhead with a worried expression. As Hero ES, it went against their instincts not to try and help the panicking and flailing boy. However, Bakugou's subdued fury and Midoriya's increased panic at their slightest movement kept them from advancing. Naomasa indicated the door with his chin and the two nodded, beginning to carefully exit towards the door. Given his history, they anticipated he would have some kind of reaction to the idea of someone using their quirk on him, but they hadn't expected it to be quite this severe. The blonde was the only thing keeping Midoriya from either running or attacking whatever he was perceiving as a threat. Even a quirk like heal that benefited the target managed to trigger such a harsh reaction. They filled out. Recovery Girl went first, then Eraserhead, with Naomasa at the rear. He looked back briefly, receiving a subtle head shake from Bakugou before he continued into the hall, shutting the door behind him. There was silence until the door next to the interview room opened. A large mouse-bear dog creature, more commonly known as Principal Nizu, walked out of the observation room. His normally cheerful demeanor was decidedly subdued, further bringing down the mood of the group. I wouldn't call that a success, but I don't think it was a total failure either, the principal stated, breaking the silence. Forgive me, sir, but I don't follow your assessment of what just happened, Eraserhead grumbled beside him. That boy has a significant amount of trauma. His reaction to Shizenji-san's quirk was frankly frightening to watch. I'm not sure how comfortable I am going through with this having seen it up close. Will he even be able to tolerate the interview with your quirk active, Tsukachi? I don't know. My quirk isn't target-based, it's a passive ability, Naomasa explained, frowning slightly. Why such a rush for this interview anyway? Why not give Midoriya-kun a little more time to get adjusted, not to mention the amount of counseling and therapy he probably needs? You're aware that Midoriya-kun is under the effects of taboo, correct? Nizu asked and Naomasa nodded. Yeah, I was the one who asked to interrogate Isho when he was hauled in and Eraserhead kept me updated. From the little Isho gave up, the boy freed himself after taboo was placed on him and disappeared almost immediately afterwards. I have some officers trying to track any sightings over the years, but the information we've been able to gather is little to non-existent. Nizu nodded, his beady black eyes concerned and thoughtful. After Aizawa-san alerted me to the situation, I did my own brand of inquiry. The information I have been able to gather, while incomplete, suggests Midoriya-kun's particular taboo has the potential to be particularly nasty both to himself and to others. Currently, however, it appears to be contained or inhibited by something. What do you mean? Naomasa asked hesitantly. While I'm unwilling to go into detail with the limited information I have at the moment, we are all familiar with recent inconsistent spikes in villain activity, Nedza began, but Naomasa raised a hand to interrupt the principal. But we've already made that attribution to Dekunai's activity. We're currently working on. I am simply stating my opinion, detective, and am in no way second-guessing your work, the mouse principal reassured. Midoriya told Bakugou that he wasn't awake very often, and Isho himself said the boy's taboo was violent and active more often than not. If that's true, however, shouldn't we have seen or encountered more evidence of him by now? Eraserhead asked in a dull tone, but the man's eyebrows were knit together and the corners of his mouth were pulled further down than usual. Aizawa-san's assessment is correct. Nedzu agreed with a nod. My intention with mentioning this matter at all was to prompt further consideration going forward. What we know is that Midoriya-kun's taboo generates a hostile alter of himself. What we do not know is in what manner this hostility manifests, what level of intelligence and ability it might have, and the relationship it might have with society at large. We also do not know by what means taboo has been suppressed all this time. I believe these are the subjects we should focus on moving forward. They were all quiet. The principal's words were sound and even his guesses were hardly ever wrong. However, that surety also added an additional level of foreboding and pressure to the coming interview. Everything had been suddenly elevated from one victim to the potential consequences for hundreds of civilians. Let's just wait for now, Eraserhead said. This might all be pointless if Midoriya or Bakugou decides he can't continue. The door opened and a spiky ash-blonde head poked out glaring at them. If he was surprised by the principal of UA's presence, he didn't let on, just scoffed and started to talk. I got him to calm down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief before stiffening when Bakugou continued. For some reason, Deku still wants to talk with you losers. You pull shit like that again and you're all dead. Bakugou growled and Naomasa blinked at the guts it took to make threats like that in front of 3 heroes and a police detective. Then given the circumstance, perhaps I should mention that for the interview we'll be taking advantage of my quirk, lie detection. It's not a targeted quirk like Recovery Girls or Ishos, but if he can't handle the idea of it being active, then there isn't much point in putting him through this. Right? Bakugou grunted, then retreated back into the interview room. The group waited and a few minutes later the boy returned. He said you have to explain the quirk. To him first, but he's willing to put up with it. Naomasa nodded and he and Eraserhead re-entered the room, Recovery Girl hesitating outside until they called for her. "Hello again, Midoriya-kun." Naomasa greeted the boy with his own tired smile when he saw him sitting with his knees up and pulled inside his hoodie. His arms were wrapped around them and hiding his face, which seemed to have been cleaned of the blood. His lip was still swollen and split where it had been bitten though. Midoriya looked up at Naomasa's greeting, eyes almost immediately sliding past him to the pro entering behind him. Naomasa suppressed a wince upon seeing the puffy redness of his eyes and the fresh scratch marks around his neck and face the boy had done to himself in his panic. Bakugous had retreated to a corner behind Midoriya and had resumed his glare where the greenette couldn't see. "Say whatever you need to." Naomasa nodded and slowly took the seat across from the boy with Eraserhead leaning next to the viewing window to his left. Midoriya's eyes returned to him as the greenette was addressed again. He set the file he had prepared to the side and took a sip of his coffee in an attempt to demonstrate a calm air. "Midoriya-kun, there are two things I would like to discuss with you before we get started, is that all right?" Silence. Naomasa glanced at Eraserhead, then Bakugous, but neither said anything. He was beginning to think this might be pointless, but a meek "oh okay" came from across from him. First, he held up a finger. He had noticed during Bakugous' interaction throughout the physical exam earlier that Midoriya seemed to fixate on the other's hands. He thought perhaps gesturing might put the other at ease. "We would like your permission to monitor your biosigns during the interview." "Why the hell would you need to do something stupid like that?" Bakugous interrupted before Midoriya could open his mouth to respond. "It was actually suggested to us by a consultant," Naomasa told him, and Bakugous scoffed in response before going quiet. "The idea behind it is that we would like to see if there is any physical reaction or difference between you before and after Taboo is triggered. If there is, then it might allow us to develop some kind of system for managing it without Bakugous needing to be present." This got a reaction from both of them. Though Midoriya's was rather subdued, just a slight intake of breath and a brief widening of his eyes. Bakugous' eyes went completely wide and his mouth was slightly open. "All this would require from you would be to allow Recovery Girl back in here to place some electrodes on certain places of your body. If you're uncomfortable with her though, I can see if there's another technician on site today to do it or you can refuse the whole thing altogether," Naomasa offered. It was better to give someone with Midoriya's history choices and options rather than telling them what was going to happen. Midoriya stammered out quietly, though his posture was still closed off. Naomasa heard a brief movement behind him and the sound of the door clicking shut. Eraserhead had stepped out in order to inform Recovery Girl. He swallowed. Now he was alone. "All right, with that out of the way, the next thing is for me to explain my quirk." The other boy flinched at the mere mention, but Bakugous didn't try to intercede or end the conversation, so he took that as a sign it was okay to keep going. "I am aware of your history, which is why I must apologize for blindsiding you with Recovery Girl's quirk earlier. We had thought that since it was a healing quirk, whatever potential negative association you might have wouldn't be quite so severe. Obviously we thought wrong." "And no, he didn't know either," Midoriya stammered. The only reason he could hear the boy was because the rest of the room was dead silent. "Beep. You don't have to explain yourself to anyone, Midoriya-kun," Naomasa reassured the boy, receiving a true from his quirk. Right? This would be Midoriya's first time interacting with anyone aside from Bakugous, which had only been for the last 2 weeks, where previously he was likely in a prolonged period of complete isolation. It's likely he didn't know what his triggers were any better than they did. Naomasa cleared his throat. "My quirk is called lie detection. It's a passive quirk that allows me to discern whether what a person says is the truth as they see it or not. Because of its nature as a passive quirk, it's constantly active. I can't turn it off, but it also isn't target specific. Anytime someone speaks within my auditory range, regardless of whether I intend to use it or not, my quirk will give me a response. If it helps, you can think of it more as an internal quirk that lets me gather information. You won't feel anything, though I can share my quirk's response if I make contact with someone. That's that are really go good quirk F for a detective," Midoriya responded, invoking true response from his quirk, surprising Naomasa. He had gotten compliments on his quirk before, But usually it was just the surface deep sentiment that wasn't usually meant to be stated as a fact. Bakugous smirked in his corner, which further confused him. Well, thank you, Naomasa eventually said with a small smile. He'd expected more of a hostile reception, some kind of negative sign that he was struggling with the idea of his quirk being in effect, but he didn't seem to be having nearly as much of a response to lie detection as with Heel. There actually seemed to be a little bit of a spark flickering in the shadowed pools of his green eyes. You're such a nerd, Deku, Bakugous teased from behind him, and the greenette's freckled cheeks flushed slightly pink, sinking a little further behind his knees to hide his face, but his form had relaxed a little more. Bakugous nodded at Naomasa, and he took that as a hint to continue. This is why Eraserhead requested I be present to interview you, since there is a matter of certainty in the questioning I conduct. I understand, however, if you are uncomfortable with the idea of my quirk being employed on you, and we can try to find a suitable workaround if you'd rather. I don't mind, came the timid but audible response. False, rang his quirk. Naomasa smiled at the boy sadly. Externally he might seem like he's handling it well, but fundamentally it's still a quirk activated with the intent of him being the subject. Do I call him out for it now or leave it be? He wondered. Midoriya obviously really wanted to go through with this interview if his determination after the mishap with Recovery Girl was any indicator, but the point here wasn't to traumatize Midoriya further by making him go through something he wasn't ready for. Midoriya-kun, he said in as even a tone as he could manage, but the boy still flinched. Naomasa still continued with what he had to say. I want you to tell me if at any point this becomes too much for you. Our goal here isn't to interrogate or pressure you to talk about your past. This simply to find out what happened so we know how to move forward, understand? Now, answer me honestly this time, do you want to continue? Naomasa asked the boy gently. Aye. He hesitated, and for a moment Naomasa thought it would end right there. And nervous, a bee about the quirk, he affecting, let you do this? Naomasa nodded satisfied with the answer, and as if on cue, there was a knock on the door and Eraserhead and Recovery Girl returned. There was a brief moment of hesitation as they waited to see if there were any signs of a negative reaction from Midoriya, but there weren't any indicators of fear, just a slight increase in tension from anxiety, which was to be expected. Midoriya-kun, I believe I'm a little late in doing this, but I'm Eraserhead, the pro who took over your case. Eraser started, crouching down in front of the boy so he was closer to his level and less intimidating. But if it's easier for you, you can call me Aizawa. Naomasa raised an eyebrow. Thus far, Eraserhead had been little more than a silent observer and to his knowledge hadn't aspired to be anything more. Had Recovery Girl or Niza said something? Had the plan changed? They had spoken with one another hardly 20 minutes ago. Why? You're the one. W before WA arrested. Midoriya questioned in a tight voice, knuckles a little white where they gripped his legs. His sentence structure this time was better. He managed a full sentence at least. Eraserhead nodded. He can't hurt you ever again, but right now we need to determine what happened so we can help you get through it. Will you let us help you? Midoriya bit his lip, aggravating the wound he'd already made, but nodded. Eraserhead gave the boy one of his rare, tired and thin, but genuine smiles, before reaching forward, careful to go slow and telegraph what he was going to do. Naomasa held his breath, while Recovery Girl pressed a hand over her mouth to stifle her own surprise. Midoriya had displayed an amount of awareness and caution with Eraserhead that the Greenette hadn't with either himself or Recovery Girl. Naomasa glanced towards Bakugous anxiously. The boy had straightened at the start of the interaction and now had his hands brandished threateningly beside him, but made no other move just yet. They were all waiting to see what happened. Eraserhead's hand dropped gently on top of the boy's messy green curls and gave him a brief reassuring pat before withdrawing just as slowly. The boy seemed to be frozen at first, not quite sure what just happened, but then he carefully unclenched a hand and touched the top of his head with the most confused look on his face as he looked at the hero in front of him. Warm was the only thing, the first clear thing he'd spoken so far, that Midoriya said, and Eraserhead let out a snort through his nose. My husband says I'm like a human furnace, that's why the cats prefer me over him, the normally stoic man whispered not so quietly to the boy, which to all of their surprise managed to get a small giggle from him. Bakugou looked quickly between the haggard-looking hero and his friend as if he had absolutely no idea what just happened and whether he should be angry about it or not. Eraserhead reached down into his pocket and pulled out what appeared to be one of the circular devices they were going to use to monitor Midoriya's vital signs and biorhythms. He offered it to Midoriya to inspect as he pleased. In a minute, Recovery Girl is going to be sticking little devices like these on different places on your body. They emit a small electrical signal, even less than a static shock, in order to pick up on the signals your body is giving off. There will be 10 of them. 2 for your temples, 1 for the side of your neck, 2 for your back, 3 for your chest, and 1 for each wrist. As Eraserhead explained the devices and where they would go, he showed Midoriya on himself where exactly they would be placed as the boy turned over the device with his fingers. The greenette nodded along and all Naomasa could do was watch in fascination. Previously, Midoriya had been wary of the Dark Pro, but it seemed that brief interaction between the two had been enough to set the boy at ease. Midoriya might not be speaking, but he was obviously much more comfortable interacting with Eraserhead now than he had been with Naomasa a moment ago. He wasn't sure what had made the ever-stoic and deadpan Eraserhead change his approach, but it was working so he wouldn't question it. Bakugous seemed to have passed an approving judgment of the man for the moment as well. His nose was still wrinkled in distaste, but the overall drop in hostility towards them gave him away. Now, for these to work the best, they need direct skin contact. Eraserhead demonstrated this by gently turning the little electrode over so the appropriate side was pressing into Midoriya's palm, making the outward-facing side light up green to show it was getting a good signal. After a moment, he then moved the device over the sleeve of his hoodie and the light went off again. Eraserhead withdrew his hand slowly to let what he was saying sink in. At this particular piece of information, Midoriya showed renewed signs of distress. His eyes darted between everyone in the room, including Bakugou. Putting on all of the electrodes meant Midoriya would need to take his shirt off or at least expose enough of his chest and back to place the devices. That would probably have been an issue for Midoriya even if they subtracted the accumulated trauma. This was where the boy's negative interaction with Recovery Girl would work against them the most. If you are not comfortable going forward with this knowing that then you don't have to, Eraserhead reassured the boy. If it's a matter of people watching then everyone you're uncomfortable with seeing can step out into the hall until it's done. If you're not okay with Recovery Girl placing the devices then there is another paramedic standing outside who has been shown the appropriate placing for them. Midoriya was shaking his head and Bakugou had pushed off the wall to stand behind his friend. Interestingly enough, he didn't attempt to reassure Midoriya through touch as he had earlier. Naomasa couldn't make out what the boy was attempting to say. Eraserhead's eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly in equal confusion. Luckily Bakugou seemed to understand. Deku's really sensitive about touch, Bakugou said, and the boy flinched a little at the bluntness of the statement. He hasn't told me why, but certain situations are big no-nos unless he initiates contact first. Kind of surprised you didn't set him off with that stunt earlier, hobo. Kakech-chan. Midoriya whined and Bakugou let out an aggressive sigh before jabbing a finger at Eraserhead. You think your ass is competent enough to do it instead, Mr. Pro? Bakugou barked and Eraserhead's eyes went wide. Naomasa barely managed to keep his expression neutral. Based on the brief amount of time he had spent with Bakugou he knew 2 things. The first being that he was insanely protective of Midoriya Izuku and the second being that he had a deeply ingrained mistrust in all law enforcement and hero-adjacent professions in regards to himself and those around him, particularly the people he cared about. Now he was proposing a situation that went against both of those traits. Eraserhead hesitated. This was about as far from his normal operational area that the man had gotten, at least in a long while, and it was easy to see the question had caught him off guard. The Dark Pro glanced at Naomasa. He nodded his agreement and when the Pro then turned to Recovery Girl she did the same. He wondered if she was thinking the same as him. Midoriya had dissociated throughout most of his physical exam earlier and then pushed into a panic attack when she asked to use her quirk. Aversion to contact was something they should have been told ahead of time, but in the boys' defense they hadn't thought it was a boundary that needed to be brought up. Eraserhead's head pat earlier might have been used as a kind of test to see if the boy would tolerate contact for the electrodes. The problem was that his tolerance for Eraserhead ruffling his hair a little didn't mean he would be willing to let the man do more than that. I have first aid training and I was with Recovery Girl during the demonstration to the paramedic, but Eraserhead sighed, then looked at Midoriya. The greenette was giving the hero a slightly confused, but curious look. At Eraser's hesitation, Midoriya's eyebrows knit together slightly while the corners of his mouth tugged slightly downward. The pro sighed, before nodding. Yes, technically speaking I could do it, but only if that's what Midoriya wants and is comfortable with. Didn't want to. Kakakin see. Midoriya managed to stammer out after several seconds of him opening and closing his mouth, struggling to keep his breathing level. Naomasa couldn't really understand what he was trying to say. Wife, Taboo. Remember Midoriya-kun, you don't have to go through with this at all if you don't want to. He felt obligated to remind him, making sure he had an out. Midoriya shook his head. If everyone leaves, trust Aizawa-san? True. If he was honest, he was surprised he was receiving any kind of response from his quirk with how broken the boy's statements were. True, alright Midoriya-kun, we'll step out and you can just have Eraserhead tell us when you're ready for us to come back in, okay? Naomasa told him, rising to his feet. Recovery Girl had already started to make her way towards the door by the time he turned, but to his surprise he saw Bakugous shrugging his way towards them out of the corner of his eye. He raised an eyebrow, but the blonde didn't acknowledge his silent question and just moved roughly past him towards the door. For the second time within the course of a half hour he was forced to wait out in the hall of his interview room. This time the company was slightly different. Nizu was waiting for them when they stepped out this time, conceding to Midoriya's wish for relative privacy despite his no doubt boundless curiosity. Bakugous had already claimed a section of the wall opposite the door, hands shoved in his pockets. I must say, I'm surprised you didn't want to stay in there with him. Naomasa tried again, this time a little more direct. You heard Deku, Bakugous huffed. He didn't seem particularly hurt that he hadn't been allowed to stay, maybe just a little anxious, but otherwise he was as surely as ever. He said as long as everyone else leaves, me included. I've seen it before and that was enough for me. I'd have done it if you really needed me to, but I don't think it would have been a pleasant experience for him, or for me. The hobo got Deku to laugh on day one of meeting him. I couldn't even do that. The last part appeared to be more of a spiteful observation to himself rather than an intended comment towards them. Not for the first time, Naomasa caught himself wondering as to the two boys' relationship. Bakugous didn't exactly exude a friendly or compassionate aura, and yet, Midoriya clung to the other teen as if he were the greenette's own personal guardian angel. Naomasa had never seen two people more different to each other. They shouldn't have been compatible. If it had been anyone else in that alley the other would have likely been abandoned them without a second thought, but instead Bakugous had dedicated him to the other. Naomasa was curious as to what inspired that drive. Aizawa-san sympathizes with Midoriya-kun, Nizu said, and Naomasa was pulled from his thoughts. He theorized that Midoriya-kun was nervous around him due to his nature as a hero. As compared to Detective Tsukachi or Recovery Girl, Aizawa-san posed the biggest threat. He was aware of Midoriya-kun's weariness towards him and thought it might be better if he were to introduce him on a more personal level, outside of his hero persona. It seems he was correct. If I were to venture a guess, Aizawa-san probably sees his own son to some extent when he looks at Midoriya-kun. He was rescued from rather toxic circumstances himself, with a certain amount of pushback from police and other heroes involved. I wasn't aware Eraser even had a family until today, Naomasa responded. He wasn't offended that the hero never shared the information. They weren't that close and that sort of thing could be extremely dangerous for an underground pro, especially one as good as Eraserhead. But it certainly explained the level of investment Eraserhead had for this case compared to the ones they had worked in the past. The recovery and adoption only took place a few months ago. They're still in the recovery stage, so Aizawa-san has fresh experience in handling traumatized children, Recovery Girl stated. Bakugous said nothing, but his brows were furrowed in thought. Naomasa thought he'd take the opportunity to satisfy his own curiosity a bit. Do you mind if I ask about your relationship with Midoriya-kun? I understand the two of you were friends before he was kidnapped, but you were very young at the time. A lot of time has passed since then. Bakugous scoffed. UFers probably won't get it, But what the hell? The guy in there, he threw his chin forward towards the interview room door, is the only one outside of my parents who ever gave a damn about me for me. All the other extras, the only things that mattered to them were my quirk and the fact that my family is important. I was a little sheet back when we knew each other before. I was the best and I knew it. Thinking about it now, the way things were going, it probably wouldn't have taken much longer for everything to go toxic between us. I've been put on a pedestal my entire life, but Deku, he was always the one who brought me right back down to earth with everyone else. He was the only one who ever called me out on my bullshit, and he didn't care about my parents or my quirk, he just saw me. After he was gone, when I got to see what it was really like not having that kind of presence in my life, Naomasa didn't need the boy to finish. It wasn't an uncommon story. A lot of kids with powerful quirks ended up with overinflated egos and a heavy amount of arrogance because that's all that this society valued in a person. Bakugous was an extremely lucky kid to have found a real friend like that. Maybe in a sad, morbid kind of way, Midoriya's kidnapping had saved Bakugous. Tragedy certainly had a way of making you appreciate what you had once you no longer had it. I think I'm going to have Eraserhead be the lead for questioning during the interview, Naomasa declared after the silence had stretched for several seconds. Midoriya-kun is much more comfortable with him than he was with me, and I think it would be better to go into this building off of a positive relationship. I'll still be present for verification that everything is the truth, but Eraserhead has a better understanding of the situation than me anyway, I think. Do whatever you want, was the only reply. Shoyuta wasn't sure how to approach his new predicament. He had discussed the idea of approaching Midoriya out of character with Recovery Girl with the intent of helping the boy relax and maybe get him a little more comfortable with them going into the actual interview. He hadn't anticipated it to work quite so well. When they had rescued Hitoshi, it had taken him weeks to become comfortable enough to trust them with something like this. You don't have to do this, Shoyuta stated to the boy one more time. He'd gone mute after the door had shut. Shoyuta hadn't been able to prompt a verbal response out of him yet. He decided to try a different approach. Do you know sign? He asked, his hands moving slowly and careful. It was a long shot, but if Midoriya had tried to prevent Taboo from activating, he could have blocked his hearing at some point. The greenette blinked at him before his hands moved out in front of him. Little came the signed movement of his hands. Shoyuta smiled at him. Is this better? He asked. You can talk. Nice voice. Shoyuta stared at the kid, and he must have pulled a face because the corner of his mouth pulled up for a moment. No one's ever complimented me on that before. My husband is the one with the pretty voice. He's always singing and humming to himself while he's cooking or doing chores. Drives me and Hitoshi crazy sometimes. H-I-2-H-I? Midoriya spelled carefully. Shoyuta nodded as he eventually pulled up a chair next to the boy, setting the case of monitoring devices on the table in front of them. He didn't move to open it just yet. He'd let Midoriya make that decision whenever he was ready. He's my son about your age. My husband and I actually filed the adoption papers a few days before I took your case. He's lucky, he signed. Midoriya was frowning, but Shoyuta didn't get the feeling it was because he was jealous of Hitoshi, maybe just sad about his own circumstance. He glanced at the metal case on the table. What do you need me to do? His hands hesitated. Should I take off? We're not in a hurry, Midoriya-kun. The detective has cleared out the entire day for us, so we can start whenever you feel ready. If it's easier for you, then we can start with ones on your temples, neck, and wrists so you can leave your shirt on for most of them, Shoyuta said evenly. Midoriya looked up at the ceiling. I never made it past the lobby before. Shoyuta swallowed as he watched the greenette pull off the hoodie, so he was just in the t-shirt underneath. Bakugous had mentioned the teen had tried to turn himself in before and never succeeded. He was now more aware than ever that this situation had also put Shoyuta in a rather dangerous position, having no assurance Taboo wouldn't be activated and Bakugous wasn't in the room to keep it dormant. There was a flash of metal as Shoyuta caught sight of the boy's piercings normally covered by his hair. The pullover was dropped into Midoriya's lap, making his smaller frame much more apparent as well as wiry cords of muscle hiding under lattice work of minor scars and imperfections. Not pretty, he signed, and Shoyuta lifted his head when he realized he'd been caught staring. I'm sorry, I guess I was just surprised. You look a lot smaller now, Shoyuta said, trying to cover for his mistake. Midoriya's eyes narrowed and he knew the kid hadn't bought it. Having scars isn't such a bad thing. I've got more than a few, some of ours even match, he added when he saw the peak of scar on his shoulder from what he suspected was, but really hoped wasn't, a gunshot wound. Shoyuta lifted his shirt a little to show the other the little star-shaped mark from a stray bullet that had gotten under his uniform's carbon fiber plating. He had others. There was also another larger scar cutting across his ribs where some villain with a throwing quirk had gotten him with a knife when he blinked, and there were burns across both of his forearms from where he had had to shield himself from friendly fire while working with a certain egotistical jackass of a flame hero. And Shoyuta generally wasn't one to curse, even in his own head. Just means we beat the odds. You've survived more than most, makes you a veteran at it. Midoriya bit his lip again and Shoyuta had to hold himself back from scolding the boy for it. His poor lip had already been brutalized enough. Can I? He pointed at Shuta's hands. While you put on the electrodes? Shoyuta wasn't really sure what Midoriya was asking for. He knew that Midoriya preferred gesturing and being able to see someone's hands, presumably so he knew what they were doing and so they weren't near him. Tentatively, Shoyuta offered Midoriya his left hand, attempting to keep his posture relaxed so as not to alarm him. Midoriya took it in both of his hands and began to inspect it carefully, running his fingers across the lines of his palm. Shoyuta had no idea what to make of the behavior. Can Kei keep talking? Distracts me, the boy murmured almost too quietly for him to hear, but Shoyuta nodded and began talking about everything and nothing at the same thing. Mostly just little nonsense things from his domestic life, but it seemed to keep the boy relatively calm as he started to apply the little devices. Shoyuta was actually a little surprised by how cooperative Midoriya was throughout the process. Even after they reached the point of applying the ones on his chest and back. Shoyuta tried not to let his displeasure affect his tone as he surveyed the damage. He anticipated it would be unpleasant, it being impossible not to see the scars on the boy's face, and while he paid special mind not to acknowledge them, he'd also caught glimpses of the pale lines on his forearms and wrists. Still, it wasn't the worst he had seen in an extreme abuse case, but the injuries, apart from his arms, were more consistent with Shuta's own collection of scars, rather than the patchwork of defensive injuries he normally encountered in victims. He noted a few gunshot wounds, 2 grazes and a through, more than a couple knife wounds, one a long cut across the left side of his stomach and another just under his left armpit, maybe from the same event. There were several other smaller and more minor scars that were more likely to be hazard injuries like one gets from participating in more risky behavior. There were patches of burn scars across the back of his right shoulder and the exit wound from the earlier gunshot, as well as a slightly larger stab wound between his ribs that made Shuta's stomach roll a little. However, minus the batch of minor nicks and scars he was beginning to think were just standard for the kid, compared to his front, Midoriya's back was relatively clear of injuries. That said, the scarring on his arms was now much more obvious without any kind of barrier. Left on display like they were, it somehow made the nature of the scars worse. They were a series of thin white lines cut along the boy's forearms and focused on his wrists, the black markings somehow covering the worst of scars where an ordinary tattoo would have been broken up. Shoyuta didn't ask, knowing that would just lead to the other shutting down. He could bring it up to the others later. Quickly, he applied the remaining electrodes and then turned to allow the others some privacy as he carefully pulled his shirt back on. There was silence between them for some time before Shoyuta felt the other had had significant enough time to regain composure and asked if he was ready for the detective to come back. The boy nodded and Shoyuta slowly got to his feet and went to the door. Everyone looked up when he stepped partway into the hall. Shoyuta got the sense the mood hadn't improved any. "He's ready for you, detective," Shoyuta got straight to the point. "Actually," Tsukachi started. But Bakugous interrupted. "The nerd trusts you the most out of all the extras here. Detective Suki here can verify what the nerd's saying, but he'll probably be more responsive to your hobo-looking ass." Shoyuta suppressed a groan. How did he go from being witness/protector to the one running the whole thing? The case might hit a little closer to home than most, but Shoyuta wasn't an officer. This sort of thing wasn't normally in his job description. "We'll ask Midoriya-kun what he wants to do," he responded eventually, and Bakugous forced his way past Shoyuta back into the room. Shoyuta stayed by the open door. Both Nizu and Recovery Girl retreated to the observing room next door, just leaving him and the detective. What did I miss? Not much, Tsukachi started, glancing at the boys who were talking quietly to each other in the room. We just got to know Midoriya's friend a little better. What do you think about this idea of me leading the questioning? Shoyuta asked the other openly. I was the one who originally suggested the idea. I think this ordeal will go much more smoothly if you are the one asking the questions, Eraser, given how badly this whole thing started. Better to keep the boy as comfortable as possible, right? Shoyuta didn't respond. Bakugous was saying his temporary goodbyes, and the two decided it would be a good time to re-enter the room. Midoriya had his hands out on the table, lying on either side of the metal bar where Shoyuta almost cursed aloud. He'd entirely forgotten about the boy's request. He swallowed. Midoriya-kun, earlier you asked to be handcuffed during this interview. Is that still how you would like to move forward? The greenette nodded and Shoyuta sighed before pulling out a spare set of cuffs and stepping forward. He made sure that they were secure, but not to the point of being painful or uncomfortable. Tsukachi returned to his seat at the table, opening the file he had brought and setting out a black voice recorder. Midoriya gave him a meek thank you, which made Shoyuta want to flinch, but he nodded and took his own seat. Now, Midoriya-kun, both Bakugous and myself believe that today's interaction might go easier for you if Eraserhead were to conduct the questioning, Tsukachi stated calmly. Keiichi told me. The boy said, pulling a little at the cuffs and making them rattle against the restraint bar on the table. Tsukachi nodded. While this goes against ordinary protocols, this is not an interrogation, simply a fact-finding mission in order to determine next steps. With that in mind, I will still be present in order to verify your answers with my quirk, but, aside from the opening introduction to verify and calibrate my quirk, Eraserhead will be questioning you. I understand, Midoriya stammered. I'll be taping this for the record, is that all right? He asked, indicating the device in front of him. Wise, sir, he said with a nod, and the detective turned on the device. Shoyuta noted how he still kept his hands visible above the table. The man must have picked up on Midoriya's attention to hand movements at some point earlier. Under normal circumstances, Tsukachi wouldn't even be the first one allowed to speak to such a heavily traumatized and possibly abused victim, but, again, this was a special case. No one present was doing this because they wanted to, it was simply, as they put it earlier, a necessity considering the A-class threat level of Taboo posed. Shoyuta had no intent to pressure Midoriya very hard during the questioning. If either he or the detective noticed him showing any signs of distress, then Shoyuta had no qualms whatsoever of calling the whole thing off. Very well then, if no one has any more questions, I'll go ahead and start. Tsukachi waited a moment to see if either he or Midoriya had anything to say. But when neither spoke, the detective cleared his throat. This is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, date, November 22, 20XX, concerning Midoriya Izuku as pertaining to cases number 007541 and number 008362. Due to special circumstances to be clarified in the file, the interview will be conducted by Aizawa Shoyuta, also known as Pro Eraserhead, with myself as witness for authentication purposes. My quirk, lie detection, will be employed throughout the course of the questioning, and I will be giving predetermined cues for truthful and false responses. Opening questions will be used as calibration and verification of my quirk. The man took a deep breath before refocusing on Midoriya. Shoyuta folded his arms as he waited. Please state your name. Midoriya Izuku, the boy squeaked. True, he confirmed. And how old are you? F14, Ink. He said, and Shoyuta felt a muscle in his jaw jump. He was aware through Bakugous that Midoriya had lost most of his sense of time due to his repeated blackouts, but to hear the uncertainty in his voice, then to glance over and see the detective's eye twitch slightly. He suddenly wished Isho had been much less cooperative when they had caught him. True. Would you mind stating an obvious lie as a final confirmation of my quirk? Naomasa asked carefully. It was a final calibrating question that most of the time he either didn't need to employ or didn't get the opportunity to. I hate all might? Midoriya said after a moment of thought and hesitation. Shoyuta almost snorted. It came out as more of a question, but he waited for the signal from Tsukachi anyway, only to see the detective blinking, eyes slightly wider than usual, and Shoyuta hid a frown in his scarf. Lie detection had 6 potential responses: true, true partial, uncertain truth, lie, lie partial, and uncertain lie. To Shuta's knowledge, there were no responses that the man's quirk couldn't read as either one or the other. If someone spent enough time around the detective, and if they were extremely practiced in observing their surroundings, eventually one could pick up on the subtle tells Tsukachi had for particular responses. Shoyuta had worked in close relation with the man on several occasions since he had been promoted to detective and transferred to Musutafu. He didn't need to share contact with him to know which response the other received. Midoriya had made the statement at Tsukachi's prompt, meaning it should have received a blatantly false response, but based on the detective's reaction it hadn't. Shoyuta also hadn't seen the cue for a true or even a partial or uncertain answer, meaning Tsukachi had just received a response previously unknown to him and that made Shoyuta slightly uneasy. He waited for the officer to comment or confront Midoriya about it, but he hesitated. "Let's try something else," Naomasa suggested and notably ignored Shuta's raised eyebrow. Midoriya, for his part, had tensed at the detective's response, forcing the man to console the boy. "There's no issue, it's just that isn't something we could really verify without my quirk. Try stating something about your appearance instead." "Oh, sorry. I is be blonde," the boy managed weakly in response. Tsukachi let out a barely perceivable sigh, his shoulders sagging a little, but it didn't appease Shuta's concerns about what just happened in the slightest. "False. Alright, now that is done, we can move on to the actual interview." He paused, turning to Shoyuta. "You may proceed whenever you're ready, Eraser." Shoyuta leaned forward in his seat slightly, gauging the boy's state. He was still a little tense. After the last question, they weren't off to a very good start. "Why don't we start at the beginning?" Shoyuta asked carefully. Beginning. What do you remember about your kidnapping?" Shoyuta tried to put it as easily as he could, but there was no subtle way to broach a subject like this. It was important to establish a timeline of events. If they asked Midoriya to tell them what happened in order, it might also help him remember smaller details he wouldn't ordinarily. "Oh," he hung his head and was silent for a long while. Shoyuta almost thought that was it, then he heard the subtle rattle of the metal cuff around his wrists. His knuckles were white from where they were gripping them together and his body was trembling uncontrollably. "It happened on my way to school. Ichijar grabbed me fr from behind. Ichi put something over my mouth. Ichi passed out. The boy started brokenly, catching both Shoyuta and the detective slightly off guard by how sudden he started talking and how fast it seemed to come out despite the stutter. Tsukachi was forced to rapidly begin taking notes on the pad he had been in the process of pulling out of his pocket. "True," he reported a little distractedly. "What happened when you woke up?" Shoyuta nudged. I was tied to with Fahrenheit. I didn't know what was going on. AW is so scared." His teeth vibrated as he ground them together. According to Midoriya's records, these events took place only a few months after his mother's funeral. What must he have been thinking at that point? He was virtually alone prior to being taken and then forced to endure something like that without any kind of reassurance that someone was looking for him? It made Shuta's insides churn unpleasantly. "True." Naomasa's hand paused for a moment. "It's okay, Midoriya-kun. We've already arrested the man responsible. He can't get to you anymore. You're safe now." He told the boy with a gentle smile. It was a bold statement for the detective and Shoyuta appreciated the fact he had agreed to help them, despite his busy schedule. "Would you like a minute? I understand this isn't a pleasant story for you to tell us," Shoyuta offered. It was better for them to take breaks and get the whole thing at length than to risk overwhelming him and ruining whatever small trust he might have. He shook his head. "I'm okay." Mouth twitch from Tsukachi, false. "I can keep going." Eye twitch, he was uncertain. Tsukachi gave Shoyuta a nod and Shoyuta took a breath. "Alright, what happened after you were taken? Did he use his quirk right away?" Shoyuta prompted carefully. He could almost feel another set of red eyes glaring into from behind the glass beside him. He didn't know how much of what would be learned today Bakugou already knew. He was well aware that this whole thing was just as dependent on Bakugou's comfort with the questioning as it was Midoriya's. When I woke up?" IW was T-tied to a zither. I remember the R ropes were rough and he T-tied them R really T-tight. I'd hurt. Midoriya managed, a couple of light tears falling, but he wiped them away quickly on the shoulder of his hoodie. He took away most of my uniform. My shirt was ripped up, and my shoes were gone. He was cold, and it smelled bad, rotten metal. IW was gagged at first. He kept touching on my face and in my hair, and in my arms, his hands, cold, of everything. W wouldn't stop. Easy, kid, deep breaths, you're safe, remember? Shoyuta intervened quickly once Midoriya's breathing started to escalate. Bakugous was right, though sensitive wouldn't have been the word Shoyuta used. The unwanted touch was probably the source of most of Midoriya's trauma associated with the event. Everything terrible about the situation had related to touch in some way. No one is going to do anything like that to you ever again. They'd have to go through your friend to do that now, right? And you trust him to protect you, so it's okay now. Just take some deep, slow breaths. That's it, follow me. Just like that. Shoyuta exaggerated his own breathing, using his hands to emphasize the motion. It took a few minutes, but eventually Midoriya's breathing eased back down to an acceptable rate. He slumped forward, head drooping down into his cuffed hands on the table. Sir, I thought IW would be okay? It's alright, Midoriya-kun. Everyone here understands how difficult this is going to be for you. Tsukachi reassured him. He liked tea to talk. He wanted me to tea talk. It was fun for him. He didn't think he did in anything wrong. He kept tea touching. Midoriya-kun, he didn't do anything inappropriate, did he? Shoyuta asked, his tone very tightly controlled as he spoke around the sour taste in his mouth. The boy vehemently shook his head. And no, and not like, he just too close, cold. He was rambling, stuck in a loop. It didn't seem like there was much to Midoriya's encounter, at least outside of what was normally expected in kidnappings. Isho wanted to be entertained when he kidnapped people. He did things in order to provoke them, changing his method to what he thought would get under each victim's skin the most. Midoriya had been unnerved by the unwanted touch and the man's twisted personality had done the rest. Midoriya had fallen momentarily silent. His entire body was trembling and shaking. His skin had lost what little color he had to begin with. His eyes were shut tight as his lip began to bleed again. So far everything you've said has been the truth. Why don't we take a break? I can have Bakugous come in to sit with you, Tsukachi offered, putting down his pen and reaching to pause the recorder. Midoriya vehemently shook his head no. I promise Keikaku and I would do this but I don't, if WC stop, I don't can know if, I don't know. You don't know if you'd be able to continue? Ursairhead offered gently, looking over at Naomasa. Midoriya's anxiety attack just now was more than enough reason to call the whole thing off. Isho was already convicted and the only thing making him talk about this any further would be to worsen the, now very obvious, trauma he had sustained from the event in the first place. Alright, Naomasa said, hand retracting from the recorder for a moment as he threaded his fingers together in front of him. I'm only going to ask this once and the answer you give will decide whether or not I'll be willing to let this continue. I understand you promised to do this and you are hoping to get some closure from it, but I cannot condone continuing a consensual interview like this if it causes you such a serious amount of distress, especially when you have only recently been recovered and started receiving proper care again. Midoriya tensed further, his head bowing lower, but as the one responsible for the interview and questioning, Tsukachi was well within his right to stop this any time he felt the green net could no longer continue. Midoriya was not mentally or emotionally well enough for this. Shoyuta had known that much from the start. However, Midoriya couldn't safely move forward with his life without the police knowing his history. They needed to know what kind of threat they could potentially be dealing with. Midoriya couldn't get the help he needed without this, at least not to the level a case like his would require. Midoriya-kun, can you continue with this interview? The greenette bit his lip. Tears were leaking silently from the corners of his eyes as he looked down at his cuffed hands in front of him. I need to not again. I don't HEW. Not again. I'll let it. Not ag gain. Happen. Shoyuta saw the detective frown. Midoriya's breathing was beginning to pick up again, but Shoyuta wasn't sure what had set him off this time. Tsukachi was trying to reassure the boy. Midoriya-kun, all I'm asking is if you can continue. I'm not trying to put pressure on you, we can continue this another time if you can't, it's perfectly alright. He's tried to turn himself into the police before, obviously it's never worked. I never made it past the lobby before. Shit, Shoyuta thought as the realization finally hit him. Detective, Eraserhead spoke up sharply, cutting across Tsukachi. The detective turned to face him, his face annoyed, his mouth already opening, likely to reprimand him for pressing the matter, but the look died when Shoyuta fixed him with a firm stare. It was recently brought to my attention that Midoriya-kun has a history of attempting to turn himself into the police only for certain circumstances to interfere every time he's tried. There was a brief look of confusion on the man's face, then understanding, then mild panic and indecision as he tried to think of what to do now. Ending the interview now while Midoriya was in an agitated, high-anxiety state could be dangerous. Getting this far had given Midoriya hope for finally getting to the answers he needed, but now they were threatening to end it before that happened, repeating a situation he had experienced in the past because of Akai's interference. Tsukachi swallowed. Be that as it may, it doesn't change the fact he's not ready to talk about this. If sending him home now means he can come back later once he's had more time to prepare himself. He said he took me because I was special, came a quiet but steady voice. That he'd never used his quirk on someone who didn't have one before. Midoriya-kun, don't force yourself, Tsukachi started, upon realizing the boy was trying to keep going with the interview anyway, but Shoyuta held up a hand to stop him. Just let him talk, Tsukachi, there's no point in fighting him on this now, you'll just work him up more. Just give your signals and we'll stop it if he has another episode, Shoyuta grunted, folding his arms. He didn't like the situation any more than the detective did, but he was much better at keeping his unease to himself. Fine, the detective said with a defeated sigh. It's all true so far. Midoriya was still looking down dazedly at his hands, tear tracks drying on his face, but making no attempt to wipe them away anymore. I think his quirk hurt him or the backlash of activating it does something to him. Thinking about now, it would explain a lot about his mannerisms and the touching. He didn't want to miss an opportunity for a strong word. True, Tsukachi signaled, but Midoriya seemed to struggle with what to say next. Would you mind elaborating on your experience for us, Midoriya-kun? In the registry, Isho's quirk is defined as being a self-fulfilling prophecy quirk, where by posing and breaking restrictions he set on himself he can create favorable reactions. The other victims and Isho himself have either been unwilling or unable to explain the quirk's mutation to a degree we can comprehend. Shoyuta hid his frown in his capture weapon, but didn't say anything. He didn't agree with the other's question, but he knew the detective had his reasons. What he said about Taboo's original registration was correct. Comparing it to its current state, it was almost an entirely different quirk. Either the man had intentionally misinformed the registry or some other event caused it to mutate to an extremely alarming degree. Midoriya began to absently run his fingers across the table. I've had a lot of time to think about it. Depending on the value the word has to the target, the stronger the opposing taboo effect will be. I think it makes the backlash worse too. He mentioned that taboo affected him too. I think he was trying to reassure me. He said he wasn't supposed to use his quirk on other people, that it was Taboo's taboo. The other swallowed, but neither of them tried to rush the boy. He was surprised he got such a strong word out of me. He said most kids' words weren't that strong. When he activated his quirk, he held his hands out limply in front of them, looking up at the two of them for the first time since he'd started talking. The handcuffs circled over the black bands around his wrists, cementing their impression of shackles in Shuta's mind. Shuta's hands clenched against his biceps. The boy's eyes were hollow, almost dead-looking, new tears were running down his face in the old tracks, and still he made not a single sound in distress. When he did this, I felt like I was being burned. I could smell my skin being branded and it hurt. It still hurts. Every time. Like it's happening all over again, every time someone says it. True. Midoriya-kun. Tsukachi's voice was tight beside him. Midoriya sniffled. But most of the time I don't get to feel it for long. I'm never awake for long. This is what you really want to know anyway, right? About Akai? About what he's done. You said that man was already in jail? Yes, he is Midoriya-kun, Naomasa confirmed, with an easy nod. An anonymous informant came forward with the information necessary to arrest Isho as well as locate most if not all of his victims. We have been doing our best to make sure they are all comfortable and well taken care of. A few of them have even gotten to return to their families once they were paired with their anchors. A bit of light flickered in the dark depths of his green eyes. Anchors? It's what we've been calling people or objects in positions like Bakugous. He is your anchor, Shoyuta clarified for both Midoriya. Much easier than that long speech we'd normally have to give. Oh, Midoriya said, and they were quiet for a moment, letting Midoriya acclimate to the new information he had been given. When it seemed like he had relaxed as much as he could given the situation, Shoyuta opened again. Would you like me to ask you questions or would you prefer to speak freely and us ask questions as needed? Midoriya shook his head, but his fingers curled, his bitten nails digging harsh crescents into the bandages wrapped around his hands, surely meant to draw blood if the barrier hadn't prevented it. After that I don't really know what happened. When I woke up after Taboo activated, all I saw was my hands. They were flaked red. I didn't even care about mud or scabbed over scratches and cuts. All I could focus on were my hands. I didn't know where I was or how I got there. I was completely alone. All I wanted was someone to help. Shoyuta felt a morbid sense of understanding. Thanks to Isho, they knew what happened next. Midoriya freed himself and savagely attacked his kidnapper, gouging out the older man's eyes before eventually fleeing. He could only imagine what it must have been like for Midoriya coming around after that episode, not knowing what happened or why. Since then, I've been living in blips of consciousness. The first couple of years. I think I might have only been awake for maybe a few days at a time, maybe a couple of months in total? I'm not really sure. Everything from then is so fuzzy. My first really clear memory after that is waking up retching up my guts. I think I was 11 maybe? I stopped keeping track outside of how many days. I think Akai takes things to keep himself awake longer. Whenever I'm awake, it's like don't know, a pull maybe. A need for something I have no clue what it even was. That sounds like a withdrawal, Tsukachi confirmed, though a little hesitantly. I can't say I'm that surprised, but there are treatments and programs you can enter. Surprisingly, Midoriya shook his head. Not really a point, when he'll just F it up next time he takes control again. His voice suddenly uncharacteristically bitter, but falling again. I stopped trying to fight him a long time ago. There is no escaping him, it's pointless. All true so far, Tsukachi confirmed, then winced at the unfortunate timing. I didn't mean. What's been the longest you've been able to maintain control? Shoyuta asked, covering for the detective's mistake. His voice was low and quiet, a tone he normally reserved for Hitoshi when he was at one of his low points. Generously? 2 months. That was after Akai was active for a month straight and I passed out for around a week, then isolated myself. On average, though a couple of weeks. It varies depending on the conditions before and after I wake up, Midoriya said with a shrug. For a while, I didn't think there was a point in trying so hard. The nightmares had been wearing me down almost from the start, but the flashbacks started a few years ago. That's when Akai ended someone for the first time, I think. He likes that particular memory quite a bit. True. That would align with the records we have. Do you remember everything he does? You explained before that it was like blackouts whenever Akai took over, Tsukachi asked, writing out more notes as Midoriya continued his story. Midoriya nodded. Most of the time that's all it is. It's like I exist in an abyss. There's nothing there, honestly. I like being there. I don't have to think and I don't have to dream. I can just sleep and forget how terrible it all is until the next time I either wake up or he decides it's time to have some fun. Sometimes I wish I would just never wake up from there. After that it became a pretty dark story. Shoyuta had to put in a significant amount of effort to keep his expression neutral as the boy talked. Midoriya impressed upon the fact that outside of the endings he didn't really know what Akai got up to, that it was mostly just guesswork he had done or information he had managed to dig up after the fact. He didn't ever actually go into much detail about the attacks themselves. He simply gave them descriptions of which hero was attacked. The the place where it happened, and the general method for how Akai went about it. Shoyuta had no intention of asking Midoriya to go into more detail than that. They had lost the boy more than once during the explanation, moments where Midoriya would suddenly go silent and his eyes would be entirely vacant. Tsukachi dutifully wrote down all the information Izuku gave them. He tossed Shoyuta a glance during a particularly long spell of silence from the boy, but Shoyuta was already aware. Midoriya's accounts of Akai's victims lined up with Dekunai's current list of hero victims. Tsukachi had his man, but it also added another level of danger to what they were eventually going to do. But neither commented on this new information. They could save that for the briefing after the interview had concluded. Now they simply waited quietly for Midoriya to start again. When he eventually came back around, Midoriya's voice was even smaller and more reserved than before. He explained how he had lived up until now, how he would be isolated in a single room in an apartment, how he had no idea how he came to live there in the first place. He explained that the rest of the home was a trap, how the walls and ceilings were coated in a horrid mixture of carvings, pro-merchandise posters, and crude caricatures etched in permanent marker. His room was the only one that was safe. A completely blank white room, bare of any color and only furnished with a small shelf, desk, and a dresser. According to Midoriya, the room was always dark and smelled of paint thinner and bleach, but it was devoid of triggers. A safe space, even if it never protected him for long, couldn't protect him from his own mind. True. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, Detective Tsukachi said in a calm manner. Shoyuta applauded the man. He doubted he could have remained civil given everything they had just heard. Shoyuta felt dissatisfied. It wasn't that he didn't believe Midoriya, it was just that certain details didn't align with each other. The manner in which a majority of the heroes had been attacked was brutal to the point of being savage, maybe even torturous. That kind of violence wasn't something that dabbled in idle things like getting piercings or taking drugs. They tended to hyperfixate on the object of their fascination and everything else was inconsequential. Everything Midoriya had said had been the truth as he saw it. There wasn't even an inconclusive result like Tsukachi had gotten before, but some things were still not adding up. That's all I know, Midoriya said, his tone exhausted and slightly defeated. At some point during his story, he had worn out his stutter completely and had become too numb to the conversation to second-guess his sentences. If you want to know anything else then he stopped. You're going to have to talk to him. After hearing all of that, are you sure you still want to go through with it, Midoriya-kun? He nodded. I'll be asleep, Midoriya said in a falsely positive tone. There was a small, sad smile pulling at the corners of his lips. Kaken promised he'd stop me. I trust Kaken. He's my hero. Shoyuta was expecting something obvious, something like a light switch being flipped, but it wasn't. Midoriya's eyes rolled slightly and his eyes fluttered shut, his body going temporarily limp as all energy and tension fled from him, his head lolling slightly. Shoyuta shared a glance with the detective. The man's body posture had changed. Unlike Shoyuta, who had retained his capture weapon, Tsukachi was unarmed and virtually defenseless. Shoyuta could tell that knowledge was sinking in now. They were about to come face to face with a villain with a record of 5 deaths and an additional 27 other reported attacks on heroes and dozens of other additional attacks on villains and vigilantes. Shoyuta could imagine the sound of a clock slowly ticking away as they waited. Could it be a trap? A means to lure them into a sense of false security? It wouldn't have been the first time Shoyuta was put into that kind of position, but from here forward they would be attempting to navigate what essentially amounted to a hostage situation concerning Midoriya's status. A hand creeped up towards his scarf. Shoyuta didn't like this. Shouldn't something have happened by now? Detective, maybe you should? He stopped abruptly when he noticed eye movement under the closed eyelids. Somehow the boy suddenly seemed emaciate in front of them. His eye bags appeared darker, thicker almost, and his skin didn't look quite as healthy. His face seemed suddenly thinner and his form looked as if gravity were suddenly trying more intently to pull him down. The hands that had been limp on the table clenched tightly, before they attempted to reach upwards as his head listed forward towards the table. When they were stopped midway by the cuffs still restraining them to the table, an eye cracked open for the first time. It was the same familiar green as before, but now a glowing red halo was overlaying the viridian iris. The other opened as well, and now the figure was slowly returning to an upright position. He was looking around as if he couldn't understand where he was. Well, this is a first. His voice was Midoriya's, but the intonation was slightly different, slightly deeper with a bit of a roughness to it. There was no anxiety breaking up his words, and he sounded almost curious when he said it, maybe a little amused. Shoyuta blinked at him, not quite sure what to make of the situation. The entity sitting before them seemed normal, at least by Shuta's standards. His posture was relatively erect, but relaxed and unguarded. He was looking around the room curiously and glancing between Tsukachi and Shoyuta as if he couldn't quite figure something out. Shoyuta didn't sense any sort of hostility coming from the entity at all. "Are you Akai?" Detective Tsukachi asked tentatively, and those eerie glowing eyes regarded him. No, I am not." The other was frowning, eyebrows knitting together as his curious expression began to melt away. Shoyuta looked over at Tsukachi, expecting the other man to refute the entity's response as a lie. However, when he looked over, he found the man staring ahead. The pen he had been using had fallen from his now limp fingers, his eyes had widened and his mouth was hanging slightly open, a mask of shock. He turned his head slowly and a little shaky to face Shoyuta. "Teacher, would you mind telling me what happened exactly?" Shoyuta couldn't respond. Tsukachi didn't seem to be much better off, appearing to be having a mild fit. This wasn't Akai? How the hell was that possible? Was Tsukachi's quirk malfunctioning? It was possible given that there had been an erroneous response earlier, but this hadn't been an inconclusive result. Tsukachi's quirk had told them the statement was definitely true. Was it that he just didn't identify as Akai? Shoyuta could feel his head beginning to throb. If it was true, what were they supposed to do then? Were there going to be more of them? They had intended to evaluate Akai, not whatever this was. You know, it's rude to ignore people when they ask an honest question. "Where am I and who are you bits supposed to be?" "Bits?" he thought, but dismissed it almost immediately. "Musutafu Precinct 3, you're in an interrogation room," Shoyuta explained bluntly and waited for the other's reaction. "No sheet?" Mito actually managed to pull off getting arrested for once? Kudos to him, I guess. He tried to lift his right hand and jerk his left one into the restraint bar. He shook out the superficially injured hand and flexed the battered fingers. "Don't suppose you can take these off?" "No," Midoriya specifically requested. Right, arrested and all of that, I was just trying to save us a couple of steps," he responded dismissively, cutting across the detective. "So, who would like to fill me in on the situation? I've had a rough couple of days since the flashback." "I'm sorry, but who are you even supposed to be?" Tsukachi interrupted, holding up a hand to stop the other. Alright." The other didn't even look mildly annoyed at having just been spoken over. "Well, we don't use names in the void except for the ones Mito gives us, and Mito doesn't know I exist, so I don't really have one I can offer you right now, sorry." Shoyuta raised an eyebrow, slightly dumbfounded. He'd have thought such a thing would be a point of a certain amount of significance, but the other didn't seem upset by that at all. Actually, he seemed rather relaxed despite having been dropped into the position of being arrested and interrogated by strangers with no information. The entity leaned back in his chair as much as he could with his arms still stretched out in front of him. But he almost immediately wrinkled his nose at the position, however, and sat back up. "I don't really care what you call me. You could even call me a hole or bastard. I promise I won't get mad," he said with a lazy smile. "Tsukachi?" Shoyuta asked, at a loss for where to go from here. "He's telling the truth, he's not Akai, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's not the taboo effect," the detective confirmed. Shoyuta was beginning to doubt that suspicion though. Midoriya hadn't been lying to them when he described Akai's actions when he was aware of them. The victims were also treated with a certain amount of inhumane brutality. If this was Akai, Shoyuta doubted the other would have been so civil with them. Still, he wouldn't be letting his guard down. "We have to call you something," Shoyuta asked him roughly. The foreign entity sitting before them whistled. "I think I might enjoy this. No one's ever wanted to know my name so badly before." "Call it a formality necessary for documentation," he countered firmly. This identity wasn't showing any signs of hostility, but Shoyuta could tell when someone was trying to dodge a question. Why something as simple as a name was making the guy evasive was beyond Shoyuta, but it didn't leave him with much confidence in his cooperation should they end up moving forward with the interview. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. Give something to get something, right? His smile had a little more of an edge to it this time, and Shoyuta got the sense that something was lurking underneath that exhausted exterior. Erase her head, Shoyuta said. Idly wondered if the question had been posed in order to mess with them and get under Shuta's skin more, or if he really did want to know Shuta's name. If it was the latter, then that would mean information from their previous conversation with Midoriya or the other periods where this identity wasn't in control might not be shared with him. That could be a good or bad thing depending on exactly what they were dealing with. Those odd eyes blinked at him from across the table. Seriously? You're not messing with me? This is an interview with the intent of determining Midoriya Izuku's history and threat level to society. I'm not about to waste time and energy messing with someone I don't know and whose intentions are unknown. His tone was a little more clipped than he meant it to be, but something about the character annoyed him. He reminded Shoyuta of some of his students, and not in a good way. They winced with false pain. And to think I've admired your work all these years, a pity, but I suppose we were always going to end up on opposite sides of this table eventually, eh? He let out a loud, theatrical sigh. Oh well, for the sake of this conversation, you can call me Cabe. It was like he was intentionally trying to provoke them. Both he and Tsukachi had been on edge for days now, expecting to have to deal with Midoriya in his taboo state. Instead they got Cabe, who seemed to be going out his way to make the conversation as vague and mysterious as possible, completely nonchalant after being confronted with the fact that he was restrained in police and hero custody about to be interrogated. Would you care to explain yourself? Why are you here instead of Akai? Tsukachi asked in an attempt to get them back on track. Cabe made an X with his index fingers as he slumped forward, resting his chin on his arm. His tone was a little more bored now. Give and take, remember? I asked you to explain things first. It's a little disorienting being brought out in the middle of a conversation like this. I'm afraid my information is still a little mixed up. Did Mito actually get arrested? What happened to Blasty, or was that a dream? If it was, I swear I had nothing to do with it this time. Shuta's brows knit a little at the intensity of that last statement. For the last 2 weeks, Midoriya has been under the guardianship of the Bakugous. They brought him here today in order to ascertain the truth about his past and what happens when Taboo is activated. Who, and what's to keep you lot from deciding everything he and I say is a load of crap and throwing us in Tartarus anyway? Cabe asked, readjusting so his cheek was now resting in his palm. He seemed rather restless, not staying in any one position for longer than a couple of minutes despite his attempts to appear relaxed and bored. My quirk is a passive ability that allows me to determine if what someone says is true or false as they see it. Tsukachi repeated his earlier explanation. There was a mild sort of interest in the detective's expression that Shoyuta supposed was stemming from his relief that Akai hadn't actually made an appearance. Shoyuta couldn't really blame the man. He was certainly breathing a little easier himself, but experience kept him on edge. That got the other's attention, and he looked over at the detective with serious interest for the first time since he had woken up. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, well, I'll be damned, Blasty's got some pull. I've been trying to get to your office since you relocated to Musutafu. Usually I either didn't get past the front desk or ended up in a holding cell for a night. Gotta say though, this precinct's got some of the best cell conditions in the prefecture. Good job guys, he said with an overly cheery smile and theatric round of applause. You know who I am? Tsukachi asked, unable to maintain a blank expression as he stared open-mouthed at the other. A lie-detecting quirk? That's probably the only thing that could keep Mito out of prison if he were ever caught. You are aware of what? His expression visibly soured. The psycho has done, right? The only way Mito would escape a FING life sentence of solitary confinement in Tartarus Maximum Security Prison was with Isho in jail and an interview with Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. As you're already well aware, I could take care of that blind freak whenever, but trying to talk to you is harder than catching All Might on a bad day. Tsukachi blanched at the statement and Shoyuta allowed the man his moment of crisis. Cabe's statement told them 2 things. 1. He had been in control somewhat regularly enough to have attempted to contact the police, and 2. He was aware of his own position as a fugitive or at least fugitive adjacent. Does that mean you were the one responsible for providing the anonymous tip? Shoyuta asked, mildly curious and impressed now. That file had been a veritable data dump of information. Without it they probably would have still been scrambling around for more information. The other hummed non-committally. I mean, it's only fair, right? Isho ruined a lot of lives, but he got to walk around free for around a decade. I had a shot to get things moving, I took it. Shoyuta would like to know what exactly the other meant by "get things moving," but he didn't think Cabe would be that cooperative. Alright, well now it's your turn. Explain yourself. Why are you here instead of Akai? How are you any different from him? I take offense to that. Cabe's response was flat. His eyebrows had knit together slightly, but overall he didn't seem particularly bothered by Shuta's accusation. But I'll bite. In the void, he tapped the side of his forehead in demonstration. There's me, Mito, and the ever so lovely and pleasant to be around, Psycho. Would you mind passing a sheet of paper and the pen? It'll be easier for me to draw it. Tsukachi dumbly passed over the required items and Cabe awkwardly repositioned himself to draw out something. Shoyuta noted with interest that the guy was left-handed. When he was satisfied he turned the sheet back towards them. He'd drawn 3 little faces in a triangle formation, all mildly resembling Midoriya, but each with a different expression. The first at the top of the page was smiling happily. The second was neutral with just the eyes depicted, and the third, positioned on the same level but a good distance away from the other, Shoyuta found rather interesting. It was smiling too, but the eyes were angled, making it somehow seem angry. Now there's a lot of stuff involved in this, but I'll keep it simple for you non-void dwellers, Cabe said with a lazy smirk. This, he indicated the top face, is Mito. I started with him in control because that's the easiest to explain anyway. He moved on to the neutral face. This is me. My consciousness acts as a kind of barrier between Mito. He tapped the first smiling face. And this Psycho. He tapped the remaining one. So long as Mito is in control, he can't do anything to Mito without going through me and my wards first. He taped the line dividing them. Wards? Shoyuta asked, but the other didn't respond. He breathed carefully through his nose, determined not to rise to the bait. They had ignored his questions at first too, and this one wasn't all that important anyway. The reasoning for choosing the name Cabe suddenly made perfect sense. It was a literal statement of what he was. A wall between 2 other separate identities. Cabe pulled back the paper and started drawing again. This time when he presented it, the figures were still arranged in a triangle, but their order and orientation had been changed. The angry smiley face, that Shoyuta assumed was supposed to be Akai, was on top along with Midoriya's face level beside it. Cabe was at the bottom, and he had drawn another horizontal line between the top 2 and himself. This is when the Psycho is in control, and it's pretty straightforward, Cabe said, his tone just as even as it had been when discussing Midoriya's control. Psycho has direct contact with Mito through Taboo, but it's strictly a give relationship. He can do whatever he wants to Mito from a mental standpoint, but he can't access any of Mito's thoughts and feelings. He can just influence them with things like visions, hallucinations, nightmares, and of course sharing consciousness with him. Tsukachi held up his hand to stop Cabe. Sharing consciousness, what does that mean? One identity is in control, but the other is still fully aware of what's going on. I don't practice it with Mito because of the negative associations he has from the Psycho doing it. It would just F him up more if I tried doing something like that. Tsukachi didn't seem particularly happy with that answer, but he kept quiet as he made a note on his own pad. Cabe shrugged. You could have just looked it up. People have done studies on this kind of thing happening before. Anywho, where was I? I suppose I should mention that the void is divided into 2 areas, upper and lower. Upper handles conscious, active thought. Lower is subconscious, passive thought. He tapped the 2 levels he had been using for his pictures. Whenever Psycho's in control, I have F off into the lower void somewhere with my wards up so I don't get shredded. I have absolutely zero awareness of what goes on when he's in control, unlike with Mito where I can sometimes get impressions depending on how close I am. To the upper void. Which brings us to the last rotation. The last drawing was again drawn differently from the previous 2. Midoriya was on the bottom this time while Cabe and Akai were on the same level but separated a good distance apart. Another line was added, separating Midoriya from the other two. When I'm in control, it puts the most amount of mental distress on my consciousness. To get control in the first place, generally I have to fight it from Akai. Hence, why you're talking to me right now and not fighting him. The little gap earlier was me vying for dominance. I don't think I've ever lost an initial battle for control, but Psycho is better suited for mind games and wars of attrition than frontal assaults, and he's generally pretty weak right out of the gate. Then what you're saying is that whenever Taboo is activated, usually you are the one who takes control? Shoyuta asked, suddenly tense. Was the detective right? Just because he wasn't Akai didn't mean he wasn't the one who committed the attacks. They could have just gotten the name wrong. Yes, I am. Now, would you like me to finish explaining this or not? I don't repeat myself, so it's your loss if you don't get this the first time. Go ahead, Shoyuta responded, forcing his tone to flatten. Let him talk, he told himself. If Cabe felt like talking, then they should just try to discern as much as they could from what he says as possible. When I take control, two things happen. The first, I put Mito to sleep in the lower void. That place is a mess unless you know how to navigate it, so nothing can really get to him there. Yes, technically the Psycho stays down there when Mito is in control, but like I said, he can't do much without getting through me, and going from upper to lower and vice versa unless you know both places extremely well is insanely difficult. I already told you I don't do the shared consciousness thing with Mito. He'd just end up freaking out and trying to fight me for control back, which would basically be the equivalent of fighting a war on 3 fronts, since I've got the Psycho royally pissed off tearing into me with extremely little restraint trying to get control back from me, plus whatever is happen IRL. I tell you it is not. Fun. So if you had it your way, you wouldn't want to be in control? Shoyuta asked with a raised eyebrow. Would you want your skull to feel like it's about to split if it open from the inside 24/7? How about maniacal laughter echoing off your eardrums? Or maybe temper tantrums that make your brain throb and want to tear out your own hair? His tone was casual, completely even despite the nature of what he was saying. However, despite his aloof manner, there was a muted, simmering heat in the air, almost like it was incapable of manifesting past that. Was that Cabe's doing, or was there something more to it? It was something Shoyuta would need to keep an eye on. When Mito was younger and the Psycho wasn't really that big of a deal, yeah, I guess I enjoyed it a little bit, Cabe continued, unaware of Shuta's internal observations. And okay, sometimes there will be good days every now and then more recently, but like I said, being in control puts the most stress on my consciousness. Not only do I have to worry about the Psycho, making sure the wards holding him back are still good, but I've got to make sure Mito doesn't sink too far into the void. Since I'm in control, my energy is all divided up so none of my defenses are operating over 50%, if that, at any point in time. I've also got to take care of the body. I've got to do damage control and clean up the Psycho's messes from his episodes. There's a lot for me to deal with and only so much of me to go around. I haven't slept in 7 years. Shoyuta didn't think he was successful in suppressing the surprise that overtook his features, as he simultaneously almost choked on his spit as his throat suddenly went tight. While there was a lot to unpack in that statement, the piece at the end hit him the hardest, maybe because it was the easiest for him to relate to. But 7 years? Shoyuta had his own personal vendetta against sleep, but he didn't think it was possible for the human body to go for even a couple of weeks without sleeping. Then again, Cabe was a fabricated identity, likely created by Midoriya's subconscious as a trauma response. He'd encountered similar cases in the past. Maybe that meant the standards of sleep were different? The boy didn't look physically well, however. Compared to his appearance at the start of the conversation, there had been a noticeable amount of deterioration. The whites of his eyes were beginning to take on a yellowish tint, and the marks under his eye were so thick and dark they almost looked like they had been etched there with marker. His skin had definitely sallowed since they had been talking, pale enough that his network of veins were beginning to stand out. Cabe's restless energy seemed to have evaporated already, although he had still been fidgeting occasionally up until a moment ago. Shoyuta even caught how he swayed ever so slightly before going back to leaning his face in his palm. Tetruol. Then if you are the one in control, does that mean you are the one responsible for the attacks? It was the light switch kind of moment Shoyuta had been expecting earlier. Cabe's easy countenance suddenly fell away as he sat up, his arms falling across each other on the table and leaning forward ever so slightly. He considered the detective, glowing red eyes undecipherable. The atmosphere of the room seemed to suddenly become ever so slightly heavier. Shoyuta felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Danger. Yeah, they're my fault. Cabe's voice was suddenly lower and there was none of the fake cheerfulness or bounce. His dark hair fell forward as he tilted his head down and slightly to the side, considering the detective. How did your quirk receive that answer, I wonder? He asked Tsukachi in an unreadable, even tone. His expression hadn't changed, his eyes were still dull despite their halo's intensity, though the corner of his mouth had ever so subtly tilted down and his hands were suddenly flat on the table. The detective looked nervous. Did it say partial truth? Shoyuta saw the detective's hand twitch beneath the table. I suppose you'll want the full, ugly story then? But wait, you haven't offered up anything in exchange for that information, have you? Quid pro quo, remember? To an outsider, he doubted anyone would have noticed much of difference between the Cabe they were speaking with a moment ago and the one sitting before them now. From the start there had been a certain emptiness to the other, all of his bravado and theatrics were just that, a ruse. Not once had Shoyuta gotten the impression the other was expressing a genuine reaction or emotion. The only hint of one he had gotten was that dull simmer a moment ago, which had only intensified slightly since then. It was eerie. He'd seen people who put on an apathetic front before. Hero ES did it all the time in order to separate themselves from the worst of the job. However, those people still had their tells. Outside of a medical condition, apathy wasn't something most people could pull off completely. They still had their tell or moments of weakness. Cabe, though, he was an unreadable presence even to Shoyuta. That alone wouldn't have bothered him. It was the fact that deep down, he got the feeling that Cabe wanted to express. Emotion, that he was familiar with doing so and should be able to, but for whatever reason just couldn't. His temples throbbed. This was getting more complicated and it wasn't even because of the questioning. Sometimes he absolutely despised his instincts. At the moment, Shoyuta still didn't sense any direct ending or even really hostile intent from Cabe. It seems that they had just unwittingly traversed onto a touchy subject for the entity. It was sheet luck that it had to happen now when they were getting good information about the dynamic of how Midoriya's taboo functioned as well as Cabe's involvement, but this was a subject that they would have had to bring up eventually. There was silence between the three of them as they all waited for someone else to act first. Tsukachi's mouth was a thin line, so he wouldn't be making any accommodations anytime soon. That left Shoyuta. He wasn't really sure what even qualified for relevance information for this guy's sense of equivalent exchange. Should he give up personal information? It might buy them interest on the next question, considering Cabe likely wasn't expecting anything of that nature from them, but Cabe had also gone into far more detail in his previous explanation than their own offered information should have allowed for. He'd have to play it by ear. I teach at UA. This past year I expelled half my class. Care to know why? You're not as underground as you seem to think, Eraserhead, Cabe said. His tone was still conversational, but he had retained the more serious edge. A finger tapped against his forearm. He still had the worn look of someone on the brink of collapse. However, the lazy but casual charm were gone. There was a vein of steel to him now that Shoyuta decidedly didn't want to test if he could help it. Everyone knows you don't bother with people you view as potential less. In my second year, during a work study me and a friend from class were participating in, we were attacked by a villain. My friend died in the battle. I felt responsible, still do to a certain extent. Now that I'm a teacher, however, I can make sure something like that doesn't happen again. I can make sure that the students I teach are prepared and have the potential. He took great care to use the other's word. To endure it if something like that ever does happen to them. Does that suffice for your give and take? For a moment, the two of them just stared at each other, assessing, silently challenging each other, and Shoyuta forgot that he was supposed to be staring at a kid. Cabe didn't give off the presence of a teenager, maybe one of his third years, but definitely nowhere near the age of a 14-year-old. When he looked into those eyes, there was a different sort of gauntness to them from Midoriya's. Where his eyes were left dark and hollow from witnessing horror, Cabe's eyes were telling Shoyuta he'd participated in it. It seemed that Midoriya wasn't the only one who had been traumatized due to the effects of Taboo. The attacks on pros weren't carried out by me, no, Cabe said eventually, and everyone in the room was suddenly breathing a little easier as the pressure seemed to recede. But the psycho can't do shit unless I let him. Hence they are my fault. I started crashing a little under 3 years ago and my wards started getting weak. When I have a lapse, the psycho takes advantage and milks the damn thing for everything he can in the little time he has. Cabe's explanation was passive and curt, leaving Shoyuta with more questions than he answered. What did he mean by crashing? What's a lapse? Why is Akai's time in control limited? Then your cooperation was involuntary? Prompted Tsukachi in a timid voice. Your intentions do not in any way align with Akai's. Have you not been listening? Cabe asked, and Tsukachi flinched despite complete lack of intonation in the question. Shoyuta thought it was a little harsh considering the detective was trying to definitively clear Cabe's name. My entire job is restraining the psycho. I failed, so that sheet's on me, but don't assume you know the first thing about me. My intentions have got nothing to do with any of you. I'm here because of Mito, not because I particularly care whether or not your incompetent asses actually clear me or not. Shoyuta blinked at him. By the way the conversation was going, Shoyuta doubted they would be continuing the more amicable version of this conversation from earlier. He rose slowly to his feet, hands on the table and very aware of the intense, dual-color eyes tracking his movements. If Cabe was no longer intending to cooperate with them, then Shoyuta wasn't going to be putting on airs anymore either. You seem to be misunderstanding the situation, Shoyuta said. The detective's eyes darted towards him, but Tsukachi didn't object to the change in demeanor. Cabe, for his part, just raised an unimpressed eyebrow at Shoyuta. While we would prefer to handle this peacefully, you shouldn't mistake our politeness for license. As of now, this is no longer an interview, but an interrogation. If you don't cooperate with us, I think you're the one with the misunderstanding. Cabe cut across him into the same eerie, flat monotone, but for whatever reason it sent a chill down Shuta's spine hearing it now. He now sympathized with Tsukachi. You've only gotten this far because I let you. You want to play that game with me, then you best hope you're prepared for it because I've been playing nothing. But for 7 years and my usual partner, Cabe's tone legitimately darkened for the first time as he practically growled out the word, but it quickly returned to normal. Is a hell of a lot more of a challenge than you bits. You mean Akai? Shoyuta stated and almost immediately regretted it. Heat boiled as Cabe actually snarled at him. If you know what's good for you, you won't repeat that name in my presence again. It was muted, still unnervingly empty, but there was a legitimate threat in the words, hostility devoid of emotion leaching into his voice. I don't trust any of you with Mito. Blasty is a tenuous exception at the moment. He and his family would commit murder before they let anything happen to Mito again, but you people, you police and hero ES. I don't trust any of you to do anything aside from the bare minimum just to make yourselves look good. Cabe carefully eyed both Shoyuta and Tsukachi, his eyes slowly sweeping over the both of them as if he was assessing a potential enemy. Shoyuta was mildly impressed at the display. Here was this entity, incapable of producing appropriate emotional responses, clearly suffering and weak from whatever was happening internally, completely unarmed, and handcuffed to a table, yet he was somehow still managing to give Shoyuta pause. You can make whatever excuses you want. The fact here is that if I so choose, I could be gone before any of you get to the front door and you would not be seeing me, and by extension your precious Mito. Again, should that happen, are my intentions clear now? Shoyuta didn't need the detective to confirm that what he had just stated was pure fact. Cabe's eyes didn't waver even slightly as he glared up at Shoyuta with the same dead eyes he'd appraised them with thus far. He could sense the tension return. It even seemed to be having an effect on the others in the next room. Shuta's chest was beginning to feel tight. Why don't we all just take a breath? Tsukachi tried again. You haven't made any attempts to leave, and the fact that you wanted me to be the one conducting this means you have something you want to say and you want people to believe you. I don't give a damn what anyone thinks of me, Cabe growled back, still glaring at Shoyuta, but his response was too sharp and the subtle flick of his eyes towards the detective was all he needed to know. That hadn't been the full truth. We're not here to antagonize each other or throw out accusations, Tsukachi said more firmly this time, placing a hand down on the table to get the other's attention. You're here to answer questions. Make all the threats you want about running, but if you had any intention of leaving, you would have already done it. Cabe's countenance didn't change, but there was an instability to the halo in his eyes and the boy's fists were clenched as his wrists strained against the cuffs. Shoyuta held up his hands in an attempt to calm the other, throwing Tsukachi a grateful look. The glowing red eyes slowly met the underground pros. Shoyuta found himself fascinated by the fluctuating band in the other's eyes. He wondered what was happening in that void, as Cabe called it. Don't forget why you're doing this, why we're all doing this. If you don't cooperate, then Midoriya-kun is going to be the one to suffer for it. He'll likely be carted away and isolated in some prison, kept sedated to prevent you and the other one from showing up anymore. I highly doubt even you would be apathetic about that, so let's just talk. He was bluffing. The Bakugous would never let something like that happen and he had no intention doing such a thing either. However, Cabe didn't know that. The other snorted, but Shoyuta seemed to have gotten through to him at least a little. His fists unclenched and some of the malicious aura he had been exuding tapered off. You want to talk? Then let's get something straight first, Cabe said, holding up a finger. I do not care about anyone or anything outside of its immediate relevance to Mito and his quality of life. That wasn't the kind of information Shoyuta had wanted to hear. The room itself went silent aside from Tsukachi's muttered true. Shoyuta had begun to suspect as much from the change in Cabe's mannerisms, but the statement still seemed to echo harshly around the room. The foreign identity's posture and demeanor were all serious, no humor or mystery remaining, just an emotionless wall. Shoyuta opened his mouth to try to question him further on the subject, but before he could get a word out, Cabe was already speaking again. I've watched clerks get robbed at gunpoint without batting eye, gangs and yakuza go to war without giving it a second thought, hero es beat villains, villains beat hero es. I've walked in on shootouts and exchanged cash for drugs with dealers. I don't care what all those bits do, they're not my problem. The world's got nothing to do with me. I'm a barrier for Mito. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, Cabe said, more bluntly reaffirming his previous position, his tone a little annoyed. I'm a byproduct of Mito's trauma, extreme stress, and a desire for protection. Mito had a bunch of seriously messed up stuff happen to him over a not-so-long period of time. After the Isho fiasco, Mito just couldn't take any more. He hit his breaking point. Shoyuta waited for Tsukachi's signal before asking, so what about the quirk? You've said his word multiple times now. Even if it's not you then? Yes, taboo is still very much in effect, Cabe responded, showing off his wrists as well as tilting his head to the side to expose the black band around his neck as well. These things are proof of that, but I'm not the one the quirk is placed on, so the repercussions become a little complicated. Sometimes it can come in handy, but most of the time it's just FNG annoying as hell. I've gotten used to it for the most part now, but we're not talking about that. As for the psycho, the Void assigned me as a sort of pseudo-protector since Mito had no one else around to save him. Whenever Taboo gets triggered, I have the opportunity to take control instead thanks to a convoluted loophole and handle the psycho for him because Mito simply can't. Another true response. We have a facility out in the country dedicated to assisting Isho's victims. Through them we've uncovered a fair amount about the quirk and its capabilities, but none of their information seems to be aligning with what you've told us so far. Cabe tapped the tabletop twice and didn't respond, those still fluctuate red and green eyes waiting. That subtle heat was still coiling dully under the surface despite the relative understanding the three of them had reached. It concerned Shoyuta, but right now he had a more immediate issue to deal with. This equal trade thing was going to get annoying really fast. He proceeded to explain the facility and its operations. The information was mostly harmless. Midoriya would be under heavy observation after today, so there was little threat of anything coming from sharing the information. When Shoyuta was finished, Cabe opened his mouth to speak but suddenly went stiff. He attempted to reach up towards his head, but the cuffs prevented him before he got more than halfway. His knuckles of his other hand went white and Cabe bared his teeth in a manner Shoyuta normally associated with someone in pain. The red halo was fluctuating wildly, that subtle impression of feelings suddenly exploding erratically, making both Shoyuta and Tsukachi hastily rise and retreat a step. What was happening? No one had done anything. Shoyuta recalled how Cabe mentioned a constant splitting headache. He had been seemingly fine throughout their conversation thus far, so the pain had to have increased, but why? Then, almost as suddenly as it appeared, the saturation of emotion died as if it never existed in the first place. Cabe slumped back slightly, his breathing long, measured, and controlled. Apologies, he managed after a minute. His voice monotone, no inflection or variation. His eyes were hooded and his expression more blank than it had been a moment ago. What was that just now? Where did that heat go? Shoyuta considered the other carefully, but he didn't have enough information. Cabe leaned back, looking up at the ceiling, his nose wrinkled, his eyes remaining closed for a few more minutes, before he opened them after a final deep breath. The red halos that had been fluctuating to fiercely a moment ago had been reduced to nothing more than a thin band. Normally, I can keep him pretty well contained this early on, but you all seem to have excited him. It doesn't help that I haven't taken any of my FING pills either. Cabe didn't appear to be putting on an act now. This absence of anything was genuine, and Shoyuta was certain that his response a moment ago had also been a genuine pain response. What had caused it, and furthermore, what was his normal tolerance if this sort of thing is normal for him? A sinking feeling in Shuta's gut was beginning to develop. What had Cabe meant earlier when he talked about crashing and lapses? Cabe's condition, if it was even possible, had gotten worse. Jaundice had fully set in and his hands were trembling despite his attempt to try to hide it by pressing them into the table. His skin was beginning to turn a sickly gray. Just what was happening inside that boy's body? True. Do you mind explaining what just happened? Yes, I do mind. It's got absolutely nothing to do with this, Cabe snapped, glaring at the detective. And you can shove that false response up yours. I'm not talking about it. Tsukachi appeared to be momentarily stunned, so Shoyuta took the initiative. You said you take medications, what might those be? Cabe's eyes narrowed, but the glare had lost some of his edge with how haggard the other had become. Why the hell do you need to know that? Because Midoriya-kun is suffering from withdrawal symptoms, we need to know what all you take in order to treat him properly in the future, Shoyuta responded without missing a beat. He wanted to test a theory. Cabe shrugged. Adderall's the main one, but I've got a few other prescriptions for migraines and some other pain relievers. On particularly bad days I might indulge in an edible or two. Any more questions about things that aren't particularly important? True, Tsukachi's eyebrows furrowed. Why Adderall? To stay awake, Cabe said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I'm assuming you know the two ways to deactivate taboo? Either being around their anchor or rendering them unconscious. If you're responsible for handling the taboo once it's triggered, why not just go to sleep and give Midoriya-kun back his control? Cabe shook his head. Little bit of a misconception there. It's not just falling asleep. I made that mistake once towards the beginning and never made it again. No, the trick is the complete shutdown of brain activity. Falling asleep normally, without some kind of heavy-duty, medical-grade sleep aid, your brain doesn't shut down right away, which leaves plenty of opportunities for him to take over. Those kinds of drugs are not something I like to dabble in, so yeah, I keep myself awake until my body literally shuts itself down. True, the detective said as he wrote down the information. Thank you for clarifying that for us. Some of the other victims have struggled with their own taboos. The sedatives their caregivers used never had an immediate effect. Now we know why. Cabe shrugged, unaffected by the detective's thanks or the other victim's torment. It's not hard to figure out. Isho's quirk affects and acts off of the brain. It makes sense that shutting the brain down completely would shut down the quirk as well. You seem like a very smart kid. Why not come forward sooner? Shoyuta asked. Cabe shook his head. I did try a few times, usually just when Mito was already in the station, but I won't lie and say I put much effort in. Mito's life was hell before Isho happened, no matter what he wants to believe. Going back or trying to get help, the only thing that would have done would be to stress him out more. Mito can't stand the thought of hurting other people. That's part of the reason why he rejected Isho's quirk so strongly, going back knowing a demon was lurking somewhere in his own mind. He'd never put others at risk like that. I respected that. True. It was an answer Shoyuta had been expecting. Most of Isho's victims had given similar answers when asked why they had never come forward once they had been released or escaped. The answer was always either they didn't want anyone else to see them in that state or they didn't want to put the people they cared about in danger. Alright, would you mind telling us how you occupied your time then, since you kept yourself awake for so long? Shoyuta asked, moving into the real questioning stage. For the first few years, Mito triggered his taboo almost daily. I wasn't old enough or big enough to do much of anything at that point, so I spent most of my time learning things. It's not like I could go to school, so I just took books out of various public libraries to stay up to date, at least until that got boring and I started studying past that. I know a lot of things about a lot of things. Mito does too to some extent. I'd bring him as close as I could get to the surface without actually sharing consciousness with him to pull it off, but he doesn't get to use it much. When the basic subjects started to get boring, I picked up other things I thought were interesting or might be useful to know. Programming and computers, some engineering, a few languages, quirk theory, psychology, sociology, physiology, anatomy, you name it, I probably have at least some basic knowledge on it. Went through a whole library by the time Mito was 10, that was also right around the time I started messing around with martial arts. Physical exertion is a lot less taxing on me since it doesn't require a lot of mental energy. It's preferable, especially the last couple of years. Tsukachi nodded. True. Care to elaborate? Cabe rolled his eyes. I already went over this. I haven't slept since the day I manifested 7 years ago. You think just because Mito is back in control, my job is over? I have to fight to keep that psycho contained every second of every day. A punishment like Mito's isn't something that will just sit quietly while it's deactivated. If it wasn't for me, Mito probably would have gone completely mad within the first year. Cabe sighed, head falling back again. But I'm still just a human. I have the same limits as all you other mortals. My mental barriers might be stronger than most, but I'm not infallible. I'm tired. That last part seemed to be added as more of an afterthought, but Shoyuta could tell Cabe was running on fumes at best. It had only been an hour or so and the other already seemed to be hitting some kind of threshold. How exactly had he managed to keep himself going for weeks at a time in that kind of condition? He wasn't even arguing with them about equivalence anymore, like he'd used up some kind of reserve in whatever episode he had just now. There was no casual friendliness as there had been at the start, but nor was there the odd brand of passive-aggressive intensity from a moment ago. In a way, Shoyuta would have preferred either of the former over this. He could at least gauge the other then, however, slight it might have been. Cabe, are you aware that Midoriya-kun and the Bakugous arranged this in order to meet you? Shoyuta asked suddenly and Cabe's eyes narrowed at him. Why would they want to do something stupid like that? The other asked, tilting his head, clearly caught off guard by the question. His arms were folded again, but this time it didn't seem to be out of a sense of anger. Shoyuta almost sighed in relief when some of the other's subtle tells reappeared. He wondered if the other even realized he was doing it at the moment though. He recognized the difference enough in his body language to realize it was an attempt to protect and self-soothe. Because they thought that something wasn't adding up, Eraserhead continued, his voice even pitched a little lower in an attempt to be calming. This seemed to be another touchy subject for the entity, but for an entirely different reason Shoyuta didn't quite have the information to figure out. The way Midoriya-kun described the crimes committed and the observations he made apart from that didn't fit within the same methodology. They thought having this interview today might give Midoriya-kun some peace of mind. Cabe snorted, but the corner of his mouth twitched upwards ever so slightly. Damn it, Mito, and here I thought you wanted nothing to do with me. Somehow the words still came across as sad. Shoyuta watched the other carefully. He got the impression he was seeing something vulnerable in that moment. There was something more to Cabe's statement than just Midoriya's obliviousness to his existence or self-depreciation of how he might react if Midoriya did know. There was history there, Shoyuta was positive of it, but that wasn't something he could mess with. That was something Midoriya would have to figure out himself. Cabe looked up to them, disinterested, his expression returned to its neutral state. When I take control, my consciousness temporarily becomes the most dominant out of the three that are up here. He indicated his head again. But that doesn't make me the strongest. The whole reason I exist in the first place is to protect Mito, from him, from everyone else, and even Mito himself. How would you feel if something else displaced you in your own body and you were forced to watch as an unwilling spectator? Both Shoyuta and the detective remained silent and waited for Cabe to continue. I put Mito to sleep in the deepest, darkest part of the void I know, as far away as possible from the psycho as I can get him. It's a risk. If he sinks in too deep, there is no way to get him back, but the void is the only place where nothing can reach him. It's the only place where he's safe from him, from me, from everything. Sometimes he'll even just sink back there on his own. I've almost lost him there before. Most recently was after the flashback 2 days ago. I honestly think that if Blasty hadn't been there then, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. He knew that piece of information was probably affecting a certain blonde right about now. All of this was probably hitting the blonde so much harder than the rest of them because he had seen it, or at least the aftermath of it. It was easy to listen to something, but it was a lot harder to hear it when you'd already experienced it. But I'll still send him there. I won't subject him to the psycho's sheet any more than I can help. It's easier for Mito to know nothing than to be aware and fight me for it. If Mito stays asleep, then I can devote more energy to stopping the psycho, into staying awake long enough for my system to shut down. Then the argument could also be made that you return Midoriya-kun to this void in order to make being in control easier on yourself? Tsukachi asked, and Shoyuta glanced at the man. That was a dangerous way of phrasing that question, given the information Cabe had shared thus far. He didn't think the detective was intentionally trying to provoke Cabe. Shoyuta suspected he was trying to get a better read on the other's intentions. Tsukachi was a capable detective, but he didn't specialize in reading mannerisms and body posture. He, though better than most, still relied pretty heavily on the responses from his quirk. Shoyuta doubted if he had noticed the change in Cabe's mood in the latter portion of their questioning, considering that those changes had been extremely subtle. Outwardly, Cabe appeared completely apathetic, and that could be a dangerous mistake to make with this particular line of questioning. Cabe was a trauma response created by Midoriya's subconscious as a self-defense mechanism. Shoyuta doubted very much if he would take kindly to someone judging his method of protection or criticizing Midoriya in any way. Cabe didn't disappoint. The pressure from earlier returned as his aura bleed out around him. However, unlike earlier, there was no stifled core of emotion simmering in it this time. The red glow in his eyes remained stable. What kind of control must he have to separate himself like that? Was it even his own doing in the first place? Why don't you try having a psychopathic serial ender ripping at your conscious, trying usurper your control day and night while also trying to keep a panicking, anxiety-prone, self-destructive core that has no idea what's going on and sees everything as a threat? Calm, Cabe stated in an even, unwavering tone, and this time the chains holding him to the table didn't hold. The chains snapped and Cabe was on his feet, hands slamming into the table. Shoyuta hands fisted in his capture scarf on reflex as the boy glared down at the detective. Calm down, Shoyuta commanded firmly, matching Cabe's dull eyes with his own brand of rigid impassiveness that, while neither hot nor cold, always succeeded in cowing those it was directed at. Detective, perhaps now isn't the time to be. I want to know the truth, Eraser, Naomasa responded evenly, and Shoyuta saw in his peripheral as the other tilted his head at this statement. He's been telling us a sob story in order to sympathize with him, but we're not here to make nice with a pseudo-identity. I was okay with humoring this at first, but this is starting to get redundant. This meeting was for Midoriya-kun's sake, and so far we've only received a scrap of useful information from him on that matter. He was speaking to Shoyuta as if Cabe wasn't even there. Shoyuta stared at the man, incapable of formulating a suitable response, as he continued. If he's just going to talk about psychos and being in control and how awful or hard it is for him without telling us the things we really want to know, then there is absolutely no point in entertaining this any further. I'm not validating this facade for him. As far as I'm concerned, this is probably just Midoriya-kun's way of acting brave in order to speak about everything. I'm aware that people have their own means of dealing with trauma. I'm not trying to belittle or shame him for the experience. Considering what he's been through, it's more than understandable, but we're supposed to be getting proper answers to accurately gauge what kind of threat we're dealing with and how we need to respond to it. We're supposed to be giving Midoriya-kun peace of mind and protecting him, but this, he paused. He's just having a laugh? Shut the F-. UP. Shit. Shuta's heart jarred harshly in chest as suddenly that intangible impression of emotion he had thought was gone for good boiled over even more intensely than it had during the other's pervious fit. His tone was dead, his face a mask, but those 4 words had come from somewhere Shoyuta wasn't even sure Cabe was aware of. Shoyuta had never in his life experienced emotions capable of projecting themselves so forcefully and clearly without the use of a quirk. There was a rawness to them that Shoyuta hadn't expected, heavy mixture of chaotic rage and heavy grief, and the frightening part was that he got the impression the emotions were still being restrained. You don't get to say shit about Mito. His voice was quiet yet dark, his voice still smooth despite the frigidness of his tone. This isn't some effed-up farce. I'm not Mito, but go ahead and keep pretending if it makes life easier for you. Call me whatever the F makes you happy, I don't give 2 sheets, because you're right, I'm not even real. It grated on Shoyuta to hear Cabe say that for some reason. He'd only known Cabe for maybe an hour or 2 and he wouldn't exactly rank it as a pleasant experience, but hearing Cabe make declarations like that, it felt wrong. In all his years, Shoyuta had never heard someone deny their existence with such certainty and conviction as Cabe had just done, not even in other DID cases. Shoyuta very firmly disagreed with the detective on this point. He had known from the start Cabe was a separate identity from Midoriya. He'd thought the detective was on the same page, but now he was much more aware of why officers weren't usually allowed to question victims before they had at least started treatment. Please, Midoriya-kun, stop talking. The detective's mouth clicked shut immediately. Shivers and goosebumps were running up and down across Shuta's skin. He'd thought they had seen the worst of Cabe earlier, thought that the passive-aggressive hostility he expressed was all he'd have to watch for. Cabe was in such rough condition that the idea that he would be a threat was dismissed early into the conversation, but now he was watching a boy becoming fury incarnate and Shoyuta honestly wanted to let the kid have Tsukachi. He'd had a high opinion of the man until a moment ago, but, Shoyuta had to remind himself, most people probably wouldn't understand what was happening to Midoriya-kun. Tsukachi had gone into this admitting he was underprepared and they had pressed the issue anyway. In that way Shoyuta was also partially responsible. You don't get to judge me or the choices I am forced to make trying to keep Mito going. You don't get to judge Mito for how he chooses to cope. I take over to handle situations he no longer has the ability or mental strength to deal with. But even when I'm not in control, I'm still aware of most of the things that happen. I have to be. If I hadn't been, he stops himself abruptly, taking in measure breath, his lips pressed into a thin line. The cloud hanging over them subsided slightly. I know exactly how hard this has been. You don't, so don't you dare even pretend you have a remote idea what Mito has suffered. You haven't had to watch Mito try to navigate the streets alone because he doesn't know how to get home and is too scared and confused to even try asking for help. I was there. I watched as Mito slowly started to put together what was happening, watched him as he became terrified of himself. I watched him claw at his own hands trying to get rid of blood that wasn't there. I did. I watched because that's all I could do. You haven't had to watch, not able to do a damn thing, as he retches until he's puking blood from the nightmares that I'm supposed to stop but I can't. You haven't exhausted yourself to the point of collapse only to fail at the last possible second. You haven't been trying to find some way to make it better, easier for him, only for it to make him scream and cry more than the real monster did. You haven't had to make a horrible, sick deal with him that you won't try to make it better anymore just so you don't have to watch him dig that razor in one more time. Tsukachi was dead silent as all color drained from the man's face. Shuta's hands had gone slack on his scarf as he listened in mounting horror. Cabe's nails dug harshly into the flesh of his arms where he had them crossed protectively over his chest. The white lines along the forearms suddenly seeming to glare. His voice was bitter, but there were tears purling in his eyes, but they didn't fall. In fact, Cabe didn't even seem to be aware of them as he glared maliciously at the two of them. I've been stuck in this horrible cycle for 7 years, the one thing I'm meant to do and the only thing I keep failing at repeatedly. I protect. That's what I'm supposed to do, that's why he made me, but I can't anymore. I never really could in the first damn place. I searched everywhere, every book, every website, every journal and article, trying to find an answer, a cure for what happened, to make it stop. But nothing ever effing worked. so I had keep watching as Mito fell apart. Cabe, stop. This isn't. Tsukachi tried, but it was too late and it only made the other glare more viciously at the man. You're the one who wanted this. Cabe shouted at them and it felt like Shoyuta had been slammed in the chest with a sledgehammer even though the words weren't directed at him. The atmosphere in the room was so thick, one probably could have cut it with a knife. Shoyuta swallowed as sweat beaded down his forehead. They'd misjudged the situation again. I'm a figment of Mito's imagination. I can't hardly feel anything, physically or emotionally. He wiped viciously at his eyes, swiping the tears away that had never managed to fall, disgusted. It's a damn farce. A shadow of what anyone else, what I should be feeling. But I can't. The only thing I can do is shout at you, so I guess that means you royally pissed me the F off, so congratulations for doing the FNG impossible. I suppose this sheet shouldn't really be a FNG surprise though. The only things I ever get are his pain, his fear, his hopelessness, and it makes me feel hollow inside. The first time I felt anything that didn't feel like poison running through my veins was that last Saturday he was with the Bakugous. First time in 7 years he felt even a flicker of hope. Don't say this is about me, don't you dare. I don't give a flying F what you do, say, or think about me, but like hell I would let any of you motherfucking goddamned bastards do a damn thing that would upset him. That was never, Shoyuta tried, as the detective went paler. The man hadn't spoken with the intent of causing this, he'd simply misunderstood the situation and gotten impatient. Neither of them could have predicted Cabe's reaction would be quite this hateful and venomous. I can only do so much and I make mistakes. His tone was a little more controlled now, but the atmosphere of the room was still thick with malicious intent. Once the psycho has control, I can't get it FANG back, that's why I have to stay awake. If I try to block him full stop he'd rip his way through, that's why I've never been able to stop the nightmares, just filter them. I build up the wall when I can, but the longer I stay in control, the more often Taboo is triggered, the more exhausted I get, the more cracks form and the weaker that wards gets. I can't do anything. He sucked in a breath, teeth gritted hard enough Shoyuta could practically hear them grinding against each other. He wiped his hand on his pant leg, feeling the slight tremor there. You think I'm evil, that I'm some psychopath like him, that everything I do is with the intent to distress or hurt Mito or for some twisted amusement. I rent out that apartment off of the money I get for the freelance work I do online and computer software and programs I build. Who the hell do you think makes sure his room stays clear when the rest of the place gets wrecked to hell out of spite when the psycho takes control at the apartment? I'm the one who makes sure the mini frigid and cabinet are stocked with food. I wrote a program on the laptop that automatically either deletes or substitutes that word any and every time it occurs just in case he ever got his curiosity back. I bought pre-Quirk era books and stories and stocked them if he ever wanted to read like I know he used to enjoy. He never touches any of it, but I made sure it was safe if he ever wanted to try. But no, the only thing Mito ever does is sleep or confine himself to the farthest corner, starving, sometimes even hurting himself. He huffed a sad little laugh at that. Like I said, Mito doesn't know I exist, or if he does he just thinks what I do is more torment from the psycho. There was silence. Not one word the other had spoken had been a lie. Shoyuta was dead certain of that. Cabe might not have been a shining example of human decency. He was apathetic, nonchalant, calculating, blunt, and maybe even a little crazy, but there was also a fierceness and a defiance and a drive there that Shoyuta didn't see in most hero ES. Cabe might hate them, he might despise the rest of society, but Cabe was dedicated to Midoriya, that much was now extremely obvious. Let the record show, the detective stated in a shaky, hesitant voice, that everything the identity known as Cabe has stated up until this point has been the absolute truth, Tsukachi said eventually, his voice slightly unsteady. He swallowed. I believe I owe you an apology. Screw your apology, it doesn't take back what you, it happened again. A sudden outpouring of emotion as the red halo in the other's eyes went haywire. Cabe doubled over, choking and coughing as he seemed to struggle to breathe. He gripped at his chest, then his throat, then his head. Cabe screamed. Pain, defiance, Shoyuta couldn't decide which. Blood was beginning to drip from Cabe's right ear as he continued to struggle. Yuta hesitated for another moment before coming around to attempt aid. He reached out but the hand was slapped away. "Don't touch me," he growled, and Yuta froze. One of his eyes, it had turned to completely red, not a trace of green to be seen, the other was not far from being completely consumed as well. In that moment, Yuta thought he could see it. Kai. Cabe was actively fighting the other for control as they spoke. "Perhaps if I erase? You activate your quirk in front of me right now and you are all dead." The voice wasn't even the same. Cabe choked again, this time coughing up blood as more ran down from both ears. Yuta's thoughts raced. Cabe was loosing, and if this precursor was anything to go by, they couldn't afford to have a Kai released. Bakugous was the only option then, unless Yuta reached for his belt. He always kept medical-grade pain relievers with him in case of emergencies. They were fast-acting and intended for a quick fix in the middle of a fight. Yuta careless tore open the packet containing the 2 small round pill and forced them into the other's hand. "You said you take medication to help, these are medical grade," Yuta told the other when he glared at him. Yuta half expected Cabe to throw the pill at him. There was hardly any green left now, barely a ribbon. "I hate pros," was the response he got instead as Cabe dry swallowed the offered pills. It didn't have an immediate effect, but Cabe continued to struggle long enough for them to kick in. After that, the experience was virtually over. He didn't think Akai's assault had lessened at all, but with the intensity of the pain lessened, Cabe was able to deploy a more effective resistance. Yuta didn't even dare to breathe as he listened to the other pant and wheeze weakly. Blood was still dripping from his mouth and ears and even his nose, but the others simply wiped it away. His eyes were shut, but Yuta had already watched the red diffuse out of them. "Can I ask what that was?" Yuta's voice was quiet and reserved. He wasn't really expecting an answer, he just couldn't take the silence any longer. "That was Akai taking advantage of a moment of weakness," Cabe grunted, as he shakily forced himself into an upright position. "Is it always that violent?" "No." Cabe took in a long, deep breath and let it out slowly. "I hope you enjoyed the show since it probably just shaved off another good chunk of the time I had left. Normally, I would have just given in at that point." Yuta swallowed. He decidedly didn't like how ominous that sounded. "I apologize on my own as well as on my associate's behalf. If you'd like, we can have Bakugous step in." "F that, after enduring that sheet you're going to make this damn interview worth it?" Cabe snapped, and he turned his attention towards Naomasa. "Your speaking privileges, however, have been revoked outside of confirming what I say is true." Tsukachi hung his head, but the other man said nothing, resigned, if not even a little relieved at his fate. The price he paid for crossing the line in the sand and not being prepared for what was on the other side. Izuku wanted to know why the universe seemed to hate him, and only him. First it was his quirkless diagnosis. Then Dad had to go away a lot for work. Then his friends and teachers started turning on him. Then Mom became collateral.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.